Hello, 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 everybody. I'm hoping that you can all hear me. Fingers crossed. Let's see. Okay, my microphone is showing that it's doing something. Thank goodness. Hello, everybody. So let me know if you can see me, if you can hear me, if all is good on that front. And yeah, welcome to the June live stream. Can you believe that we're already nearly 6 months through the year? That is actually insane. I know I say this every single live stream because I am consistently amazed by the passage of time, apparently. But yeah, this year seems to have gone so quickly. So we are back for the June live stream. If you are new, now I already recognize, wow, words are not my forte, lots of names that I've seen before, but if you are new here we sit down and we have a couple of hours, like 4 or 5 hours, where we just talk about witchcraft, about paganism, about spirits, about spellwork, all of that good stuff. We just sit down and have a chat because we're all friends here and we can just have interesting conversations, and you guys are totally in control of where the conversations go. So if you have any questions about whatever topic you like when it comes to witchcraft, and it doesn't matter how beginner or how basic or how seemingly simple a question may be, all questions are welcome. There is a little Q&A bar thing on the chat somewhere, and if you click that, it will take you to the Q&A tab where all the questions go. The reason we split it like that is because we've had many a live stream where I lose loads of questions, and I really don't want that to happen, so that's why we have the separate Q&A tab. Whoa, I think my entire screen just went blue. Sorry, because the natural daylight is constantly changing. We might get a few strange lighting changes, but we shall persevere. So I already have a few questions in, but if you want to stick any of your questions in the Q&A tab, which I'm pointing this way because the Q&A tab for me is like here. Let's have a look where everybody is from. Where have we got? Arkansas, Norway, Slovakia, Indiana, the Welsh Valleys, wow, Nevada, Argentina, Nottingham, Montana, Nebraska, Essex, Wiltshire, Louisiana, Philly, Northern Ireland, Florida, Germany, Colorado, Netherlands. I need to breathe in between these. Let's have a look. Arkansas, Colorado, California, Sim City, North Idaho. Let's have a look-see. Maine, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Norway, Utah. Anywhere else? So many people from so many places. Finland, so cool. Oh, Serbia, Oregon, Los Angeles, Canada. So many people from so many places. Yeah, sorry, I've just seen people mentioning the mermaidy top. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it's kind of nice and reflective and shiny. And so I get to be all sparkly. And my fringe, if you are new to the live streams, my fringe is consistently frustrating me, so that brush is probably going to be coming out a lot. So let's have a look. See, I have some books out already on different topics and different things that I think might get called on today. And yeah, let's just start. So I want to use an antique hotel bell to call a from the past is attached to the bell. So I have a book. I specifically pulled it out for this reason, for more context. So when we're talking about, I don't have anywhere to put this book now, I'll put it there for now. When we're talking about calling familiars, in this sense, what's typically being discussed is spirit familiars. So spirit familiars often would need to be called upon. So sometimes they'll come to you, but a lot of the time people will call upon a familiar. So they will request that a familiar or a potential familiar could make itself known. And then from the spirits that come forwards from that point, then you can start building relationships with different individual spirits to eventually form a connection where you create a familiar relationship. So the witch and the spirit familiar. And oftentimes what is used in these callings are bells. So there's a really good reference for this, actually, if you have no idea what I'm talking about and you've never performed one of these rituals before. In the first episode of The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, we see Sabrina doing something very similar, where she goes out into the woods and she calls for a potential familiar spirit to come to her. it's based off the original practice, which is found within witchcraft. And people will often go out with bells. Sometimes they are hand bells. Sometimes they are like school bells. I'm not sure if you know what I mean when I say that. But like the old-fashioned kind of bells that would ring in like school periods. Or they will go out with little tiny hand, like little tinkly bells. And they can sometimes go out with other things as well. So I've known some people go out with pots and pans in order to make like loads of loud noise. Some people don't go out with anything at all, and they will just call upon the spirits just verbally rather than using any sort of auditory cue. But in this instance, we're talking about an antique hotel bell. And so those ones where you click and you go ding, one of those like old-fashioned ones. But what if there is something already attached to the bell? And that's actually a really good question, because especially when we're using historical items when it comes to spirit work, what happens if the item that you're using to communicate with a spirit actually in itself contains a spirit? Because then, who are you talking to and how do you know who is who? Well, generally, I'd say first thing, as soon as you get an item that's secondhand, that's antique, I would be doing some energetic checks just to make sure that there isn't anything unusual going on. So if you're noticing that the energy is pretty consistent, it's not super high, it's not super low, so it's a fairly regular, almost baseline level of energy, that's a pretty good sign that what you're dealing with doesn't have that many, if any, spirit attachments. Because what will initially happen is you will feel like it has very, very strong energy. So this might feel heavy, it might feel tingly, it might feel hot, it might feel cold. But when you're holding it, it will feel distinctly different to, say, a book or another bell or, something else that is very similar in its usage, especially. So like other bells or other things from the same period of time will feel the same. But if it feels distinctly different, you may well have some form of attachment there. If you're still unsure, even if the energy is quite neutral, you can then leave it in a space. Now, ideally a space that's not going to have that many people that can interfere with it. So you don't want a space that's going to be around children or around animals per se, because you might find that it really disrupts the environment. But you just might want to have it sitting in a space for a while. And if you can close the doors, fantastic. So a room that is less well used than some of the others, perhaps a dining room is a good choice. If you leave the object in that room for a period of time, and then you come into that room again, does the room feel distinctly different? Because what you'll often find is that spirit-attached objects, they sort of start leeching their energy onto the space around them. And so as time goes on, you'll notice that the energy in a space becomes stranger and less comfortable for you. And then you start getting the strange experiences. So general rule of thumb, if it feels pretty normal and it's been in a sort of closed off environment for a while, maybe like a couple days, a week, and it still feels pretty normal, you're probably going to be fine to use it. But if it doesn't feel normal, that's when you would want to be doing the cleansings, the banishings, if necessary. But say you didn't do any of that and you've gone straight in and you've used an antique bell in a familiar summoning ritual, what would actually happen? Well, it's quite likely that nothing is going to happen, because what you are doing in that working is you are calling upon spirits that would like to work with you. And often you'll find spirits in objects, if they've been in the object for a long time, it's usually because it was of significance to them, and they're not necessarily going to be willing to leave the object or even engage with you per se, because what they want is to be part of that object. They want to be attached to the thing that they hold memories with and they hold significance with. And so more often than not, the spirit isn't going to be engaging with you. It's just residing in that object. It might get frustrated that you're using the object, but it wouldn't necessarily interfere with the summoning ritual as a whole. If, however, that spirit did want to engage in a familiar sense, you'll likely find that the experiences with that spirit are going to happen a lot quicker, and they're often going to manifest a lot stronger than with other spirits, because that object is then residing potentially in your home. You do have a personal association with it, and so that spirit is likely going to be more present in your following experiences than the other spirits that are taking part. But for the most part, I'd say that at worst, you might have a spirit that's really annoyed that you've used its home for your working. And in which case you might have strange sounds, strange smells, strange dreams. You might have things moving around, but more often than not, they're probably just going to leave you be. So it's not something that I would necessarily be completely concerned by. It's just something to bear in mind sort of moving forwards. The things that we can pick up before we start using objects. The one time I would say it would be a bigger concern to use an object that is potentially already housing a spirit is in spirit vessels. So if, for instance, you wanted to use the bell that you use to summon the familiar spirits as the spirit vessel, so this would be the spirit house that is going to link you and the spirit together. If that vessel already contained a spirit, then you're likely going to have more issues because obviously you're trying to get somebody to move in when there's already somebody living there. You would have sort of a similar situation to if this was a house or a flat or something. You would need to vacate the first person before you can bring the other person in. But other than that, I think you'd be mostly okay in this situation. Let's have a look-see. Oh, thank you so much, Das, for fun. Thank you so much. But yeah, it's a very interesting one because sometimes people will not use anything when it comes to summoning the familiars. And so it's not so much of a problem, but when objects are used in any kind of spirit work, it can get a little bit confusing as to who's who and where's where, especially if you like using lots of secondhand or antique items. Right, do you think you will ever be able to do a video on identifying AI books, or will you get demonetized? I don't think I'd be demonetized for it. I think it's something that I need to learn even more about, because the problem that we're having is that the original tells for an AI generated book, you know, the use of M dashes, the lack of information about an author, the lack of author bio or photograph, the strange number of books that an author is publishing. While those things still hold true, I find that more and more people who are attempting to make money out of mass producing generated books are getting smarter and smarter in how to avoid things. And I think it's becoming increasingly difficult to notice it. So I'm happy to do a video on the topic for anybody who wants like my full, the way that I sort of scan through books. But as you all have seen in the book release videos, sometimes I just totally miss things. Like there's something that to one person would obviously say that this stands out as an AI generated book, and I've just totally missed it. And so it's a really difficult one. I'm happy though to compile some resources, whether it's in like a short form video, so it's just quicker for everybody to watch and I'll just like run through them really, really quickly, or a long form video, I don't know, because it's just becoming so difficult. I mean, on the monthly book releases, I usually start with about 100, 150 books, maybe more, that are coming out that month. And I just start with just the briefest information on it. And then as soon as I start looking at the bios and the information, it's shocking to me actually how many reputable authors, it seems like the bio for the book, like the information for the book, is AI generated, because the information in the book won't have M dashes and it won't have this weird, like AI really likes using triplets. So if it's giving somebody a compliment, it will say things in threes. So it'll be like, oh, you're really smart, you're really funny, you're really attractive. It likes doing things in threes. And I noticed that the book isn't written like that, but the information is written like that. So I don't know if publishers, like big publishing houses, are starting to use AI to write their author bios. If that's the case, please stop. But like as I'm whittling through, I'm like, well, that covers AI generated, and that, unfortunately, despite M dashes being a legitimate form of grammar and punctuation, they are a really big sign that something is AI generated. And so now if I see a book, like I'm just like, I can't trust it. I can't guarantee that it isn't AI generated. And then as of like this month, I whittled it down to 20 books out of like 100, 150, because I could not guarantee that those other ones were not, at least in some part, AI generated, which is just terrifying. The only reassurance I have is that at some point, they just start feeding off themselves, and so it's gonna get easier, I think, at some point to recognize them, because like if AI books are just reading other AI books, then the AI-ness is just gonna become more and more apparent as time goes on. Yes, it definitely has a weird, I don't know, like when I read books, sometimes I read them out loud because I find I remember them better, and you can immediately recognize that a book has been written by a human or a book has been written by a computer. And it's this weird thing with the way that the sentences are paced is just very, very strange. So if you're ever in doubt, I suppose just another piece of advice perhaps, if you're in doubt as to whether a book is AI generated, read like an excerpt of it out loud. Because if it sounds bonkers and the word, like the comma placement and the sentence formation just seems really strange, you may well be dealing with an AI book. And I actually fully agree with, I think in order to fix the issue that we have, it needs to be a requirement that you mark something as being AI generated. I mean, we have to do it on YouTube. Like every time I post a YouTube video, I get asked, does this video contain AI generated content? And you have to click like a yes, no box. There should be something like that when it comes to AI books, because they're tripping so many people up. Yeah, it's a difficult one. So maybe one day, I don't know what they can do about it. Like, unless they start implementing like real crackdowns and monitoring on it, I don't know how they're going to be fixing this in the long run. Let's have a look. See, where am I? Oh, do you consecrate your magical tools? And if so, how? So this is very much if I up that, let's see if it'll do it. I know, oh my, sorry, Jamie. Thank you so much, but also, you know you never have to. And yeah, I know I'm very, 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 I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what I've done to turn myself blue. Maybe, is it this? Oh! Okay, I think I fixed it. Can we all just pretend that I wasn't blue for that entire thing, because you were correct? White balance. I forgot that I had moved the white balance for the last live stream because I was yellow. And now I'm normal again. Okay, hi, now I can see you properly, and you can see me properly without me looking like I'm under the ocean. Which, to be fair, would have been kind of fitting. I thought it was just my camera being wonky, but no. User error, as always. Right. Right, while I'm here, I'll go through these. Where am I? Where's my scroll wheel? Okay, here we go. So, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ruth, as well as Valerie. Thank you so much. I'm like, can you get stuck in Elfame while astral traveling? Oh, okay. We have two questions going on at once here. So, I will do this one first, and then I'll get back to the one that we were just talking about. So, can you get stuck in Elfame while astral traveling? And if yes, how do you get out? So, the myths about Elfame is really, really interesting. So, the general story is that if you were to travel to the fairy realm, which is known by many as Elfame, some people refer to it as the other world, there's lots of different names for it, you can become trapped there. And there's many stories of this happening. So I'm trying to think of, there's at least one story I know off the top of my head. The other one I think might be slightly different, sort of the opposite of it. So one of the biggest stories is that there was a gentleman who one night he slept under a hawthorn bush on May Eve. So we're talking like Beltane Eve. And he awoke to find himself in Elfame. And whilst he was there, he ate the fairy food and therefore became trapped in Elfhame for 7 years. And when he came out of Elfhame again, he had not aged a single day, but everybody around him had aged 7 years. His children had grown up, his wife had grown and moved on and figured that he had just left everybody. And he was left confused because his life had seemingly stood still. He was gone for a day, and to everybody else, he was gone for 7 years. And the stories to the other effect of that as well, where fairy women were brought into the human world and they were permitted to marry human men and have children with them, unless something happened. And I think the story in question is that this man was gifted a fairy bride and he was allowed, because it was the 18th century that this is being spoken about, he was allowed to keep that fairy bride as long as he did not lay a hand on her. And then one day in anger, he hit her. She transformed back into her fairy self and disappeared to Elfhame, never to be seen again. So a lot of the time, what you see in the tales about Elfhame is that there is some kind of contract there. And a lot of the time, it is a contract that perhaps you didn't even know you were getting into. Like a lot of the time, it's something that you don't even realize is happening. So there's a lot of rule about don't eat the food in the fairy realm. Do not touch she food. Do not touch the food in Elfhame or drink. And there's a lot of stories that then trickle down into more modern retellings. So anybody who has read A Court of Thorns and Roses, I forget, it's been a while since I read it, but the scene where Feyre drinks the fairy wine and she goes into a trance, and it's this not so secretive, pretty well known, but nobody outwardly says it necessarily, that this is what's going to happen if you drink the fairy wine. It's kind of implied. And that's very much one of the biggest triggers for becoming trapped in Elfhame. So it's not something that you would necessarily need to worry about. Most people, when they astral project, will never go to Elfhame anyway. Most astral projections simply go to the astral plane here. So it is just like one layer above. And so the world is still the same. They're still experiencing their home and the environments around the same. Most people, when they astral project, will only go a little distance. Some people, if you're particularly proficient, will go and traverse other planes, but it's a bit harder to do. And most of the time, the only way that you would ever end up in Elfhame is if you were travelling there with a guide. So there are some practitioners who will have guides that will allow them to journey and be their assistant when it goes to travelling to Elfhame and back again. And usually they will give guidance and information as to the things that you should and shouldn't do. Because, yeah, exactly, a lot of the fairy rules are more implied. And I think a lot of this comes down to the fact when we look at sort of the mythology and the folklore and just the general stories that come out of the fairy faith in particular, a lot of the information is that Elfhame time moves differently. And so when you do see stories of people going missing, when you see stories of people disappearing and then reappearing years and years and years later, those individuals usually haven't aged, but the people around them have. And so I've heard some people, and there's a couple of like tin hat conspiracy theories going on, which I find entertaining, if nothing else. One is that a lot of the 411 disappearances in America, so all the national park disappearances, are tied into underground passages. And, you know, there's all these kind of stories going on where a lot of the same stories are happening, but people aren't telling the warnings the same way. So there's like this implicit understanding that going near deep water for children is really dangerous. And so you would often hear people telling stories of merfolk that will grab you and drown you in the depths of water. And you often have lots of stories of children disappearing and being stolen away by the fair folk in the woods. And a lot of the time, both the physical and the spiritual understanding was implied in these stories, and it was told regularly. But now it isn't. So a lot of the time when we read books that are from the 18th, the 17th, the 16th centuries, it's heavily implied that these rules are there. But as time goes on, people just aren't sharing the information. But if you were to believe the stories, a lot of those residing in Elfhame still remember a time when everybody knew the rules. So they aren't necessarily going to tell you rules that they think you already know. So there's it's like an interesting dynamic going on with like folk stories and cautionary tales and the ideas of these other places. This went really off the rails. I was meant to be talking about a singular topic, but it's one of those where I don't think you would necessarily need to be concerned by it, but the whole point of me going down that rabbit hole was to say that a lot of the sort of implied rules can be found in earlier teachings. So if you were to read Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, British Goblins, what was the other one? I've forgotten off the top of my head. There's a couple of books that I always talk about in the live streams. You can see the warnings played out in real time. And I think those are really, really useful for learning about fairy folklore if travelling to Elfhame is something that you wanted to do for whatever reason in the future. Okay, let's see. This is the one that I was originally on. So this is, hi Hearth, do you need to consecrate your magical tools? And if so, how? Well, do you consecrate? But I suppose the other question in there is, do you need to? So initially, yes. I was doing that. So every time I would get a new item, whether it be a cauldron, whether it be a wand, whatever it may be, I would spend a lot of time consecrating the tools. Now, I do think, though, it's important for me to put like a little caveat here to say that at this point in time, I was a practicing Wiccan. So I was a witch, but I would have referred to myself as a Wiccan witch. And so a lot of the things that I did were, if not directly Wiccan, were very heavily influenced by it, even as I was starting to leave the tradition of Wicca. And so what I would do is I would have a magical item. So say this is a wand, for instance. The first thing I would do is I would set up the altar space and I would bring that magical tool into a circle. So I would cast a circle, I would call in the quarters, and then I would be sprinkling that magical tool, in this instance, the wand, I would be sprinkling it with consecrated water, salt water, sea salt water, whatever works. And then I would be blessing it in the direction of all of the elements. And it would be of particular focus to the direction that that particular item represented. So for me, I always, and this obviously varies person to person, for me a wand would always be air. I know that when it comes to the tarot, that wands are fire and swords are air, but for me that never made any sense. So for me, wands were always air. And so I would spend a larger amount of time focusing on the east and the direction of air, and I would be imbuing that into it and blessing it in the direction of air. I would then thank the gods and goddesses, all of the elements, and then I would be closing that circle. That item, that wand in this instance, would then be kept close to me for an extended period of time. So you're looking like a week, 2 weeks. It would be wrapped in a black cloth, and then it would be placed under or close to the bed so that it would be consistently near me for an extended amount of time. Would I do that now? No. But that's not to say that it isn't useful and that it doesn't have its benefits. It's just not something that I feel that I necessarily have to do today. And I think that that just shows the differences in tradition. You can have two traditions that fall under the same umbrella of witchcraft, but they have very, very different approaches to the way that they treat their magical objects. So if I were to have a cauldron, I would be blessing it with both fire and water. If I had a besom, I would be blessing it usually with earth and air. If I had an athame, it would be fire and earth, typically. And I would be very, very ritualistic with it. Whereas today, if I get a wand, I'll make sure that it's clear of any unwanted energies. And that's it. That's it. Because by that point, I already know that this wand has called to me for this specific purpose. And I have a little bit more of I don't know how best to describe it, because I don't want it to sound like disparaging towards Wicca or anything like that. That's not at all what I intend. I feel now as though I'm more confident in my own ability, that I don't necessarily need to consecrate in such an ornate and elaborate way as I did before to validate that object as being for ritual use. Does that make any sense? It's not that it's a bad thing to do. It's just that for me, I think I was doing it for the wrong reasons. I think I would do such elaborate consecrations to really steadfast it in my own mind that this tool is now suitable for ritual purposes. Now I just tend to trust my gut a little bit more. There's a lot that you can do though, and there's another question further down about a besom, working with a besom and blessing a besom. And generally today, if I were to get a besom now, I wouldn't necessarily feel the need to do anything to it massively, as long as it was already clear of energy. But there are things that you can do that fall in between the two. So the full Wiccan, or should I say Wiccan styled, as time went on, I adapted the teachings into something that fitted me a little bit better. Just for anybody who is curious about sort of the different options, you've got the very, very Wiccan approach, where you may well want to have a ritual shower first. You may want to wear ritual garments. So I've got a purple cloak that I would use for ritual purposes. You may want to be skyclad, you may not. Depends on tradition, depends on how comfortable, whether you're alone or not, same as always. I would then cast a formal circle. So it would be the either walking of a circle or the casting of it with a finger. Because at this point, if you haven't consecrated a wand, you wouldn't be using a wand around to create that circle clockwise. I would then be calling in each of the elemental quarters. So I would be doing I called upon the element of air, Watchtower of the East, all that stuff, with an item that represents each of the elements. I would then have called in the goddess and the god, usually in that order, though some people do it differently. Then I would be sprinkling the magical item with salted water. And then you might be, say, passing it through incense if it is a wand for the air element. You might be sprinkling more water on it if it is the water element. You usually do something that would link it to the element that it is tied to. It would then be blessed by all elements, the goddess and the god, and then you would basically do the reverse. So you would thank the spirits for being there. You would dismiss the god, dismiss the goddess, then go backwards around the circle, basically doing a reverse of what you did, closing it all down, grounding your energy again. Full ritual, sort of complete. You might want to have some food, some water. The in-between could be holding it out in a sacred space. So say you've got a besom. You might want to take your besom out into a sacred space, and you might want to hold it out, and you might want to be in the natural world, and you might want to just be feeling the warmth on your face, feeling the breeze going past. And you might simply make a statement that in this sacred space, this besom is now mine for ritual purposes. Use whatever language works best for you. You can do this on a sacred day, so you could do this on Litha. You could do this at the full moon. Whatever you feel works best for that particular tool, you can literally just hold it out and almost show it and display it to spirits, to energies, as a formal acknowledgement of it being utilized for ritual purposes. For some items, you might want to simply anoint it with something. So besoms, I was meant to get it out, but I didn't. I have a besom oil that is designed to consecrate and bless besoms. Simple as that. So it would just be anointed down the handle of the besom if it is wood, and if it's raw wood, that helps. And it soaks into the wood, and it is then consecrated. Consecrated. That's not a word. It's then consecrated for ritual purposes. And there's less words involved. You can use words, but you don't necessarily have to. Or probably the simplest way of doing this would be that you get a magical tool and you just see if it needs any assistance. Does it have any spirit attachments? Does it have any unwanted energy attachments? You give it a cleanse, and then you might keep it nearby for a while. It might want to observe ritual use for a while. So you might want to say have that wand or have that besom just outside of your ritual space for a while so it can really become accustomed to the energy. This is going to be a weird analogy, but a little bit like fish. Okay, when I was a kid and we had fish, you have to acclimatize them to the water that they're going to be in. And so you keep them almost like separate from, but close to become acclimatized to the temperature of the water. We're doing that, but with ritual tools. And then after a ritual or two, you can then introduce them into that ritual space because they're more imbued with that energy now to very seamlessly work with everything else. Those are sort of the easiest, well, the hardest to the easiest methods. Ultimately, it's going to depend on how comfortable you feel with anything, and don't feel as though you have to do it like the super duper ritual way or the super duper simple way. Go with whatever your gut is telling you to do. When I was practicing still quite a Wiccan style, I was largely doing that because it was comfortable to me. It was what I was accustomed to. I was not used to being able to do a ritual in 5 minutes. I was used to having to take 2 hours out of an evening to fully work a ritual with all of the garb and the cloak and the shower and everything, because that's just what I became accustomed to. And so when I sort of started moving away from that, my gut instinct was still to do that. And there's nothing wrong with following that gut instinct. But if you ever then feel as though that gut instinct isn't what you need to be doing anymore, feel free to sort of just gently adjust it slightly to find something that's more comfortable for you. Right, I missed so many. I did say thank you so much, Jamie. I know I did. But again, though, damn, Jamie, thank you. Thank you so much from the fast. Thank you so much. Happy early birthday from a fellow crab. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mickey and the Mist. Thank you. I really appreciate you. I see your name all the time in the streams and it means a lot. And thank you so much, Jess, as well. Thank you so much. And actually, that being said, whilst I'm on the topic, I was given by my wonderful mother some early birthday presents. And I did film like a little TikTok video that I haven't posted yet, but I wanted to show you guys first. I got a few books and I'm so excited about them. So I decided I wanted to show you. Before anybody else, because I think you will be very interested in some of these. One of them will surprise you. Okay, so, and actually I'll do the one that's going to surprise you first. Some of you will know why this is so much of a surprise. I decided to finally get a copy of To Ride a Silver Broomstick. Now, this book polarizes the witchcraft community massively. You have people who love this book and who swear by it. And you have people who think it is the worst thing to have ever happened to the witchcraft community. And I decided, I saw this secondhand, it wasn't very much secondhand, and so I was like, you know what, I'm going to pick it up, because recently I have seen a massive resurgence in people recommending this book to beginners, which I find interesting because it was heavily recommended at the start of my practice. Basically, the only book that people would recommend was this one and a handful of others, largely Scott Cunningham books. But recently, after it died out for a long time, we get this back again. So this is To Ride a Silver Broomstick, A New Generation of Witchcraft by Silver Ravenwolf. And so this one is, you guessed it, a new book for the time. Like, this is witchcraft. How do I put this really nicely? It's been a long time since I read this. I never had a copy of it. I read a friend's copy of it years and years ago. And the best way I can describe it is a very... Okay, no, that's too harsh. I can't say that exactly like that. It is a rather watered down, very suitable for the mainstream targeted at younger adults, teenagers, kind of a book on witchcraft, which is something that really hadn't been seen up to this point. Before this point, most books on witchcraft were for the Gerald Gardner types, the Wicca that was designed for people who wanted to be initiated into a coven. This was one of the first books that came out that really offered the general public a look into modern witchcraft of the 90s. And so I figured, having said witchcraft light, that is a fantastic way of wording it, Joe. I should have just gone with that. And so I've always said that I was not a fan of, just personally, just please don't sue me. Personally, I was not a fan of the book. But with so many people now recommending the book again, I need to reread it again to know for myself what I think about it. And so therefore, my mum did get me another copy of this. And actually what I think is really, really sweet is you can tell. So one of the big things that Silver Ravenwolf made super duper 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 popular with the mainstream is the idea of a taken name. So taken names have been used for many, many decades. You know, taken names are something that we see being used back in Gerald Gardner's, initial early days of the modern revival of witchcraft. But Silver Ravenwolf really, really, really made them popular. And in here is somebody's taken name from whoever owned this book in the first place, which I think is just incredible. And weirdly, I oddly recognize the handwriting, and I don't know why, because this isn't my book. I literally got this last week. So I'm going to give this one a reread to see what it's like in 2026, to see if my opinions have changed on it. Because, I'm always open. Who knows, I might read it now and suddenly have an entirely new spark. It might spark something in me. I feel like Marie Kondo, is she the one that does it spark joy? Is that her? So I'll have to check this out and see what I feel about it. Right. Okay, what was I saying? Okay, distraction. I then got 2 Kapelban books. Okay, so if anybody knows me, you will know that I have an obsession with Kapelban books. I absolutely love them. I think that they are a real interesting look into indie publishing in the sort of 90s, early 2000s. Most of them are out of print now, so they're usually very, very expensive. So thank you very much to my mother for getting me these 2, because but we have Philip Heselton. Philip Heselton, famous for his work with Gerald Gardner. He is basically the modern font of all knowledge when it comes to Gerald Gardner. He's a fantastically fascinating man. I had the chance of listening to him talk a couple of years ago, 2 years in a row actually, I managed to listen to him talk, and he is so fascinating. And you can just go down a rabbit hole with him. Like, somebody will ask a question, and then before you know it, 40 minutes later, he's like diving into this incredibly niche letter that Gerald Gardner wrote. Like, he's just such a font of knowledge. And so when I saw that The Secret Places of the Goddess by Philip Heselton was in their store, you know that I had to pick it up. This is an unread copy. When was this released? This was published in 1995, and this is unread. I'm baffled. This was just sitting in somebody's attic. But this book is a practical and evocative encouragement to seek the earth spirit in those special places where it dwells, embracing a wide definition of paganism to include all those inner yearnings towards a closer contact with the land. It will appeal to all those who are drawn to visit such natural and archetypal locations in the landscape as tree groves, sacred springs, special rock outcrops, the seashore, and the wild wood. All of these are sacred places of the goddess. So it was kind of obvious I was going to pick this one up, to be honest. And then I also got this one. This is Celtic Law and Druidic Ritual by Kapelban. Again, another one that goes over, you guessed it, Celtic Law and Druidic Ritual. It kind of speaks for itself. But I'm just I'm so excited, and I'll have to go like in depth into all of them once I finished reading them. But I'm gonna be honest, these two I'm so scared to read, because what if I damage the spine? You do not make it to 31 years old in perfect condition, and then I'm the one to damage the spine. I would never forgive myself. I would actually never forgive myself. So we're going to be reading them like this. So that I don't do something silly and damage the spines, because that would be really bad. So, happy upcoming birthday to anybody who is also a Cancer baby. And also, I did see, it disappeared. Happy birthday to whoever's birthday it is today. I'm so sorry. I saw your chat message like 2 minutes before it disappeared, and I did not burn it into my memory. I'll be honest, even if I tried, my memory's so bad I probably wouldn't have been able to do it. So happy birthday to you, because you posted it, and I'm so sorry I didn't get back to you sooner. But happy birthday to you. Right, let's have a look, see. Right, okay, where am I? I'm somewhere here. Okay, I'm going to go with this one because I think this one's really interesting, and then I'll find, it jumped, for anybody who's wondering. The chat jumped already. I'm going to go with this one because I think this one's a really, really interesting one, and it's something that has become, it's become a big talking point in the last couple of months if you have been on sort of witchcraft short form content, which I'm really not, but this one even crossed my feed. Wait, where am I? What? Wait. Oh, I'm your birthday twin, I think. Who? Me or somebody else? I'm excited. Sorry, birthday twins. I feel kind of hyper, to be honest. Let's have a look, see. This one. So, are you aware of people offering curses and love spells on Etsy? Your thoughts? Yes. And I think there's a very polarizing discussion happening right now on this topic that I think really needs to be discussed. And I was contemplating making a full video on it, and then I realized it's probably not full video worthy, but there was a lot of uprisings, not the word I'm after, uproar is the word I'm after, about 2 months ago, of people saying that witches are now banned on Etsy. And I was like, hang on a minute, I have a witchcraft store on Etsy. What do you mean witchcraft is now banned on Etsy? How did I not know this? And it turns out that's actually not what it meant. But there's been a lot of discussion recently about whether such things should be allowed. Should people be allowed to sell spellwork on Etsy or on any platform? Because it's completely unregulated. Like, how can you determine whether somebody is a scam? And to some people, it would be a scam anyway because they don't believe in witchcraft. And it's created a very big conversation about what should be available for purchase and what shouldn't, and the kind of restrictions that need to be in place for that. And it is something that I think has not really been thought of before. And a lot of people might expect me to say, oh, they shouldn't be selling curses and love spells anywhere because they're really bad. But if you've been here for a while, you'll know that I'm very nuanced on the topic. I do think there's a lot of variation when it comes to these things. And there's also a lot of different traditions, religious beliefs, spiritual beliefs, paths out there that do view these topics differently than, say, Wiccan witchcraft does. And so I think it's very important that we don't immediately dismiss everything that is, say, something that we wouldn't personally carry out. But the conversation in terms of whether it should be allowed or not is a really tricky one, because when we think about it, witchcraft has been sold and purchased for thousands of years. It might not have been called witchcraft by everybody that was doing it or buying it, but it has been carried out in this way for millennia. We see cursing tablets being purchased in ancient Rome. We see pellers and wise folk selling and bartering and trading their spells for physical items as well as money in the early modern period. And so I think it's very difficult that, how would I describe it? I think it's very difficult for us to say that no, this now shouldn't be permitted because it is something that practitioners have been doing for thousands of years. But equally, I can totally see that there's a massive problem with spellcasters that are actively stealing from people and potentially abusing people's vulnerabilities. And so it's a very, very difficult line to walk. I would love to know, though, your thoughts in the chat and in the comments. Like, is this something that you are okay with being sold to people who maybe don't have the ability or time to do it themselves? Or do you think that there should be a lot more restrictions? Because from what I can tell, Etsy has made it so that you can't sell spells themselves on Etsy because it is too unregulated, which understandably so. I can understand that their thought process there, but I would like to know sort of the community opinion there, because there's going to be so many legitimate practitioners that get caught up in all of this, just as there will be so many scam practitioners that get caught up in all of this. I can see both of them. Right, let's have a look. See, where am I? I'm somewhere over here. I don't know where I am. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one. Can you make a hearth at a place where there isn't one? I was thinking where my TV is because it feels like a central point to me, and I'm going to place an electric fireplace next to it. Oh, totally. The hearth was just the central hub of the home. It was the place where everybody would gather. It was a place where you would find warmth and you would have shelter and you would have food. And as time progressed, you would bathe in front of the fire in the tin baths, and fairy stories and ghost stories would be told in front of it. And it became one of those places where, as family and as community started drifting away, it was less central. Communities no longer gathered by communal fires or in communal buildings. The sense of hearth then became fireplace. It became a location that solely had a singular purpose. And now when you say hearth, people will think, oh, fireplace. They don't necessarily think central area of the home. So the way that I would probably best describe a hearth when it comes to witchcraft is it's that place that makes your home feel like home. And that could be an entire room. It could be something that you always have to have in that space. So for some people, that might be a fireplace. For other people, it might be a piece of furniture that's really important. For other people, it might be a room. So it could just be the living room, or it could be the front room, or the reception, however you want to describe it. That would be where your hearth would be. Even if you don't actually have a fireplace, that is the central component. So when people like myself would refer to themselves as being a hearth witch, it is sort of twofold in nature. You do have that fire aspect where you're primarily working with the fire energy. You might be working with a hearth goddess like Hestia, like Bridget, but equally, you are working your magic for the people in your life, for your home, and often within your home environment as well. It is utilizing the energy of a home and a hearth and the feeling that that brings more than, say, a physical thing. So you get people who will use those fireplace videos. I know that Netflix has one. They put it up at like Christmas time, but you can find them on YouTube and stuff, those hearth videos where it's like just a fire crackling. I know that many people use things like that because they aren't able to have a fire because they live in perhaps rented accommodation or studio apartments or student accommodation. And even if you have a fire, there's no guarantee that you can consistently use it. I mean, if it's the middle of summer and it's 35 degrees, the last thing you want to do is stick a fire on. It's just not what you want. So instead, it's more about finding a location that is central to you. It is somewhere that is of great value. So for me, whilst I have like a faux fire in my living room, the main thing that makes my living room have a hearth in it is my big apothecary cabinet. Without that, my hearth doesn't feel the same. And so that has become the central component of my workings. It's very much about finding a place that feels right for you and your workings. Right. Oh, so many different, just going back to the last question, we've got so many different opinions here. let's have a look. See, I don't think the majority of people doing them are even capable of them. So many inexperienced practitioners are just jumping in with no skill or talent, who are just trying to make quick money. Yeah, definitely something that can happen, especially now that we're seeing a lot of people struggling with finding work. We're seeing people turning to doing readings and doing spell work for people when maybe they aren't experienced enough to it. And there are many legit, serious, helpful practitioners, and they shouldn't be shamed. Yeah. I mean, I think ultimately this is going to be the problem with everything that's happening here, is attempting to place restrictions on what essentially falls under religious practice becomes very, very difficult, because you cannot even necessarily say that in order for it to be legit, it has to be done in a certain way, because two different people from two different places will have different ways of doing things. And it becomes very difficult. How do you determine skill level? Because somebody that's been practicing for 40 years but has never performed this specific type of spell might have a harder time doing it than somebody who has practiced this type of spell dozens upon dozens of times but has only been practicing for 2 or 3 years. It becomes very difficult to figure out and to discern trust and value. And so ultimately, I think they've decided that they're just going to do like a carpet ban on everything. They're just going to stop everybody, which in itself, I think, is punishment for people. I mean, Stoney said the solution to unilaterally, wow, that word stumped me then. Unilaterally ban things rarely ever works. It is the easiest choice, which I think is pretty much what's happened. It's very much a case of out of sight, out of mind. If they're not bothering us anymore, it's not a problem. So it's a very, very difficult one, definitely. Right, let's have a look-see. This one is about fairy lore, which we were talking about. I picked this up to have a drink and I never did. Sorry, Mug, you're going there again. Fairy lore. So this is something, I read this beforehand, and I can't say that I have heard of this. So I would love to know if you guys have heard of this too. I've heard a number of times that fairy lore says that fairies kidnapped humans to use their souls as tithes to the owner of the lands of the Sidhe. Have you heard this? Now, I'm not saying that it's not out there, because I've not read every fairy book out there. I've never heard this though, because I've never heard this one. And this one threw me a little bit, because it's very much something that I'm not, I've seen a lot of people discussing fae kidnappings and people disappearing into Elfame and all of this stuff. We spoke about it fairly in depth earlier, because I have a tendency to go down a rabbit hole. But a lot of the time, that is because the human has committed some faux pas and that they didn't realise they were doing it. So the rule is, do not sleep under a hawthorn bush on Beltane Eve, because the hawthorn is sacred to the fair folk. Hawthorn and blackthorn are very sacred to the fairy folk. And so it's something that you don't do. You do not damage hawthorn or blackthorn. You do not cut it down. You farm around it. You build roads around it. You don't cut it. You also don't sleep under it. And so it's one of those where that faux pas then has caused that individual to then be taken as punishment. Same as eating fairy food. There is this thing of, is it that you've taken something that wasn't yours in the first place? You don't take anything from Elfame. Is it that they were purposely trying to trick you? Because a lot of the fair folk, especially the courted fair folk, are described as being very tricky. They enjoy games. It's fun. And so a lot of the stories and a lot of the sort of lore that I've read myself is that it is done because of faux pas and it is done for entertainment, not so much for the idea of like a tithe. And so in that as well is also the idea that there is something other than the fair folk that owns the land, which I've also never heard, but Joe here has just said that it's a regional thing where the devil is the landlord of the fae, which is something that I've never heard in England. It could still be a regional thing even here in England. I've never heard that here. And so I'm wondering if, because it does tend to happen, if this might be a little bit of a, can I say the word? Yeah, a little bit. I don't know if I can say that word without YouTube demonetizing me, because it's finicky like that. A bit of a twisting of pre-Christian beliefs. Because obviously, when we're talking about the fairy faith, we are talking about something that has existed in varying consistency for hundreds of years prior to the Industrial Revolution, and even decades after, sometimes even a century after the Industrial Revolution, we are still seeing echoes of the fairy faith running through. We wouldn't, though, have seen the devil necessarily be perceived as being connected to the fairy belief, because it doesn't it doesn't mesh together necessarily, especially when we're talking potentially at pre-Christian belief systems. The devil wouldn't have been there. Now, obviously, we do have devil-type figures in folklore, like Kaunos, like the horned god, like Herne, these figures. But I'm wondering if perhaps there is a level of twisting of earlier traditions, not by modern day people, but by Christians who were attempting to override the traditions that came before. It's a lot easier to step away from your fairy faith if you are being told that actually those fair folk that you honor and give gifts to are actually secretly working with somebody who's evil, and therefore you should cut ties with them, than it is to say that I just don't want you to be doing that anymore. I'm wondering if there's a level of that going on. I'm going to have to look into this, though, a lot more, because I don't know. I don't know of it personally. But obviously there are certain regions that have much, much deeper fairy lore than others. So when you go super duper south in Cornwall, you're getting very intensive fairy lore that very heavily lines up with what we see in Wales. Whereas if you were to go way, way north onto the borders of Scotland into Northumberland, you're looking at different fairy lore. So I'm going to have to look into this, because that is fascinating to me. I need to know more. I need to know where it comes from, because the very generic, sort of generalized belief systems that were followed by the majority of those who followed the fairy faith are typically very similar in nature. Right. Oh, thank you so much, Curse. I really appreciate it. Let's have a look. See, I would like a tour of your apothecary cabinet. Oh, you wouldn't. It is so messy. It's really, really bad. It is the cabinet where magical tools go to disappear. Poof. Gone. It's where just everything just gets shoved. Maybe one day I'll need to pull everything out and really organize it again, because I'm sure I have a dozen ends of candles just rammed in there that I really need to deal with. I need to be disposing of them, where I've been I'll use that in something else. And then it just ends up in the cabinet of doom and it never gets touched. So I need to go through it. I also have dozens of incenses in there that I really need to be, burning. Because now Cleo's a little bit older. She's not really as phased by things anymore. So I feel with some windows open, I might be able to burn just a smidge of incense every so often. Maybe when she's not here, I'll burn just a smidgen of incense, because I've not burned any incense in a very, very long time. Right. Oh, Cleo had a lovely first birthday. At least I'm hoping that she did. She got a little pup cake. I think it might have actually been called a paw-fin, like a muffin, but paws. And she had a party hat, and she hated the party hat. And I managed to keep it on her for the duration of a single good photograph, and then she attempted to eat it. So, that was gone in an instant. Yeah, we had a really, really lovely day, and I can't believe my baby is 1. Surely it can't have gone that fast. I remember her being tiny, and now my baby's all grown up. I can't believe it. But yeah, I can do a video of me organizing it if that's something that I will be really honest though and say it's just going to be me sitting on the floor, pulling an assortment of miscellaneous magical stuff out of this cabinet. So if that is for you, then I will do that. Cleo is a dog. She's my little baby. She's in some of the videos, like not very many of them though, mostly because she won't sit still. Like genuinely, she is hyper all of the time. So yeah, not good for filming. Right. Cabinet clean out vid. Yeah, that's basically what it's gonna be. Right, let's have a look, see where am I? I am somewhere over here. Where am I? Oh, okay. This one's interesting. So, I do think that other items are becoming more popular as time goes on. Sorry, I didn't even tell you what the question was. I'm getting ahead of myself. The question was, I'm not sure if my question went through. It did, don't worry. What's an item you like to use for magic that is not often seen as or used for magic? So, in terms of like actual items, like practical tools that I don't think get seen as much as they really should. Honestly, kind of the things that people were using originally. And that might sound really, really strange, but when I was starting my journey, there were very set items that it was recommended that you would work with. You would work with a chalice for the water element. You would work with a cauldron for the water element, the fire element, really a collection of all of them, to be honest, because it's that kind of transformative quality. You would work with an athame for the fire element, some people the air element, but I never really understood that. And you would work with a pentacle for the earth element. I actually have one. Hold on. Right, stay right there. I'll go grab it. Here it is. And this is very, very rusty though. It's like this is a silver pentacle. I need to polish this. These items with a besom and a scourge and all of these things were just innate things that if you were practicing witchcraft, you would own these things. And then when witchcraft sort of moved more away, like in like the late 2000s, the 2010s, we started to see a lot of these like earlier magical tools that they just weren't being worked with anymore. And it's not that people don't work with them anymore. It's just that I've noticed that more and more when we're looking at, say, modern practitioners, younger generation modern practitioners, most of what they would be working with are things like spell jars, really, really prevalent on social media everywhere. And it's fine. There's nothing wrong with using spell jars. I'm not saying that there's anything bad with it. But some of the things that I still use in my practice are things that I used back then that you just don't see people talking about as much. I think that's the main thing. It's not that people aren't using them anymore. It's that people, I don't think, talk about them the same. Like pentacles in ritual use, not just as protective jewelry, but as an active ritual tool, I don't see being spoken about, and yet so powerful and so practical. Scourges definitely don't get spoken of very much, and I don't think they get used very much anymore because they are sort of it's a harsher practice. It's got a bit of a bad reputation associated with it. But the athames, you see far fewer modern practitioners. Like, by modern practitioners, I feel like I'm using the term wrong. I'm meaning like people that have joined the craft more recently. You don't really see them using athames as much as they used to. The same with wands. Wands, when I started out, and I'm not even like that deep into this, do you know what I mean? Like there have been people practicing 3-4 times longer than I have that still practice today. Even when I started practicing in like the mid 2000s, you would get an athame, not an athame, a wand, and it would be from the crook of your elbow to the tip of your middle finger. That's how you would measure a wand. Actually, hold that thought. Stay right there. Oh. You would get a ritual athame. I keep saying athame now, a ritual wand, like this one, which is much bigger than sort of a more folk magic based wand. And you would be measuring it from the crook of your elbow to the tip of your finger, so that everything was measured, right? Everything was the same. And I feel as though there's a lot of that isn't being spoken about so much. And while I do think that there is a level of overconsumption with some of these things, I feel as though a lot of people felt that Wicca was very inaccessible because of the requirement for so many different magical tools. I do feel as though those tools as a whole are still incredibly practical if you decide that you want to use it for yourself, if that makes sense. So I don't necessarily want these things to go back to being you're not a real practitioner if you don't have, because that's what it was like for a lot of people. I mean, I built up a lot of this stuff over years and years and years. I was makeshifting it for most of my time. I think, though, that there's aspects of it that could still be applied very, very effectively to people's practice today that just doesn't get spoken of the same. And I think there's other things as well that I feel are useful in other aspects. So I know that like tarot and oracle cards are very, very commonplace because they're very, very visual. But some divination tools that I think sort of fall by the wayside, you'll see me talking about it a lot because I absolutely love it. Scrying, black mirrors, obsidian mirrors, absolutely fantastic for it. Dowsing rods. I don't see people using dowsing rods the same anymore. You used to see people using these all of the time. And I feel as though they are a very, very useful magical tool that just doesn't get focused in on very much anymore. And I feel as though they should, because they're interesting, they're unusual, they're multi-purpose. You can use these as wands as well if you wanted to, because it's solid copper. You can use it as a fantastic energy director, like really, really useful. And you don't see them being used. So it's for me, it's not so much like this like far-flung, like unusual magical tool. It's just that I love the old bits and bobs that I used to work with all of the time that have they've fallen out of trend. Maybe that's what I'm getting at. All of this nonsense that I just spewed was me attempting to say that I feel as though some of the items that have fallen out of trend within the witchcraft community are items that I will still use to great success. And I feel as though some of them would be really beneficial to people, even if they never worked with them in, say, a Wiccan concept. They can still be incredibly useful today for different things. In terms of items, though, that you wouldn't necessarily be seeing in witchcraft, that one is a more interesting one, because a lot of the time, almost the polar opposite of what I just said, the things that people expect you to use least are the things that are just totally not witchy in any way, shape or form. I often find that there's sort of two camps of people. There are the people who would never touch a ritual tool like a formalized wand, like this size of a wand, in their magical practice. They just wouldn't touch it. It's just nothing to do with them. They just don't want anything to do with it. But for non-practitioners, when people use items that are totally mundane, it kind of shocks people. Like, oh, I'm going to do some divination. What are you using? Shells. They're like, what? I'm like, shells. I have decided that this shell means this, and this shell means this. And therefore, if this shell comes up, and this shell doesn't come up, then that means this over this. And they look at you like, are you okay? So sometimes I find that the little things, pebbles, stones that you find can be as effective in magical practice as gemstones. You don't need the super expensive gemstones to have success in terms of stone magic. You can do a lot with what you can just find. Sigils on the beach. Sigils in day-to-day life. Eyeliner. My eyeliner is consistently used to draw sigils all of the time. Water. Water can be used for so many things. And sometimes I feel as though there's almost like two camps. You have the camp in the witchcraft community that's like, I only use obscure, weird things that I find in the woods. And then you have this other camp of the witchcraft community that's like, I only use finely curated witchcraft tools. And then there's just some people in the middle that are just like, I'll just use whatever I find. Let's have a look-see. Right now, everything is being put in jars, but I don't want to bury jars everywhere. It's bad for the environment or have them cluttering things up. Yes, that is the other thing that I have noticed. And this is what I mean when I say, like, jars are everywhere. And it's no shame on anybody that uses jars in witchcraft. I've used jars in magic. I still do. They're really, really useful. But one thing I have noticed is at the minute, the easiest way to show a working on social media is to have physical things. And the easiest way to do something that is accessible to everybody, so everybody who can't use fire because they're in rented accommodation, they're in student accommodation, they have asthma, this, that, and the other, the easiest way of creating something that is affordable, accessible, is to put it in a jar. And so a lot of people's practice today is entirely jars. And my question is not, it isn't why, because I totally understand why. Jars can be so useful. It's where do you put them all? like you, where do you put them? Do you bury them all? Do you have just like hundreds of jars sitting on a shelf? Is your basement full of jars? I'm always so curious as to what people do with them all if all of their workings are jars. No judgment, genuine curiosity, because wherever you put jars, I need to know, because I don't have space. I don't have space, and I would love to know the creative places where people put their jars for their jar spells, because I have a few places where I put them. But after like a couple of jars, you're very quickly running out of room. So yeah, never open one of my jars if it contains liquid. That would be a very, very bad idea. Let's have a look, see. And what was the other one here? Oh yeah, most of my powerful items are random rocks from nature. My gemstone collection has nothing on them. Exactly that. There are certain things in my collection, notably hagstones. So when visiting the Isle of Wight, because I've family there, you go to the beaches and there's loads of hagstones. And so every so often I would pick up a little hagstone. And I find these hagstones to be in use more often in my magical practice than most of the proper, like, semi-precious stones I have in my collection. Like, I often find that quartz and pebbles and hagstones are far useful to me than really, really expensive, like Herkimer diamonds or rough emerald or anything like this. I find that the best stones for me to work with are the ones that I don't need to worry about if I lose, because it's me and I actually would lose my head if it wasn't attached to my body, and the things that I can very easily replace if I break it, if I drop it, because again, it's me and I probably will break it, or things that I can then upgrade at a later point. So if, say, I really, really want to be working with quartz, it's much easier for me to find rough rock quartz than it is for me to buy really, really intricate, expensive, raw garnet. It's just easier for me. And so I always find that my most used crystals are the ones that are either the most affordable, heat-treated amethyst being one of them. I will use it a lot in almost everything. And citrine. No, not citrine. Quartz. I just said citrine. Am I okay? And quartz, I will use it a lot. And pebbles and hagstones and these like really, really basic things. Oh, yes, this. Sorry. I need to calm down. I'm getting too excited about this. Chalk and small chalk slates are so great, and melt taper candles into wax melts and carve and melt sigils. My favourite thing when it comes to temporary sigil work, sure, burning sigils is great and all. If you can create something that will wash away, you are in the money when it comes to doing spell work and rituals. The beach, You take a piece of driftwood, you use it as a temporary wand. So you can just create it. You don't need to do anything to it because you're utilizing the energy of the space it's been found in for the work that you're doing. So piece of driftwood, temporary wand. You then carve your sigils in the sand just ahead of the tide. And then your sigils are being powered and washed away and manifested by the ocean in real time. Chalk. I'm going to call it sidewalk chalk, but that sounds so awful inside my brain. But given that the majority of my audience is American, I think that is going to make the most sense. But like, you know, the big chunky like kids chalk that you use to draw on the pavement, which is what we call the sidewalk. That chalk, before it rains, sigils on your, like, if you have like flagstones, if you have like pavement, if you have a drive, if you have stones, what am I trying to say? Like, bigger than pebbles. You use them to like mark the edge of paths. Sigils allow the rain to wash them away. If you want something even more potent, choose a specific phase of the moon. So if you're wanting something that is for cleansing and you want to cleanse away unwanted things, then you would be doing this on a new moon before it rains. If you want to manifest something, the waxing moon or the full moon before it rains, allow it to charge it by destroying the sigils. It then connects with the water element energy as well as its association with the moon, and then you're further amplifying those qualities. It's just simple things like that that I feel are so easily missed because either it seems way, way, way too simple, or it's just something that it doesn't seem witchy enough, I think, is a lot of the thing. Whereas like, so much of it can be done with just things that you have. Like, as much as I love using these, and I think if you've never worked with traditional ritual tools, if you've never had a wand, it doesn't need to be like this. It could just be a stick that you found, right? Just a stick that you found. It could be a pentacle that you've drawn. It doesn't have to be something like this. If you can work with them at least once, just see how it feels. And if you only work with stuff like this, do the opposite. Just gently place all of your ritual tools on a black cloth somewhere. Velvet if you fancy. I always like using velvet, it's my favourite. Use just some pavement chalk and some pebbles and some seawater and some plants and just see what happens. I think there's something definitely to be said about not getting too stuck in the rut of what we're used to doing, because then we never find anything interesting. We never ever discover something that could be better. Right. I was just trying to use a touchpad then, as though this PC has a touchpad. Thank you so, so much to Chillest Guy, as well as to A Life of Witchery. Thank you so much. And don't worry, I haven't forgotten Sabrina. Thank you so, so much. And oh my goodness, Brazil, that's incredible. So far away, and yet you're here with this little community. Like, so cute. I'm always amazed. I'm consistently amazed that people from all over the world will come and watch these streams. Like, actually. Let's have a look-see. I'm somewhere. Oh, okay, I did that one. Oh, okay, this one's interesting. So what are your thoughts on shamanism, and do you think they have similar practices like in witchcraft, or do you consider them different? Ooh, okay, so shamanism is sort of, how would I best describe shamanism in relation to witchcraft? Venn diagrams. I know that last month we had this thing where we were talking about sliding Venn diagrams. It's kind of like that, where shamanism is a tradition, but it's a tradition that fits inside larger traditions. And some traditions will have more influence in shamanism than others. And so it's very much something that, depending on your tradition, your culture, your background, where you live, it's going to change how shamanism has an influence over your practice. Some people will have a massive focus on that shamanistic perspective, as well as on sort of the trance work and the journeying, whereas other people won't include any of that in their practice. So it's very much a sliding Venn diagram. Different people are going to find that it overlaps to different degrees. And I think that's one of the reasons that witchcraft is such a fascinating topic, because I could ask, I'm not sure how many people are here. I have my screen so crammed together I can't see. I reckon that if I were to ask every single person here what their practice is, they would describe it to me in a totally different way. And so it is just one of those where everybody is so unique that I don't think I could say that it is, say, the same, different as 60% of, 40% of. But a lot of the roots of these traditions often comes back to the same principles. So a lot of the time you will find, a lot of people in the chat are saying this as well, a lot of the time you will find most traditions, even if they have loads of extras added onto them, even if they're in different parts of the world and they are followed by different people of different cultures, it largely comes down to the idea that the natural world is sacred and that we are only one part of a larger living system that is around us. This like animistic seed, this core that is at the heart of so many different traditions. And so I think that ultimately the root of everything sort of comes back to this ideal that, unlike some traditions out there, that everything holds value, everything holds spirit, everything has right, and we are simply one cog in a much, much larger wheel. And then different places around the world have formed different traditions with different names, with different descriptions, and fleshed out that belief into individual styles and traditions and practices. And so there's very much crossover. And especially if you live in areas that have very close ties to the land, where native people are very closely connected to the earth, you are going to see that practices are perhaps a little bit more rooted in that than they are what we see as modern witchcraft, which is a little bit further removed. And sadly, a lot of the time, this modern Western version of witchcraft has sort of erased everything else. And so in a way, we're also seeing it coming more into modern witchcraft as people are starting to reclaim things that have previously been lost. Right, I'm somewhere over here. Let's have a look, see. Oh, this is a big question. And honestly, I don't think I can say that I have one. But the question is, what is your favourite witchcraft book? Okay. I can run through some witchcraft books that have massively altered my practice, and so therefore of great significance. But whether I can say that any of them are like my favourite book, I don't know. So you are right, one of them is a Gemigari something, one of them is. So the first one would be A Deed Without a Name by Lee Morgan. Now, that one was a guarantee, because that was the book where, when I read it, immediately I started connecting the dots with things that I'd previously experienced and things that I'd never really thought of before. And it was less a book that taught me a lot and more a book that made me realize a lot, if that makes sense. And I'm sure that there are many people out there who have a book like that, where it's not necessarily the content of the book itself, it's more what the book signified at that time in their practice. A Deed Without a Name by Lee Morgan is phenomenal anyway. I'll see if I can find it. I will see if I can grab it, because the other one I'm thinking of is here. Here is A Deed Without a Name. So this one was massive for me, even though it's a tiny, tiny book, because it's unearthing the legacy of traditional witchcraft. And I read this without really realising how significant that it would be for me. And it's mostly because the majority of the book is actually other people's experiences. So I'm on like my 4th read through here with this thing. But throughout, so you've got like Drenching the Ghosts. And here it says, this is from A Modern Witch. During my childhood, there were several occasions where death seemed to follow my thoughts. These thoughts I would rock to, sinking into trance even as a 5-year-old, with very deliberate and healthy and deathly intentions, casting ill wishes to those who had vexed me. Filled with secrecy, I convinced myself over time that these happenings were far from maleficium, and that instead I was just feeling what was fated to happen, being filled with a seeing of what was to come. And as you go through, there are anonymous posts and comments from practitioners, and it's so fascinating because so much of what is in this is stuff that you wouldn't see on a YouTube video, on a TikTok, on a blog post, because a lot of the time these are people who perhaps would never have questioned their experiences until somebody prompted them, because they're things that maybe they just didn't realize was different. Maybe they were children, maybe it was something that they thought other people did, maybe it was an astral experience that changed them, and they weren't going to necessarily share it until this book came about. And those are the qualities that I think massively made this a fantastic book for me. Now, another one that I actually have here, I grabbed it because I had a feeling I'd be mentioning it, is Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways by Gemma Gary. I loved it so much I bought it 3 times. I'm not actually joking, I do have 3 different copies of this. This one for me was a real spark. There have been other books, many, many, many other books on traditional witchcraft over the years, and I love all of them in their own unique ways. But this is the one where I was reading it and I was learning about the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic in Boscastle, which is already fascinating. And inside, if I can find some, there are illustrations and pictures. I literally just, here we go. Illustrations and pictures. This is the Witch's Cottage from inside the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic. And I all of a sudden realised that what I was seeking the most, and I was under the impression was just gone forever, actually wasn't gone forever. And so I think this one has got to be one of my favourites for that. So Gemma Gary's A Cornish Book of Ways covers traditional witchcraft and the reclamation of pre-existing folk tradition in Cornwall applied into the modern day. And this was really the information that I had been seeking since I was a wee little lass, when I ended up, in the end, sitting in Wicca for a really, really long time, because I didn't think that there was any other option. It was always, well, this is the continuation of a lineage that's gone thousands of years, and this is witchcraft today. And it wasn't until I started looking into other books and finding other resources that I realised that there was more. And Gemma Gary's books really sparked that, and then led me to Troy Books, which then led me to like dozens of other authors. I mean, even here, there's like a bibliography in here from Cornish Feasts and Folklore, Cornish Superstitions, Customs and Superstitions of East Cornwall, Devon Witchcraft and Folkways, Fairy Faith of Cornwall, Folklore and Witchcraft of Devon and Cornwall. So many books that I could then dive into, and that really changed my practice. What are some other ones? An Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs by Scott Cunningham. Phenomenal. Was the first book that really taught me the fundamentals of using plants within witchcraft, and I've still stuck with that book to this day. It is still my favourite book on the topic. Every other book that I pick up has to compete with it, and I have yet to find a book that personally I like more. What other ones do we have? Oh, for astral work, Witchcraft by... No, what is it called? Witchcraft Theory and Practice by DeAngelis. That book really taught me so much about astral work, spirit flight, the inner workings of witchcraft that wasn't just ritual. It wasn't just the you do this, then you do this, then you do this, you wave this around, you say these words. The fundamentals of traveling, astral traveling, was from that book. And so Witchcraft Theory and Practice by DeAngelis is still one of my favourite books, even though I haven't read it in a very long time, and I need to reread it again, really, before I can consistently say that I would recommend it today, because obviously the book is... When did that book come out? Let's have a look. I misspelt the word theory. Right, Witchcraft Theory and Practice. When did it come out? Will it tell me? No, it won't. Oh, 1999? No. Meh? 2000. There we go, 2000. Completely changed the game for me. Massively. Like, it taught me things in books that I didn't realise a book could teach you, because every book that I had been reading had been Wiccan. Now, the other book it's heavy, so una momento, por favor. This one is another one. So this is my very, very well-loved copy. I need to restock this in the store again, but the reason I don't stock it very often is because look at the size of this thing. Like, that is a hefty book. This is the Elementum Encyclopedia of 5,000 spells. And I need to treat this better. It's battered, it's battered. I need to look after this. But in here are, you guessed it, 5,000 spells. But what interested me the most about this, and what I really found to connect the dots with when I was picking up books like Traditional Witchcraft by Gemma Gary and A Deed Without a Name by Lee Morgan, was this book contains historic spells. And so I would read it and I'd be like, oh my goodness, I so wish that I could do those spells today, because some of them looked really, really interesting. But the problem is that a lot of them come with really big warnings. So I need to find a spot that I can put this where I'm not going to break something. Right, let's put it here. So if I flick through this, what do we have here? Some of them have like big like warnings next to them being like, don't do this. And so I was very much under the impression that these like historical spells were things that you just shouldn't touch. Like, just don't go near them. So curse removal powder, anti-sorcery head wash, dragon's blood bath. What do we have here? I made a little marker here. Dragon's blood hexbreaker was apparently one that I liked. Oh, yes, burn dragon's blood resin or powder near an open window for 7 consecutive nights at midnight to remove a hex. A lot of the ones that fascinated me the most, though... Ooh, I'm knocking my dowsing rods off, don't mind me. They were like, don't do this. Don't do this. And so I was very much under the impression that these were things I could just hold on to preciously and cling to, but I couldn't practice. And then when I got the other books, I realised that actually they can be adapted into modern day. What we shouldn't be doing is applying them with the same dangerous plants in the same way as they were done, because, you know, some of these workings involve burning mistletoe inside. Please don't ever burn mistletoe inside. Just don't burn it is honestly my best advice in that regard. And so if you ever just curious and you want inspiration, this is fascinating, because what do I have? I'll just pull one open. Nightmare spell, peony root beads. There's an entire chapter just on nightmares, like protection from and creation of. Spirit summoning. Spirit summoning dandelion filter. Spirit summoning potted plants. Spirit summoning divine conversation. Snakeskin dream enchantment. Remember your dream potions. Love oracle with boneset. Love oracles with acorns, with apples, with apple peel, barking dogs. Like, just so much in there. If you're ever interested, it's worth picking up a copy. Just be mindful of the size. It bends my bookshelf. So just be warned in regards to that. Right, let's have a look, see. What have we got here? Oh my goodness, thank you so much from the fast. Thank you for the Creating Magical Entities recommendation. Bloody brilliant. Oh, I'm so glad you liked it. That is by far my favourite book on servitors. Phenomenal book. If anybody is interested in servitors, check it out because it is genuinely so good. It is this one. Hang on, I'll go to my 5th pile of books. It's this one, Creating Magical Entities by David Michael Cunningham. This one. It is so good and it covers so much: feeding times, housing, choosing a name, goals and results, important precautions, attuning your energy, definition of an entity. What else have we got here? Preparation guide, contacting, giving life, proclaiming and programming intent, lifespan. So much good stuff in there. This one. Fantastic book. Love it. I've read a lot of servitor books and that one is definitely my favourite. Right. I'm gonna sneeze again. Oh no. Okay. Just double checking that I'm not missing anything here. Oh yeah, if there are any questions though, if you could stick them in the question tab, that would be fantastic because otherwise they tend to get a little bit lost in the chat. Oh, could you repeat the book that you said was your favourite on using plants in witchcraft? Yeah, it's Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs. Do I have it? I might have ended up with more books. And so now I literally just have piles of books on the floor. It should be here somewhere. But I can't see it. But yes, Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs. It is green. Green with, it says Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs at the top, and then there should be a square image on the front. I think it's of a woman gardening. Let me just check. Oh, magical herbs. Yes. Hey, my memory doesn't fail me this time. Yeah, it's like of a woman, she's performing a ritual and she's like, it's a really pretty cover. Yeah, phenomenal. Obviously, it's important to bear in mind that it is a book that perhaps isn't entirely up to date with its information because it was released. I actually don't know. I should know this. When was Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs released? It was released in 2000. Oh, that makes sense then. I bought most of my initial books all at the same time. But all of my early books are like published at the same time. I really should have branched out. I should have gone earlier, really, at the start. That would have been useful. But yeah, those are some of my favourites. There's a lot though out there. Like, there's so many good books. And I'm in the process of doing those videos on traditional witchcraft. So if you haven't seen them and you're interested in more books like Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways, like A Deed Without a Name, I'm still editing part 3 of that series. But there's loads in there if you want to dive into that sort of category. I love how you became my librarian by this point, reading your recommendation, and for now it's been instructive and fun, and I'm not a reader by nature. Oh, I am so glad. So glad. And I appreciate anybody who enjoys the recommendations. I do worry that I'm going to recommend something and people are going to be like, this book is awful. But obviously, like, it's obviously a very personal thing. But yeah, I can only say that I really enjoyed them. Right. let's have a look-see. Where am I? Oh, please can you recommend a good herb book? Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs is my favourite. I don't know where I've put it though. I've obviously put it somewhere that I would deem useful. The problem when I do that is I then can never find it ever again for as long as I live. So that book might have disappeared into the ether. I'm sure it'll pop up again when I need it to. It will appear again. Let's have a look-see. Okay, I don't think I've done this one. Have you ever tried to stop a working by reabsorbing the energy you put out or sending out the energy you pulled in? I'm talking specifically about workings that were made using energy or a candle. Oh yes, yeah. There'll be times where I'll be, maybe not now, but like when I was doing a lot more workings on like a regular basis for loads of different things, where you would do a working and you'd get halfway through and you'd be like, you know what, I actually don't think that this is right. Not necessarily like, oh, I'm doing the wrong thing, but more like, you know what, I actually think I'm doing this wrong and I'm not going to get the result that I want from this. And then you just sort of like, and pull it back and pull it back. Because especially if you're raising energy and you're maintaining it in that space to then send it all out in one go, it's a lot easier to do. Because you just stop sending the energy out, but you haven't disconnected your energy yet. So you literally then just like pull it back in again and you can just reabsorb that energy again. So the course of... What just happened? Whoa! Sorry, did that just disappear for anybody else? That's kind of scary. My entire stream just went down. I'm hoping that hasn't gone down. But my counter, oh, that was so scary. My counter is now saying that my stream just restarted. So it's now saying that I've been streaming for 35 minutes. 35 seconds, sorry. Oh, God, that was uncomfortable. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. Deep breaths. We can do this, you're writers. Deep breaths. What was I saying? Oh, yes. If you're the kind of person where you're sending energy out gradually over a long period of time, you are going to have a harder job to rein it back in again, because once the energy gets like to a point, it's really difficult to be pulling it in before it starts to influence things. But if you are the kind where you are raising the energy and then you're going to send it all out in one go, you can just pull the energy back in again. And even if you don't want to pull it back in again, you can just ground the energy again. If you don't know what else to do with it, you can just ground it. This also applies for energy that is aimed at you as well. So if you know that there's some strange energy going on and you're like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. You can take the energy and you can just ground it. So by that I mean you are not taking that energy into yourself to then ground it. You are instead working the energy away from you and then grounding it. So it doesn't actually come in contact with you at all. You are just grounding it from a distance. It's what you would do if, say, your protection needed a refresh. So say you have a witch's bottle, for instance, and you want to keep using that witch's bottle. Obviously, most commonly you would just bury it and you would just destroy it and whatnot. But what you can do is you can take the energy out. Obviously, I would recommend, though, you need to be fairly proficient at any energy manipulation to do this. You take the energy out and then you dispose of the energy, and then you can just keep using the bottle because it was trapping the energy. So once you take the energy out, there's now more room for it to have more. So you can just apply the same principle to different things. Sorry. I just read a comment. I picked up that Gemma Gary book today at Courtyard Books in Glastonbury today. Flew into the UK from USA on Monday. I'm so jealous. Is it nice? Did you have good weather? Sorry, I got 2 of my copies of Gemma Gary's Traditional Witchcraft from Courtyard Books, so I have a very soft spot for it. And yeah, oh, I'm so envious. I miss going to Courtyard Books so badly. I've not been to Glastonbury since before I had Cleo. Since maybe like a year before I had Cleo. And I miss it a lot. I need to go again at some point because I just miss going down. I miss getting to walk down the high street and just getting to experience all of the magic of it. And like that walk down the street as you get closer and closer to Courtyard Books is just so magical. Right. Oh, let's have a look, see? I don't understand how energy works. I suppose the question there is which aspect of it? Is it like as a whole, or is it just in regards to what we were just discussing? Right, let's have a look. See, so I'm sitting on a blanket and I've managed to make it all uncomfortable. There we go. I'm sure I'm missing some at the top. Okay. I will go for this one though, because I know that I haven't done this one yet. Are there any techniques, experiments, folklore, etc. that you're learning about or experimenting in? Also curious about about what the people in the chat are learning about their practice. So let us all know what you're currently learning. So for me, a couple of things. I have, where is it? I put it here somewhere. Which one is it? This one. I said to you probably a month ago now, that I was going to do a video on Gerald Gardner and Cecil Williamson. And I am still planning on doing that video, but I went down a rabbit hole, because of course I did, and then I started scripting 3 videos about Gerald Gardner and Cecil Williamson, and then I picked up several books on the topic. Oops. And I found this one, and I thought that you might be very, very interested in this if you are also fascinated by the topic. This is The Witch's House, Cecil Williamson and His Museums by Rupert White. Close to the crashing waves of Boscastle Harbour in Cornwall, the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic contains one of the world's most loved and most influential collections of magical objects. The museum has changed much during the 60-plus years that it has been open, yet it remains the imprint of one man in particular, its founder, Cecil Williamson. This book tells Williamson's story and covers his life as a filmmaker, an MI6 operative, and an owner and curator of several museums. And in there is a foreword from Graham King, who I believe was the second owner of the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic. I believe that he has since passed it on to, I want to say Steve Patterson, but I'm not sure that's right. I'm gonna check. I don't think that's right. And yet somehow I also have it ingrained inside my brain. So let's have a look-see. Do they have a Wikipedia page? I know Wikipedia is not a primary source, but for this purpose, I will use it. Simon Costin. I am confusing an author with the current director. But yeah, it is so far absolutely fascinating. And learning about his life is just incredible. And so for me, it's not necessarily a practice, but I have been diving into this because it is just so interesting. And yeah, the other thing, I have my little Kindle here. Let me see if I can pull it up. Where is it? Here we go. I have just downloaded To Start Again because I got halfway through it. And so I literally have just started this again. Where's the homepage? So you can see. I just want to show you the title. Where's the title screen? Where is it? Oh no, here we go. The Picatrix. Okay, one of arguably the most influential books. Whoa, bing, that was loud. One of the most influential books when it comes to sort of modern folk magic, I suppose. And this is available on Kindle Unlimited if you do want to check it out. It's been broken up into 4 parts, I believe, because it is just so big. But yeah, it's one that I'm fascinated by. I got halfway through the first book, and then I think I got Cleo, and then I basically couldn't read anymore because she wouldn't let me. So I'm currently about to restart reading this, but I have to make it through this first. So let's have a look at what everybody else is doing. So everybody else is saying servitors, fantastic one. I created my first servitor 2 weeks ago. Good job. That's like a massive step. A lot of people don't make it to actually making a servitor. Shamanism, down the Robert Cochrane, Clan of Tubal-Cain, rabbit hole. It is a very interesting rabbit hole to dive down. I do agree. Sea magic, psychic magic and kitchen witchery. Planetary magic, especially regarding the outer planets Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Let's have a look. See, I feel like Hearth should write an important witchcraft practitioners from history book, so they're all in one place for beginners. That's actually a really good idea, and I have considered it in the past. I have. I don't know if I could do it justice. When you have people like Philip Heselton out there writing these incredible books on Gerald Gardner, like there's just no competition there. Sea magic. What else have we got here? 5 goddesses and deities. 3 have been with me since the start, but the latest 2, Hecate and the Morrigan, I only recently accepted and finding out more. I'm waiting on the book Entering Hecate's Cave. I've heard it's very, very good. I've read the first one. Is it Entering Hecate's Garden? Apparently this one is very, very good as well. Let's have a look, see. Palm reading, learning how to see auras and morbid magic. Spirit Communication from Jason Miller and Raymond Buckland. Very, very good book, that Spirit Communication is. Hearth should finish her book. I should finish it. I should. Oh no, not a competition. It's more, I'm like the most perfectionist person known to mankind. And if I don't consider my work to be as good as other books that I have read, then therefore my book isn't good enough. To be honest, that's what it feels like to me. I know that it isn't that case, but like that's what it feels like inside my own brain is, I think this person could do it better, therefore I won't do it. Right, what do we have here? Where to start with sea magic? Oh, so there's quite a few books like this. Depends, because obviously, what am I trying to say here? It depends on which branch of it you're looking for. So there's many books on sea magic out there. The one that I have that sort of fits quite nicely in with traditional witchcraft is called Traditional Witchcraft for the Seashore. I'm wondering, there's a few things in that where I'm like, I'm not such a fan of, but I do think in general it does cover a decent number of points. A lot of it though, to be honest, a lot of magic for the seashore you can find in The Sea Witch's Companion. That I think is my favourite of the 2. I think the first one I was a little bit like, I'm not sure I love everything that's in this, whereas A Sea Witch's Companion by Lavanna Morgan is very, very good, which, so this book is for all those who love the sea, who have thrilled at the sight of the full moon rising over the ocean, who feel the pull of the tides, and who have dreamed of making sea magic. You will learn how the moon, sun, and sea together create the magical ebbing and flowing tides and how to work with them. You will experience the spiritual power and beauty of the goddess of the sea and moon and learn how to forge your own deep and abiding relationship with her. Practical magic, folk customs that have been used to protect us against the might of the sea and to ward off powers of storm and flood, using the gifts of the sea to create spells and charms for your own life, increasing your well-being, protecting your home, family and friends, demonstrating how you can invite sea spirits into your life and make magic with them. If you wish to go deeper, it will introduce you to profound occult concepts of the greater tides that lie behind existence, that govern our lives, births and deaths. So That one is very, very good for sea witchcraft. And it sort of covers that wide breadth where it's sort of beginners into more advanced practice, which I can appreciate. Right. Blackthorn, Whitethorn. Oh, I haven't finished it yet, but I have it. I got it. I pre-ordered it. And I'm so sad because when I got it, it has the back of the cover is melted. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it touched something hot or what happened, but the back of the book is melted and I'm so sad. But it's on my list. I started it. I got like a third of the way in and then I was like, I need to do other things, and then I forgot to come back to it. So I need to go back to it. So I will answer this one just before we sort of dive further back into the questions again, because I feel like this is kind of important if you're here and you have no idea what I'm talking about. And that is, what is witchcraft? So witchcraft can be described in so many different ways by different people, depending on how people use it. But ultimately, witchcraft is the manifestation of change through the use of will. So it can be done in many different ways. And I like that description because it sort of leaves it very open-ended to many different styles of practice. But it is the ability and the practice of creating change through your actions energetically, magically, and spiritually. So for some people, it might be working with their energy to cast spells and perform rituals in order to achieve that change. For other people, it might be the connection with saints, with spirits, with angels, with ancestors, with deities to create change. For other people, it's a combination of the two. And different people are going to have their own unique styles of doing it. Some people might solely work with energy. Some people might solely work with spirits. Some people might solely work with rituals and spells. And it's going to look unique for everybody. But that's what we all do here. We chat about it and we share our experiences because everybody's individual experiences are going to be totally unique in this path. And that's what makes it just so diverse and so interesting. So if you fancy sticking around, feel free. No question is a silly question. We try to work through as many as we can while we talk all about the magical world of witchcraft. Right. Oh, the book title for Sea Witchcraft is A Sea Witch's Companion by Lavanna Morgan. I have it somewhere. I don't know where it is though, so I'm going to have to find it first. But yeah, A Sea Witch's Companion. It's a blue cover. And then in the center of the cover, you have a white crescent moon with a golden wave with some like sun rays around the edge. If that helps. I don't know if it will, but it might. So that's that one. Right. Okay, in terms of the energy work, because there was a comment earlier about not understanding the process. So when we're working with energy, there's a couple of ways that we can do it. So the simplest way of working with energy is to work with our own energy. So when we're beginning to learn how to sense it, how to manipulate it, you're going to want to be working inside your body. So it's about feeling how energy feels, feeling how it sits. One of the best techniques, and it's very, very simple, that I learned at the very, very start, is you rub your hands together like this. So you create loads of physical energy. So you're making loads of friction, and then you pull your hands apart. And that feeling is kind of the feeling that we're experiencing. And you have loads of people practicing, like teaching you how to do energy work, like in between your hands here. But it's a great way of sort of getting started in recognizing the feeling of energy. And then we begin to move it around, to center it, to ground it, to move it out into extremities and back again as a way of training energy sensing. If you're super duper new to energy sensing, I have an entire beginner playlist. I will leave it up here after the stream is finished. Obviously, I can't do it now because we're live. But that goes over like loads of different techniques, and I'm adding some more techniques in the coming few weeks for energy sensing. And then we can start moving it externally. So this is a little bit more advanced because we're then manipulating energy that is outside of ourselves. And this is where what we were talking about earlier about moving and disposing of energy is done. It's done outside of yourself. And the main reason that you would want to be doing this is because not all energy is something that you want to take in as an individual. So you might say want to be shielding against this unwanted energy. And in the example that I mentioned earlier about having a witch's bottle, it might be gathering all of this energy. You need to move that energy from one place to another, but you don't want to be taking it into yourself. And so you would move it outside of yourself. So think of it like you are using an extension. So rather than having to use your own physical form, you are energetically using your energy to move other energy. So like a litter picker. You're using a physical object to pick up another physical object, so it's not touching you. You're then doing the same with energy. So rather than it physically engaging with you, you are using an amount of energy to deal with another amount of energy. So when it comes to starting with energy work, it's very much about starting where you're at. So some people just cannot sense energy at all, and in which case you're going to want to start by trying to feel different plants, different stones, to see if you can figure out and feel how different the energy may be from one thing to the next. So if you were to go into, say, a metaphysical or an occult store or a botanica, whatever you have around you, they often have little stones there. And so you might want to pick up, say, a citrine, feel how that feels, pick up a rose quartz, feel how that feels, pick up an obsidian and see how that feels. You will likely find that they do feel different, but it's very, very, very subtle to start off with. That is the feeling that we need to be attaching on to these crystals so that we can start building our understanding of how energy feels, because energy is going to feel different to everybody. If I were to pick up a piece of citrine and then hand it to you, it's going to feel different to you than it did for me, because everybody feels energy differently. So it's about figuring out how you feel it. So then try a different stone. Is an agate, maybe a blue lace agate, does that feel different to a citrine? Does a citrine feel different to an amethyst? Because they're fairly similar. Start building up this idea of how different energy feels, and you're already training your energy sensing, which is really important, because once you start getting an idea of how energy feels, you can then start feeling it in yourself. Then you would be rubbing your hands together, separating them, and you can feel that feeling, that energy. And people often say that you can train starting like this. I've done this in the past. It's fine. It's fine. And you can feel it and get an idea for it. And then you're going to want to start feeling it in your body, starting to move it around inside. And then we can progress further and further. But the playlist for beginner witches is probably the best recommendation I can give in video form. The other is mostly because it would be a lot to fit into one of these live streams. But also the book Psychic Witch by Matt Oren is fantastic for this kind of inner work. But if you just want something that's really easy just to practice and get started, then the beginner series sort of goes over some actionable things that you can start doing straight away to begin learning your energy sensing. Right. Let's have a look, see. There was a question earlier. I'm really worried about missing questions. So I'm just going to double check to see if I can find the one that I saw earlier that I said to myself I was going to look at, and then I just didn't. I know it was something about an obsidian scrying mirror, and are they always glass? Was it black mirror? Are they always are black mirrors universally glass? I have a craft frame that isn't meant to be used. I have a craft frame that isn't meant to be used. If I filled it with black resin, would that work? Oh, I have an entire video on this. So I have a video called what is it called? Good question. What is it called? I actually don't know. Let's find out together. I can never remember what my own videos are called. I make a title and then I forget what I actually named it. Let's have a look. So it is called Making a Scrying Mirror, where I actually make a black mirror with a picture frame. And I wouldn't use resin for it personally. I would use paint. It's way easier. It's going to dry a lot faster. It's less toxic. It's just easier to deal with. But that video, making a scrying mirror, Witchcraft, it's about 2 years old, but you should be able to search for it on the channel. You can use a black scrying mirror. I have it here. Hang on. Oh. I got it. Hang on. I put it in a bookcase and ended up grabbing everything else. Right. I have it right here. Ha-ha! Still have it. It's tucked away though, because I'm like, I need to find it. So yeah, there we go. But typically obsidian scrying mirrors are the default. So a black mirror would have originally been an obsidian mirror. It has the additional properties, the protective qualities, all of this stuff. But in a modern setting, this is a lot more accessible. And it's much easier to make yourself, and it's a hell of a lot cheaper than buying an obsidian scrying mirror. Because obviously, depending on the size, depending on the quality, they can be very, very expensive by comparison. So you can do both if you would like to, or you can just do one. It's fine. Let's have a look, see, where am I? Now I'm going to go back to the questions I was on earlier so that I don't miss any more. I'm here somewhere. Right. Oh, I live with a spirit who I don't want to harass, but would like to communicate with when they want to. Is it possible to create a way to know if they want to talk? If so, how would it be accomplished? So, my first question is, how comfortable do you feel with spirits? You don't have to answer it in the chat. Just like, it's just a general, vague question, okay? Because that's then going to change what we progress to next. So if you don't have protections on the home or on yourself, then I would say that the first thing you would need to be doing before anything else is to get personal protections. On the house, maybe not yet, but for right now, personal protections are going to be really, really important. The next thing, after you've done that, or if you've already done that, is to decide how comfortable you are going to feel engaging directly with a spirit. Some people are going to be like, yeah, it's fine. I know what I'm doing. I completely understand the risks. I have my protections. I'm okay with it. And some people will immediately go, no, I don't want to be doing that. I want something that's quite distant and separate from me. Totally fine. Just going to change the way that we do things. If you are not comfortable with a spirit directly engaging with you, then it's going to be a case of saying, I am going to make a decision as to how we communicate. And it's then about you taking charge of that situation and saying, okay, I would like to communicate with you. If you would like to communicate with me, here is the way that is best to communicate with me. And you can verbalize it. It doesn't need to be rude or anything. You can just introduce yourself. You don't need a full name or anything. You can even just use a nickname if you want. You know, hi, I'm so-and-so. I've sensed you being in the home and I'm really interested in getting to know you a little bit. Would you be interested in communicating with me and showing me that you're around? And if so, would you be able to ... fill in the blank. Move this object. Knock on wood 3 times, you know, something. And I don't mean something like tap something once, because that's too easy to do accidentally, or even just like a house creaking can do that. But just something that will show that the spirit is present and that they are aware. Because a lot of the time, spirits actually have no idea that you're there. And if they do know, they might not be interested in engaging with you. If you are totally comfortable with spirits and you're happy to sort of jump in head first, obviously with a great deal of caution, you would obviously need to be doing your pre-tests to see whether or not the spirit is malefic or not. But if you're super comfortable with spirits, I'd assume that you would already have done this. You could say, you know, would you be able to reach out? Leave it at that. It could come through in dreams, it could come through in trance, it could come through in the astral, it could come through in visual phenomena, in audio phenomena, it could come through in the way something smells, the way something tastes. You are opening a lot more doors with that, but with that comes the opening of a lot more doors, and some of those doors you might not feel comfortable with opening. So that's very much for people who feel very, very comfortable with it. To start with, I would say it's something where you need to set a plan in place. Because then they will know how to engage with you. And it also then allows you a sense of control, because then if they start trying to engage with you in another way that you don't feel comfortable with, you can then shut it down, because you've said, I really wanted to reach out to you. This is how I would like to be reached out to, because it's what I'm comfortable with. You've now stepped over that, and then you can sort of progress from there. But it's not so much about It's not so much a harassment, it's very much about the opening of that communication doorway. Once you've started with the knocking, you can then get used to gaining answers, and also some energy sensing there, so you can gain more information. Once then you have more answers, you can then decide if you want to progress this onto something else, whether you want to do a pendulum reading, whether you want to use dowsing rods, whether you want to use tarot cards to give the no, yes answers that you can get from something like this. Tarot then is a step up. You're then progressing into something that is a little bit more complex, something that can offer a little bit more variety with the responses. But yeah, it's very useful to set boundaries in regards to, I would like you to communicate in this way, especially if you are not used to communicating with spirits and you don't necessarily know what you're dealing with yet. But that all comes with time and with practice. Right. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Yes. Whoa, I need to say the question first. That would be useful, wouldn't it? When grounding, I struggle with the visualization process because I don't live on the ground floor and can't picture the whole tree roots thing. Do you have some grounding tips? So, firstly, with the whole root thing, it very much is, it can be done from anywhere. So if you're able to picture the tree roots on the ground floor, it is just a case of practicing on the upper floors, because it isn't so much a physical connection that is needed. It is the energetic connection that you are making, and that tree visualization is solely the energetic connection that you are creating. So you can do the grounding technique in an aeroplane, you can do it on the 20th floor of a building. It is just about, rather than imagining all of the floors between you, it is just taking yourself out of the situation and placing yourself connected to the energy, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's a really nice way of putting it. You're still connected to the tree in a tree house. It's not that the distance is really going to make that much of a difference. It is just the way to visualize that connection. Now, you can ground yourself through walls, if that's easier. If you feel it's easier because your wall is connected all the way to the ground, you can ground through a wall. You're just going to be doing it through your hands rather than through your feet. So you might want to press your hands against the wall. You're going to center your energy, and then you're going to push your energy, rather than being from here, from this core down the center of you, rather than that downwards, you're going to be pulling the energy sideways out along the length of your arm, and then into the wall, and then down. I would say that's possibly harder for a lot of people who are just getting started, just because the change in directions can be a little bit tricky, but it's not doable. It's just obviously that there's a few more changes of directions than you would do if you were just centering and then grounding straight down. But I think a lot of it, a lot of people, yes, see, that's a really great way of looking at it. That's the way I've always viewed it as well. Grounding is like lightning striking the ground. It doesn't have to pass through anything. It can be beneficial if it does, but it will still reach its goal regardless. I think a lot of the problem with grounding sometimes is that a lot of the terms are used interchangeably by different people. So you'll often see the term grounding and earthing being used interchangeably, especially within spiritual communities. And what they are referring to is walking barefooted on the ground. Whereas grounding from a witchcraft and an energetic perspective isn't the same. You don't need that physical connection with the ground. It is simply a link between your energy and the earth's energy. And in the grand scheme of the universe, we are a lot closer to the earth than most other things in the universe. So it is that lightning connection. So rather than imagining like actual tree roots pushing through the earth, if you're on like the 20th floor, it's like a bolt that comes down and then goes into the earth. But the wall thing is useful because if you do struggle with the whole visualization because there's too much between you, you have that like physical, tangible thing that you can hold on to. I found it to be very useful. And it's also good if you want to work with electrics. And I don't mean like electrician, I mean like if you want to connect with like electricity energy from a magical standpoint, not a physical standpoint. Please, nobody stick forks in plug sockets, please. That kind of connection is really useful because you have a lot of pipe work, electrics and stuff in the walls that you can like sense. And it's an interesting way of doing it because you can sense other things as well. Where did you get your earrings? Oh, these are from River Island, though I'm not convinced they still do them because these are like a couple of years old now, and every time I go in, which granted is not very often, they never have the same earrings. So check them out though if you have the chance, see if they have anything interesting in, because for a while they were doing loads of these like cosmic earrings and they're so cute and dangly. Okay, let's have a look, see. Okay, while we're on grounding, some people here have had some different what am I trying to say? Tips. How did I forget the word tips? So I run my hands underwater. What else have we got here? I brought the roots up to me when I lived in an apartment. I did it periodically when I was warding my walls. So it was kind of a 2-in-1, making sure I'm able to ground when I want. That's an interesting way of doing it. If it's easier to imagine, say, branches coming up from the ground to reach you rather than the other way around. Let's have a look, see. When I'm having a hard time grounding, I hold a large stone and feel my connection. That's a really good one. So you can take a stone from outside that can be that like link. You can also stare at the ground. Let's have a look, see what else have we got. I ground the traditional way all the time. I can visualize all the steps with the roots, but I never actually feel different after grounding versus before grounding. Help. Oh, okay. So I wonder if you're skipping the next step. Because, and maybe not, obviously, like, do let me know, or not, I don't mind, truly. The grounding is that initial action, but it's what comes next that's then going to change what you're dealing with energetically. So if you are lacking energy, you would center and you would ground, but you would then need to be pulling the energy up. Like a straw, you're drawing that energy up into yourself. So if anything, that's probably the hardest bit of doing grounding, is you have to be able to maintain your downward connection whilst also drawing energy up through it. And then you are equaling out your energy. So if you're feeling particularly low in energy, you are grounding and then you're drawing energy up. And then you are balancing out your energy. And then if you have too much energy, you're grounding down and you're pushing the energy down to equalize your energy. So maybe one of a few techniques that you could try, I mean, just the practicing over time is going to build those skills. If you raise a lot of energy in a working, or even without a working, practice trying to send the energy down, because that's the easiest way. Sending energy down and away from you is easy because it's what we do in spellwork and ritual. It's what we do when we are sending out our energy for manifestation. The sending it out is really easy, and it's also going in the same direction as those roots are. So your connection to the earth is going down and the energy is also going down. So if you can practice grounding, so if you raise a little too much energy and then send some of it down, it can practice that motion, that thing that you are doing to get that result. And then it's going to be easier to get a feel of it when you're trying to pull energy back up again. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's that next step that makes the difference when it comes to grounding. You can have that connection, but you need to be using the connection in order for it to balance out the energy. And then that's really what makes the big difference. So if anybody watching, because I know a lot of people in this situation, I was too, if you have been doing spell work and ritual and you feel awful afterwards, you feel really drained, you just don't feel great, it's usually because you've used too much personal energy. So if you can practice your grounding when you finish your working, or even before, you can draw up energy to balance yourself out. So either you have enough energy to start off with so you don't deplete yourself, or if you have depleted yourself, you can balance it out again afterwards. Right, let's have a look. See, where am I? Done that one. I've done that one. Oh, okay. The best way of learning British paganism and witchcraft, besides following you, of course. Also, can you give me any suggestions on a goddess for a woman in her 50s? Okay, British paganism, it very much depends on the kind that you're after. And that's mostly because we are such a conglomerate of different historical traditions and practices that you often find there's a lot of merging together of things. So maybe the best example I can give for this is the goddess Brigantia. It's believed that she was really brought over by the Romans, but she's also worshipped as a British goddess. So she's acknowledged in Britain by the Romans, but I don't think she's acknowledged anywhere else in the Roman Empire. I'll have to double check that one, but she's very prevalent here in the UK as Brigantia. And she has her own mythology and stories and legends. You then have the Welsh myths and legends, you have the Scottish myths and legends, you have the Irish myths and legends, you have the English myths and legends, which is then different from county to county. It's honestly kind of confusing. So maybe when we're talking about the paganism, I would say maybe start with the folk beliefs. Maybe that's the way to go. Simply because I feel as though that might give an understanding, especially if you're looking for something quite regional, of what's going on in the area. So there's lots of people that do folklore. There's one that I would very much recommend, that I love the work of Mark Norman. Mark Norman also does the folklore podcast. Well worth a listen if you have the chance to check it out. But he's a folklorist, and he's written so many books. There's a couple that are actually found in National Trust properties, if that's something that would interest you. One of them is Britain's Folklore Year. That's the newest release, I believe. And you can almost see like the echoing of paganism through the practicing of the folklore and the traditions that have been left behind and things like that. So I think that learning about the folklore is sort of a great springboard, because British paganism, English paganism, UK paganism, they're all very, very diverse depending on where you are. And you'll also find that certain areas will have more of certain pagan folklore than others. So if you go to, say, Lindisfarne in Northumberland, you are going to notice there's a lot of Viking imagery and Norse imagery that's been included into the folk beliefs and the folk customs, because that was where we started seeing the first Viking raids. And then that's different from the areas that were predominantly Saxon, which is different from the areas like in Cornwall, which have a lot of remaining folklore and paganism. Coastal areas are going to have a lot more folklore than city areas, and their paganism is going to look different. So if you're looking for like a particular area, find a book on folklore in your particular region, and you'll likely find that there are figures there like the Green Man, like Robin Hood, like I'm trying to think of any figure and my entire mind has just gone completely blank. And then that will then allow you to dive into the particular stories, the myths, the legends, the beliefs that were attached onto that figure. And then you can start diving into what you find then in terms of the paganism in that particular area. King Arthur, that's a great one. Why did I not think of King Arthur? But that's sort of the way to do like localized paganism, especially when we're looking at something that is older. Like modern British paganism is one thing, but when you want something that is far more pre-Christian, it's going to have to be very much localized in nature. There are several people, though, that do great books on paganism around the British Isles. So Christopher Hughes, I have this book here from last live stream. Christopher Hughes writes a lot about Welsh folklore. If you're looking for Welsh folklore, magic, legend, lore, Christopher Hughes is fantastic for that. I need to find somewhere to put this now. But Mark Norman is fantastic for the folklore in the British Isles, and his podcast is phenomenal. So many episodes. Go and listen, it's really, really good. So yeah, I'll have to see if in the future, because I'm still finishing up the traditional witchcraft books, if I can do one on sort of British paganism, because I have quite a lot of books in the collection. It's just, I need to sort of gather them all together. His book on Cerridwen is great. Yes. Christopher Hughes' books are in general phenomenal. If you have the chance to listen to his talks, amazing. He is such a gifted public speaker. There are lots of talks that I've attended where, how would I describe it? They are talking, but they are not necessarily engaging, which sounds awful. I am one of these speakers. I know it. Okay, I know I am. Some people are talkers and some people are engagers. And there are certain people that I have heard speak that are definitely engagers. People like Christopher Hughes, Mara Starling, Ronald Hutton. They are not just public speakers, they are truly captivating. If you have the chance to hear Christopher Hughes speak, even online, do so, because he's so interesting and so engaging. But yeah, I will have to, I'll have to compile some books on that in the future. Blackthorn Arch. See, I didn't even think of mentioning that in this because I've not done an episode in so long. But yes, if you have not watched any of it or listened to any of it, I have in the past been releasing a podcast called Through the Blackthorn Arch. It's on the channel if you wanna watch any of it. Before I finish the last little section of this, I do have a bit of an update on that. I have some episodes that I already filmed back in like 2022 that were meant to be part of season 2, and then season 2 just got delayed. And so I might just release them as they are, as like bonus episodes, before I start trying to even attempt to finish season 2. So if you're on the Patreon, you will get those first when they eventually come out. But I feel like at this point, if you're waiting on those episodes, I feel like at this point they're so old. My wall was still magnolia. If you've been here for a while, you know it has been a while since my wall was magnolia. And so I think I just need to release them and then start doing some more updated ones. In terms though of goddesses for a woman in her 50s, ultimately it is whoever you feel connected to. If you want to, you can work with what are, I feel, unfairly labelled as crone goddesses. I feel like that's not really fair because they are so much more than that. People like Cerridwen, but there are many, many deities out there that I'm sure would be very, very happy to work with you, and they are not limited by, well, really anything. Most deities, if they feel a connection to you, it will not matter who you are, how old you are, anything like that. they will want to be working with you. So I wouldn't necessarily say that you even need to restrict yourself. If you feel as though you're being called by a goddess, then you can reach out and see if you can build a relationship there, or you can dive into books on different gods and goddesses and see if anybody really stands out that you can properly look into. But I wouldn't say that you necessarily need to be restrictive. Very much they are happy to work with most people, unless you're like a terrible person or like totally the opposite of somebody that they would help in their like mythology, lore, legends. Most of the time they'll be happy to engage. Right, let's have a look, see. Do you work with Hecate? I personally don't. No. I actually get that question so much, and I think it comes down to the fact that because Hecate is considered the goddess of witchcraft, even though there's a lot out there, I think there's a lot of association with all witches working with Hecate, but personally, I don't. Maybe one day I will, maybe. But at the minute, I'm not. No. Let's have a look, see. Right. Ooh, Ariana Rad has pulled my interest. She is a fascinating figure. Absolutely fascinating. If anybody is interested in the figures from Welsh myth and legend, Dave the Bard, Dan the Bard, as you will spell it on Spotify and YouTube and stuff, has done an entire series. Has he just released the next branch of the Mabinogion? I think he might have, where he's telling the Mabinogion, and he is such a talented... I know I keep saying that some people are engaging and some people are not, but he's so engaging and his voice is just so soothing. If you want to listen to the Mabinogion, go and listen to Dan the Bard's version. D-A-M-H, the Bard. Phenomenal. Absolutely fantastic. Okay. Where was I? I'm here somewhere. Okay, let's go with this one because I know I haven't done this one yet. My question is about pendulums. I ask questions in English. I speak Portuguese and Spanish too. Would I have to program my pendulum in those languages too to answer questions? It depends. And I only speak English. Okay, I tried. I'm terrible at languages. But I think it's very much going to depend on who you're going to be connecting with. Now, a lot of the time, spirits that are, oh, bye Phil, thank you so much for being here, and I will talk to you soon, I'm sure. What was I saying? Oh yeah, some spirits, higher spirits, spirits that have been in the other for a while, can be very adaptable. They can flip very easily. So like if you're looking at, say, spirits that are so old that English would have sounded totally different to them, they're still able to understand you and you're still able to understand them because there's a level of understanding there. It comes with time. But if you're planning on connecting with, say, ancestors, and they are people that have passed over, say, within the last 100 years, you are looking at individuals that perhaps would prefer one language more than the other. And so I don't think it's necessarily a case of having to program the pendulum every time, because you're still going to be able to receive information. It's very much about who you're receiving information from. And some spirits you're going to have an easier time with than others. So a spirit that has perhaps passed over within the last 20 years, who only spoke Spanish in life, you're going to have an easier time if you communicate in Spanish and receive in Spanish. So it's not so much the pendulum, it's more the individuals. But the further in distance somebody gets, it seems like the less of a hard time there is when it comes to languages. It's weird. Maybe somebody else has experienced that too, but that's something I've always found. What are your top 5 favourite herbs for... And then it jumped. Here we go, top 3 favourite herbs for cleansing. I'll be honest, I only really use one, and that is rosemary. I love using rosemary. I use it for all of my cleansings if I'm using smoke. basically, because I just find it to be so effective. What other ones though? I use a lot of cleansing incenses. So if I'm not using just straight sticks of rosemary, because I think they're great, you don't even need to bind them. So you don't need to bind them into like a herb bundle. You just dry them and you would just use a singular stick, basically. I just love it because it's just so easy. It's just so easy and so effective. Garden sage, like just cooking sage, is one that I know is used a lot, and it's incorporated into a lot of cleansing incenses because it is quite useful for shaking up the energy, and you can just use the kitchen sage that you use for your cooking. You don't need to be using anything, you know, fancy or from far away or anything like that. Just basic. It's in your kitchen cabinet. Cabinet. I just merged the word cupboard and cabinet. Oops. You can just use that in a loose incense. And I know that people use a lot of lavender for it as well, to often make it a very calming environment. But for me, I tend to stick to just rosemary because I'm boring. And if it works, it works. And I feel as though sometimes when it comes to this is going to sound really self-deprecating, but I don't mean it in like a bad way. I think I'm really boring with things because I will do the same thing over and over and over again because if it works, I just keep doing it. So rosemary for me is a big one. If I'm going to go for like an incense blend, then you might be looking at like rosemary, you might add a bit of lavender in there, you might be using something like frankincense, which is really good for shaking up the energy, but it's good for calling in positive spirits. And so I'll use a lot of frankincense when it comes to creating a sacred spirit work environment. Frankincense is really, really good for that. But it's good for sort of shaking up the energy and creating a positive, clean environment so that you can then start building things up for the better. But yeah, I just love the simpleness of rosemary. And it helps that my parents have the biggest rosemary bush I have ever seen in my entire life. And so I will never, ever run out of rosemary. Ever. It's great. It's just like coming out of everybody's ears. There's so much rosemary. Right. Let's have a look, see. I'm somewhere over here. Okay. This question. I'm just going to double check my stance on this. Let me just double check. Okay, so what is your opinion on star seeds? How do I put this in the nicest possible way? And I genuinely mean that from the stance of sometimes if I try to shorten what I'm trying to say too much, it can come across too harshly, and I don't mean that. I think that there is a place for star seeds, for therians. It is therian, isn't it? Let me just double check. Yes. But, and there is a but here. Sometimes in some communities, emphasis on some in both of those, I do feel as though there is a push for how would I even describe this? It's something that I've noticed, particularly in online communities. There is a push to be better, to be different, to be unique. And this is not something that is like new by any means. This has been happening for a long time. But I can understand. I don't even know how to word this in a way that makes sense. There is certainly a level of betterness and superiority within some of these communities that makes a really big sour taste in people's mouths. And I do feel as though I don't like saying that I dislike something because I think there's too much nuance there. Like, just because there's so many individuals involved in all of this. But there's definitely a layer, and I've seen it a lot in different areas of the community. You see it a lot with hereditary practitioners. You see it a lot with Salem witch trials. You see it a lot with star seeds and things like this, where there's this level of, and I think it's the bit that leaves a big sour taste in people's mouths of, oh, I'm descended from a Salem witch, or I'm a 15th generation practicing, therefore I'm better than you. Oh, I'm a star seed, therefore I am. I think there's that aspect that has left a lot of a sour taste in people's mouths, and that can happen in any community. And I think that I don't know enough to be able to say whether individually this is good or bad. I just know that from experience, a lot of people I know have a very negative association with it. But I still want to be fair and say that, you know, not everybody is going to be the same. And there's so much nuance to all of these topics that without fully diving into the topic, I wouldn't be able to make like any big stance on it, you know, besides what I've seen, which unfortunately happens in so many areas of spirituality. I mean, we see this within Christianity, we see this within witchcraft, within Wicca, within so many things. It's by no means exclusive to this singular topic. I just want to make that really, really clear. This isn't like a targeted thing or anything. We see it a lot. And without knowing more, I think I'm going to have to do some more research on it before I can fully like give a well-rounded assessment. Also, I spent a lot of time on forums. And you see a lot of strange things on forums. Let's have a look-see. Ooh, do you have any good books on the plant ivy in spell books and how to connect with it? I think I do, but I would need to check that it's definitely involved. There's definitely in it. The problem is I have to find it. It's called Celtic Tree Magic. Let me just check. Celtic Tree Magic book. I'm seeing if I can find the contents list. That would be very useful if I could find the contents list. Because I don't know if I'm going to be able to actually find the book in my collection. Anything that covers the Ogham should cover ivy, because ivy is part of the Ogham. So if it's included, and I will very, very much have to double check that, Celtic Tree Magic is a phenomenal book for forming connections with tree spirits, working with tree energies, and covering the Ogham. And although you wouldn't think that ivy would class as a tree, within the Ogham, it is sort of grouped into this overall umbrella. And so a lot of books on the Ogham will cover the ivy, and Celtic Tree Magic is a fantastic one for connecting with tree spirits. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. So any book on the Ogham will probably be pretty good for this. I'm sure that the Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs by Scott Cunningham will have a section on ivy, though they're typically from the perspective of utilizing it in spell work rather than, say, forming a connection. So in terms of forming a connection, it's very much about building it up slowly but surely. So to start with, it would be finding ivy out in nature, finding it somewhere that you can consistently come back to again and again and again. Because to start with, it's a lot easier to connect with an individual. Once you've connected with an individual, you can then start connecting with the whole. So if you can go out and you can find an ivy that you can go to on a regular basis, it's then about spending time around it. And this applies to all trees. So I have an entire video on how to connect with tree spirits that you can apply to all trees. And it's the same thing I'm going to be sharing here, but just more fleshed out. So you're going to want to be spending time with them, engaging with them. Be present. So you're not going to want to have your headphones in. You're not going to want to be reading or doing something else. You're going to want to be present in that environment. Feel what they feel. Feel the wind. Feel the temperature. Hear the birds singing. Are you noticing the fluctuations of energy around? Be present with them. Sense their energy. And just spend time there. You can talk to them. You can be that person that talks to ivy or to trees. I won't judge. Other people might judge, but I'm not going to judge. Spend time there. Doesn't have to be for very, very long, 5-10 minutes upwards, trying to build a slow connection. And then you can start sensing energy a little bit more. See if you can notice its energy fluctuating. Is it positive? Is it negative? Is it higher that day? Is it lower that day? Start touching it. Obviously, make sure you know exactly what it is before you start doing these things. But if we're talking about, say, like ivy, like we have here, you can touch it. And start seeing if you can sense anything more that way. So at this point, you're slowly building up that almost one-sided engagement. And then you can reach out and ask if it can communicate back with you again. See if you notice any changes of the energy. Does anything shift? Does anything adapt? Do you maybe gain some information while here? Maybe do some meditation, maybe do some divination with a pendulum perhaps. See if you can gain any more information from the ivy. You can then ask if you're able to take a small section. It might be something that's already fallen on the ground to start off with. Would I be able to take this leaf with me to continue to work with you whilst I'm at home? And then you can take that leaf with you if they say yes. And then you can begin to work with it at home. Meditate with it, do divination with it, sleep with it under your pillow in a little pouch. Utilize it in spells and rituals if you feel so inclined to do so, to deepen that relationship. Go back to the tree again, the ivy again. Continue building that relationship. And then you're going to start forming a rapport with that particular individual. Once you've gotten used to the way ivy feels, you can then start expanding that out onto the spirit of ivy as a whole. So the collective energy of ivy, rather than just the ivy of that particular area. And then you're going to be able to start working with it in spells and rituals more, forming deeper connections. It's also useful if you know some folklore, some myths, some legends about ivy, so that you can really have a deeper understanding of them. And I often find the Ogham form of connection, so that innate connection to trees as individuals, as well as the collective, to be really beneficial. And so if it includes it, and I'm so annoyed that I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. I will try. But if it is in Celtic tree magic, that is a fantastic book for it. I know it's green and yellow. I'm not seeing it straight away, but it could be in any of the other piles of books that I have lying around, because I need more bookcases. But yeah, if anybody has any other recommendations for books, do let us know down in the comments and in the chat. Right. Here we go. Do you like dowsing rods? I do. And you know what? I think they have a bad reputation as being just silly little things. And I think that's very, very unfair. A lot of people see dowsing rods and they see them as a bit of a gimmick. But they have been used by dowsers to find water for hundreds of years. And if you can find a really nicely made pair, then I think that you can go and you can do so much with them. Not only are they great for finding bodies of water, super useful, they're great for ley lines, if that's something that you're interested in. And what am I trying to say here? Like dragon lines, fairy lines, graveyard lines, these kind of things. Corpse roads, that's what I was trying to say. They're great for finding these things, but they're also just generally great for communicating with spirits. Fantastic. If you find a pendulum doesn't really work great for you, use a pair of dowsing rods. And if you want something that moves even more, I have a set, but I don't know where they are at the minute. You can get the copper caps that go over the ends. It means that they move around much more freely if you do struggle with that. If you don't, then you can just use some bent copper like these. And you can just use them. And typically towards the middle is a yes, out is a no. For me, that depends on everybody, but and then the more they cross, the more determined it is a yes. And I'm making them do this, by the way. And the further out they go, the further a no it is. But I just find that they're one of those tools that have sort of fallen into the realm of nonsense for a lot of people. I feel like they've lost a lot of their significance, and I think it's because a lot of people now, they don't know that they're still used for finding water. Like, professionals will still use these for finding water. Like, you won't find that many of them out there now because people often use like machines for it, but these are still used by professional people today, and they're very, very effective. And I think that they do have a rather bad reputation. Maybe I'm wrong in saying this, but I do think they have a bit of a bad reputation because of the way that they've often been seen on very dramatized sci-fi documentaries. I don't even know how you would describe them, but like those shows where they are like trying to prove that like a place is haunted, but you can tell that it's made in like a really jokey way, and it's like made in like 50,000 parts. I feel like seeing them growing up on shows like that does almost instill this sense of like nonsense to them. And so I feel like we need to be reclaiming them as being valid tools, because they're very, very useful, and for some people they're better than pendulums. A pendulum can sometimes feel too flimsy for people, especially if you are not particularly stable. So if you find that you have tremors and you shake a lot, it can really affect the swing of a pendulum. Something like this without a case on it, it's a lot harder for this to move by itself than a pendulum is. So it could be a good option for people who do struggle with the stillness, because when you're gripping it in your hand, obviously you don't want to be gripping it super duper hard. You still need it to be able to move. It doesn't get impacted by shakes as much as a pendulum does. So that could be a good option for people who maybe struggle with tremors. Yeah, sensationalism. Dumbing it down and calling it woo-woo. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, is that a lot of these shows, they're like, oh, and the man is here to show us where the portal is. And they've got like the fake, like the dramatic music and the flashing lights, and they basically, maybe unintentionally, give people the opinion that they are nonsensical, when actually they're really, really useful. And they're still used, and you can use not just dowsing rods like this, but people use sticks. Like a forked stick is still used as well. Oh yeah, a Y-shaped stick. Oh, preferably green. I didn't know preferably green. I just knew a Y-shaped stick. That's interesting. I know that people still use those as well. So there's a lot of good stuff out there. And they're worth giving a try. If you have the chance to give them a go and use them, it's worth trying and seeing if you like them. Right. Can a sigil be permanent like a tattoo, or do they have to be something you must destroy in order to work? Both. And how would I best describe this? So it ultimately depends on the purpose of what it is that you're creating. So sigils that work quickly and powerfully are typically created through their destruction. So like setting fire to it. But some sigils can be more long lasting. Something like a protection sigil is created with the purpose of being around for longer. And so it has a lot more energy put into it, so it can slowly leach out over time. So say you've written a sigil in the front of a book of shadows for protection. Over time, the energy of that sigil is going to slowly release itself into the book itself and imbue it with protection. But, and this is the problem with sigils, is that eventually they run out of energy. Now, that's not to say you can't get a sigil tattooed, because of course you can. And the tattooing process is still going to be imbuing it with energy. But you will probably then have to add energy into it. So you would want to be continuing that energy longer term. So ultimately, it just depends on what you're after, because longer term sigils are typically slow and steady. Short term sigils are fast and destructive, but all of them slowly leach energy over time. It's why a lot of people will get runes and they will get magical symbols like pentacles, triquetras tattooed on them, not because these symbols are more powerful than sigils per se, but because they have become charms in their own right because of the collective knowledge that they are powerful. It's a bit like the cross with Christians. It is innately protective and powerful because the collective holds so much significance in that symbol. The same sort of applies with magical symbols, which is why you'll often see that people get like pentacles tattooed for protection rather than, say, an individual sigil, because it's almost the knowledge that it is protective that then strengthens and cements that protective quality. But you can use them, like I will often use eyeliner pens and like eyebrow pens to draw them on. So they last like a day or two and then you can wash them off and then replace them if you want to tweak it or change it. Maybe it's a good in-between to see how it works for you, and then you could consider getting something done permanently if you know that you like the feeling of it, because obviously the feeling of it's going to fluctuate as you are charging it and it's releasing again. And that might feel a bit strange for some people depending on how sensitive they are with energy. Right. I don't understand why I've got that in my head. I don't understand. Right, let's have a look, see if I've not missed anything. Okay, I'm wanting to start making ritual oils. Thoughts on Essence of Tarot using essential oils, magic and rituals to empower your readings by Mary K. Greer. Any other book recommendations? I don't know that one personally, and I haven't read that one personally, but I have one that could be useful. It doesn't use essential oils though, which I prefer not using essential oils, but obviously everybody's going to be different. Oh, I literally just saw it as well. I saw it and now I've lost it. Oh no. It's from Scott Cunningham. Encyclopedia of Oils, Brews and Blends? Is that what it's called? I'm going to see if I can find it, but I don't think I'm going to have much luck. Oh, what's this? Nope, not that. Okay, so it's the Encyclopedia of Incenses, Oils and Brews? Let's see. Encyclopedia of Incenses, Oils and Brews, Scott Cunningham. Yes, Incense, Oils and Brews. That one is good. And it contains a lot of stuff from incense blends to oils, you guessed it, teas, baths, these kind of things that I think is really, really useful. I have it. I love it. I use it a lot alongside the Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs. I think that one is phenomenal. I have another one. I can't remember what it's called though. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Witchcraft Oil Making Recipe Book. Just going to vaguely sort of see. Oh, Llewellyn, there we go. Llewellyn's complete book of... I had it a minute ago and now it's gone. How have I managed to lose something? Magical oils. Llewellyn's complete formulary of magical oils. That one is a fairly good one. I think I prefer the Scott Cunningham one though. Just because I love Scott Cunningham's work and I think that his stuff is very balanced and well-rounded and I really appreciate that. So... those two options if you want something that's a little bit less essential oil focused. Some of them still do contain essential oils, but they're a little bit more botanical focused, more plant focused than oil focused. Oh, thank you so much, Joe. Please put this towards a book for your upcoming birthday. When can we pick the next book club book? Folks have time to read it. So the plan is, the minute I'm waiting for my bathroom to be more useful, because I can't spend very much time in my house at the minute because I don't have a functional bathroom, which is not great. So my plan is to try and get to a point where I have more time in my own house, so I can read the book too. Otherwise, I'm going to be coming into this book club and I'm not going to have any idea. So I don't know how soon to pick it, because what I don't want is for people to feel as though they're like waiting on with their Patreon subscription if they're only subscribed for like this reason. And I'm like dragging it out for months and months and months and months and months, waiting for the book club for the book that they've already purchased. But equally, I know that I need to give people the opportunity to have the time to read it. So I don't know when's best for me to do it. Like realistically, and genuine question for everybody out there, how long would you like to have between picking a book for a book club and the actual book club date where we're talking about it on a live stream? Like, how much time would you like there to be there? I think last time we did a month and a half, but I would really love to know sort of what kind of time frame that you would all like best, because then I can try and accommodate that. But at the minute, not being able to be in my house very much, it kind of throws it a little bit when I need to read, and I turn into a rage monster if I'm attempting to read a book and there's too much noise. So I basically have to be in my own home, or I turn into a creature of darkness when it comes to reading. So yeah, and if you're watching this back, like on the replay, then let me know in the comments. Wow, you can tell it's getting late. It's like 20 to 11. My fringe is annoying the hell out of me today as well. Right, let's have a look, see, where am I? I am somewhere over here. Okay, let's go with this one. How do you discern whether a presence is an ancestral guardian spirit rather than something else? How would you tell the difference? How does such a presence protect people? So, usually, okay, so is this like, I have questions and you might not be here anymore to answer them because I know this was from a really long time ago and that's totally fine. So I'm just going to verbal diarrhea and just see if I can make some sense out of this. If we're talking about how do we know whether an ancestral guardian spirit is an ancestral guardian spirit instead of, say, a trickster, because that's usually the question that we get, is how do I know that they're actually who they say they are and not something malicious? Is that guardian spirits will usually sit by fairly passively the majority of the time. They are not necessarily going to suddenly come into your life and turn things upside down. And a lot of the time, that is what malefic spirits will be attempting to do. They will be attempting to disarm you. And I don't mean that in like a physical sense. I mean that like in an energetic sense, in an emotional sense. Like they try to get under your skin, make you doubt yourself, second guess your decisions, second guess the people around you, and generally make your space as time goes on an uncomfortable place to be. And a guardian spirit is never going to do that. So generally the guardian spirits will usually have always been there. And so their energy is going to feel very comfortable, it's going to feel very safe, and it's going to feel very secure. And another spirit that has come in is going to change the dynamic of that energy. They're going to change the way the energy feels, and they're going to alter how you perceive it. And so if something feels wrong, it usually is. If something feels too good to be true, it probably is. If you are all of a sudden doubting everything that you've ever thought to be true within your magical practice, within your spirituality, that doesn't necessarily mean that this is a spiritual awakening and that's a good thing. If it's all surrounding this spirit entering your life, then it may well be that they are not who they say they are. For the most part, though, a lot of spirits can't be bothered to put the time and effort in to pretend to be a spiritual guardian, especially an ancestor, because it just takes so much effort, so much time, so much dedication. You have to commit to this for a very, very long time. And so for the most part, they'll be pretty much who they say they are, because it doesn't really give them much benefit to lie about it, because they're only going to be able to keep it up for a really short amount of time. And generally, they offer little nudges, little guidances, that gut feeling when you just know that you shouldn't do something or that you should do something and this is the time you should push yourself. It's a lot of people say that there is a guardian there. There is something there that is nudging you in the direction of your higher self or your truest potential, you know, however people want to describe it, that's sort of giving you a little a little push in the right direction to do something. And also they often will be shielding you from unwanted energies and spirits, and you probably don't even know that they're doing it, because it's just a default thing that is happening, which is why it is so much harder to aim workings at people than it is at situations, because that makes it a lot harder, because they, even if they don't practice themselves, they may well have spirits and energies and guardians and ancestors around them that can help with that situation. And if you know the names and the passcodes that you and the spirit share, they're less likely to be a mimic. Yeah, if it's a spirit that is like an ancestor that you know ancestor, then it obviously becomes a lot easier, because then you're dealing with individuals that you can fact check things on, which makes it super beneficial. Right, let's have a look. See, so we've sort of settled. We've got some 2 to 3 weeks. We've got some 3 to 4 weeks, and we've got some like 6 weeks. I think 6 weeks is a pretty reasonable. I think 6 weeks to 2 months, then gives people an opportunity, and me, to be honest, because I am a very, very, very slow reader. So I feel like we'll aim for like 6 weeks beforehand. So I'm going to need to plan and see how long everything's going to take. Because whenever you do anything like this, there's always problems that arise that just delay it. It's inevitable. Right. I'm new to all of this, but I'm very into nature paganism and some aspects of witchcraft, but I don't want to call myself a witch. What differentiates a witch from just a nature pagan? The witchcraft is probably the easiest answer I can give. So a pagan is likely to connect with seasons. They're likely to connect with specific deities. They might be animist in nature. They are spiritually connected to energies and to the natural world and to the spirits, the deities that they work with. They might be linked with folklore. They might enjoy learning about folklore and undertaking folk customs for themselves, but they won't necessarily be carrying out spells and rituals. A witch is going to be performing, practicing, and learning about the manipulation of energy to achieve magical results. And that can include paganism, but it might not. So a witch would say, connect with the natural world. Perhaps they might have deities that they work with, but they may be manipulating energy to create sigils, to create servitors, to perform spells and rituals, to achieve a particular outcome alongside working with the natural world. Whereas if you are just a pagan and you aren't interested in any of the witchcraft side, then you would say be connecting with the natural world. You might be requesting aid from deities and spirits when things get difficult or when you would like extra support, but you wouldn't necessarily be going out of your way to be creating a servitor or performing spells and rituals in an active sense. So I think the biggest distinction there would be the activeness of the spell work. Pagans, just like any other spiritual and religious group, may reach out to deities and spirits for aid, just as you see Christians performing prayer. But it isn't so much an active sense. It is more a secondary thing. It is a background thing. It's passive rather than active, whereas the witchcraft is more of an active process. Right. Let's have a look, see, where am I? What do you think of chaos magic? Practitioner here, just curious. I think it is largely misunderstood. And I think a lot of people don't realize that the things that they do are largely rooted in chaos magic, and they don't realize it. Like, I am consistently shocked. Not shocked in a bad way, more like stunned at the number of people who will be creating sigils and they will not realize that what they're doing is chaos magic, that it's rooted fundamentally in chaos magic. And the same with servitors. A lot of the time, the way that people are creating servitors is rooted in chaos magic, but they just have no idea. It's the kind of magic that sort of doesn't get acknowledged but has its misty little nonsense in everything, and I mean that as a massive compliment. I think it's one of those where if more people learned about it, they'd be surprised to see how much it is in a lot of the things that they do and not realise it. Right, but sigils is the biggest. I agree, sigils is the biggest. There are so many techniques that are fundamentally rooted in chaos magic. And you'll see them being reposted on Tumblr, you'll see them being spoken about in short form content, and it just never gets mentioned that they're rooted in chaos magic, which I always think is interesting because you are literally creating something free form with very little basis solely to fit the individual goal of what you are creating at that given moment. And I think that's just, I don't know how people miss it, but a lot of people seem to miss it. Right. What are your thoughts on someone using necromancy to learn skills from the specific dead people? For example, learning piano from Beethoven, or advice on resources on this? Can it even be done? Yes and no. Yes, necromancy is phenomenal for connecting with and communing with spirits of the dead, though it is difficult to be communing with individuals that you have no direct connection with. And so that's really where it becomes a lot harder. A little bit like, I use the analogy a lot of when we're performing spells, we are pulling threads. And this is why love spells often don't work on celebrities, because you have no consistent threads, no strong threads that are going to link you to another person. If they are like a celebrity and they live in Hollywood and you have like no idea who they are. And so that is the same principle applies. So much like with love spells, if you were to try to perform them, think of a famous person. Literally anybody. Just, my brain has gone to mush. Can somebody give me a famous person? Why can I not think of any famous person right now? My brain has just gone totally to mush. Famous person. A famous person. Let's just pick somebody. If you really want to perform a love spell on them, if kind of hard because he's dead, I'm gonna be honest. Also really hard because he's dead. Lenny Kravitz. Let's go with Lenny Kravitz. By the way, if you're not seeing the chat, the first one was Michael Jackson and the second one was Elvis. Which I'm sure some people would dream of Elvis, but let's go Lenny Kravitz, because I'm pretty certain Lenny Kravitz is still alive. I'm almost 100% certain that he is. Let me just double check. Not that this would matter anyway. Yes, okay, just making sure, because so many people have gone this year, you never know. You say want to perform a love spell for Lenny Kravitz. Of all people, go for it. Whatever floats your boat, doesn't matter. The problem is, if you have no connection to him in any way, shape or form, that's going to become really, really difficult, because you might know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who has a friend who knows somebody who knows his band manager, who then knows him. But the problem is that in order to pull every single little tiny thread, in order to reach Lenny at the very, very end, you are going to have to do so much work to go from A to Z. It is like so many threads are going to have to be pulled. And then you have to make sure that all of the other threads that are linking these threads together are not going to become problems. So then you have to start cutting some threads and tying new threads, and it becomes very, very difficult. The same applies with this when we're doing necromancy. Necromancy is not the summoning of dead people to bring them back to life again, but it is the communion with the spirits of the dead. Oh God, that scared me then. Oh, my phone should not cause me that much alarm. And the problem still applies, is that if you are trying to communicate with a spirit, Elvis. Let's use Elvis as the example here. If you're trying to communicate with Elvis, you are still going to need a strong enough connection to that spirit to be able to even bring them into that space. So this is why tag locks are so important. So hair, nail clippings. The problem you have, especially with people that are very, very famous or very, very old, is that the tag locks don't really have that much of an effect because there's so many of them out there. You know, everybody has a picture of Elvis. It's all over the internet. It becomes very difficult to draw the actual energy through something that is so widely distributed. And it's very difficult if you don't have something that belongs to that person or a direct personal link, or you are at the location where they are buried to then form that connection. So technically, yes, you could use necromancy to learn from spirits of the dead, but it is very, very difficult unless you are somehow connected to Beethoven, as an example here, or you are able to form a connection over time by consistently working with them to build a rapport that's enough to be able to learn from them, that you would be able to achieve something like this. But as is mentioned here, the honoring and venerating of, alongside lessons, alongside practice and training, could help add some of that influence in there, the same as you would if you were working with spirits or deities, especially if you were also petitioning to the spirit of the dead as well for assistance. So it's, with most things in witchcraft, it is not a cut and dry answer. There's a lot more going on there. Oh yes, saints. That's another thing. Saints are often used in the same way. They are honoured, and through the honouring of them, they can bring energy into a situation. So that you can try utilising figures like Freddie Mercury, like Beethoven, as these almost saint-like figures, much like people would in pop culture magic. You can utilise sort of the similar principles. Ooh. When learning the tarot, did you just ask random questions for simple things about your life and let your intuition read the card? I'm trying to learn to use my intention and not the book. Oh, so I would do readings every single day, but they wouldn't be on anything in particular. So it would just be a single card reading for the day, or it would be 3 cards for the day. And I would do it in the morning, typically. I would shuffle a deck. I would practice shuffling because I sucked so hard at shuffling. I couldn't do it. Loads of practice, getting the hang of feeling the deck, feeling the energy. And I would have a book. And every day I would open that book and I would write the date. I would write the cards that came out. And I would initially start by just looking at the card or cards, however many I worked with. And I would be trying to figure out the meaning of the card from the imagery. I used to read The Wild Unknown as my default deck. But I would often find that I would struggle reading it for myself. So I then switched to the Rider-Waite-Smith because I found that more effective. So that's something that might need to be taken into consideration too. You might find that as you're reading with a deck, you realize it's actually better at reading what's happening externally rather than what's happening internally. So that's something to bear in mind. So I would look at what the cards were saying, and then I would write it down in the book, but I would leave space under each one for what the book said about each of the cards. And then I would go to the book and I would see what the differences were between my intuition and what I got from the imagery versus what the book was saying. And I would often find that there were aspects that I would be picking up on in the intuition, but it wouldn't be the full story. And often this is the aspect of the card that you need to be focusing on that day, the bit that is being highlighted to you the most. So say, for instance, you have the Sun card comes out. But weirdly, instead of focusing on positivity and upbeatness and, abundance and all the stuff that's associated with the Sun card, you're just hyper focused in on that sunflower. That sunflower is really important and for whatever reason you become like fixated on the sunflower, note down if you become fixated on anything in a card, whether it's a colour, a piece of imagery, something, because that may well have significance. And then at the end of a day, look back at that reading, or even the next morning, before you do your next card reading, look back at what you've written, and you may well find, based on what happened throughout the day, that you see echoes of it in the deck and in what you read. And then, in terms of what I was saying about some decks are better for reading for others than for yourself, you may well find that you're noticing that, say, your best friend, it seems as though their trajectory, their day, showed up better in the cards than it did for yours. So then the next day, you test it again. Because it may well be that your deck of cards is better at reading for other people than yourself. And it's really useful to do this kind of trial to get a feel of it. Because like, I know that as much as I love the Wild Unknown Tarot, my full-size copy of the Wild Unknown loves reading for other people. It does not like reading pour moi. It doesn't like reading for me. And I don't know why. I think it's just a thing. It just likes giving. It likes giving readings and it doesn't like giving them to me. But my Rider-Waite-Smith works really well for me. And so there is a level of trial and error there because decks do have their own personalities, and that will play a part in sort of how the readings play out. And so that's the way that I found that made it so I wasn't trying to trick the cards. Because I know what a lot of people say, and I'm not saying that it's wrong to do, I just think there's a few caveats there. Some people will say, same with pendulums, with tarot cards, everything, that you need to ask a question that you already know the answer to. And especially with pendulum dowsing rods, things like that, your own subconscious is going to influence the reading. And the same happens with tarot cards. If you already know the answer and you're expecting the cards to give you the answer, you will read the cards a certain way. So it's not that it's bad to ask a question that you already know the answer to. It's really important to acknowledge that there is a level of subconscious that is going to be in play there. So if you're doing a reading about, I don't know, a particular job or something that you've just got, you could read the cards 50 different ways, but because you already know the answer, it changes how you read them. Whereas if you were to just read for just a generic day, you're just picking cards for a random day, your intuition is then guiding you in a way that it isn't if you already know the answer. So if you're going to do card readings for things you already know, or like simple things, just make sure you're doing generic readings as well, because it just means that you're then truly training your subconscious instead of using the bias that you already have to read. Sorry, I just saw the wildest thing in the chat. Hang on. Wait. I actually did a Reiki reading on Billy Idol with his permission once. I explained how it works. That is so cool. That is so cool, Amanda. That's awesome. Okay. One of the few people in the chat that can say that they have a connection in some way to a celebrity. That's cool. I'm somewhere over here. Oh, happy early birthday. Thank you so much. I do have a couple of weeks left and I'm terrified. As the years go on, I become more and more nervous about birthdays. Do you have anything magical you like to do or would suggest for birthdays? I have birthday jewelry, if that counts. And I've just been doing it for years and years and years. It is just special jewelry, usually with crystals in it. And I only wear it on my birthday. And it has this like energy to it that is just so lovely. And it's just imbued with that all of the time. So then if I ever feel like I'm sad or I'm down, then I can just hold a piece of jewelry and it just makes everything feel so much better. Other than that, I just try to do something nice. I like getting to do things and do nice things for birthdays. For my birthday, for other people's birthdays, it's just nice to do something like just a little bit different. Oh, thank you so much, Amanda. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Right. Definitely done that question. Oh no, has it randomized them? Oh no. Okay. Have you seen the trailer for the Disney movie Hexed? If so, any thoughts on it? I want to watch it when it comes out, but only to see how accurate it's going to be to Witchcraft. Also, video idea. Oh. I didn't know that they were doing anything. Hang on. They're doing something magic-y. I don't have any headphones plugged in, so I can watch this. Okay, already love the hair. I will have to do a full breakdown of this if you are interested. I know it's a Disney movie and therefore they're never that accurate, but just for funsies, maybe it's worth having a look and seeing what it's based on, because they're always based on something. It's obviously going to be quite far-fetched because it's a Disney movie, but I do think it would be quite interesting to like see how different and how far off it is to its like original source. Okay. Do you have any advice on maintaining Do you have any advice on maintaining a practice through busy periods or mental health struggles? Even weekly protections and cleanses feel like too much sometimes. I'm trying to formulate the words in a way that doesn't come across like in like a bad way, but realistically, you shouldn't be needing to do cleansings and protections every week. And I think that might be contributing to some of the pressure that you might be feeling. I don't mean that in a, oh, they should be stronger than this, or, oh, you should be better than this. I mean this just in a, that's a lot of pressure trying to do them every week and doing cleanses that regularly. That's a lot to take on consistently. And I think for most people that would feel very, very overwhelming very quickly, especially when there's a lot of life going on. Like a lot of, people have jobs, people have children, people are carers, people have pets, like people have their own issues and struggles. Realistically, I would say if you're struggling through busy periods and through mental health, I wouldn't worry too much about it. I'd say the best way of going about dealing with it is to have some workings that are set it and forget it. And by that, I mean workings that are going to be considerably longer lasting. Realistically, a cleansing, obviously it depends on how high flow an environment is. If you have lots of people coming and going, or if you work in a job that is particularly draining energetically. So people in healthcare, for instance, they often have to do cleansings more regularly just because of what they're dealing with on a daily basis. For the average person, I would say every month to every 3 months for a cleansing, with the help of the regular protections and things that you're going to already have in that space. And realistically, for protections, you're probably going to want to be recharging them every 6 months to a year for the longer lasting protections. You can then do, say, shorter term boosting protections, but I think having to do protections every week to maintain them, that's a lot of time and mental processing that goes in there. So I think maybe it's less about trying to have like a consistent practice through these periods and more about trying to find a different style that maybe works best for what's going on for you. And that way, you're not going to have to worry about doing it every single week. You're not going to have to be thinking, oh my goodness, I'm not in a good mental headspace, but I really need to be doing this and time's running out and I can feel the protections are waning. Instead, it's more of a, once it's done kind of a thing. So maybe you need to be looking into something that is tied to a bigger event. So you can do a protection working that is, say, linked to the full moon. And it will then consistently recharge itself on every single full moon. And that way you don't have to actively be recharging it every single month because it's going to be recharging itself through time. So it would essentially be, I mean, I've spoken about this sort of style before, where you are drawing down the full moon energy, and you're going to want to be linking it to an object that has been set up for protection. Because you are not linked to the object is linked to the lunar energy, you can then leave it probably outside somewhere to protect that space. And you can leave it linked. So once that cycle comes back around to the same point again, it will then reconnect with what you were doing originally. Now, it's not going to be as strong every single time. So it starts up here, and it's going to slowly, every time it recharges, it'll drop and then raise, but it will never reach as high of a level. So you'll probably have to fully do a recharge and a reset on it every 6 months to a year. But it does mean then that you're not consistently doing it all of the time. Black tourmaline above doors, especially if you have doors, you can't really see the top of my door, but especially if you have doors that have a little bit of depth to the door frame, if you can put a piece of black tourmaline over the top of door frames, especially ones that are coming into and out of the home, then you have the ability to limit some of that negative energy that's coming in, that's going to reduce the amount of cleansings that you need to do. If you have the ability to put black salt in windowsills and door frames, just in little bottles, you can get little craft bottles from places like The Works. I'm sure that in America and other places you can find them in like craft centers. They have little corks. If you can put black salt in those, place them on windowsills, place them above door frames if you have the space to do so, you are going to be able to have additional protection that's going to be cleansing the energy that's coming through, that's going to limit the amount of active cleansings that you have to do. Essentially, we're trying here to limit the amount of active work you need to be doing by giving you enough passive protection that you're not going to need to do it. When you have like the longer term things set, so say for protection, you might want to be having like a witch's bottle that's set up. You might want to be wearing protective jewelry. That's massively going to help because you're not going to need to recharge it that often. Creating a servitor for protection. Once you have these things in place, it's then a lot easier to then say, you know what, I'm actually not in the best headspace right now, and that's okay. And I don't have to force myself into a stressful situation because I need time to recharge, and that's okay. And it gives you the opportunity to then take that step back without having to feel guilty or feel shame or feel less than, because you don't feel like your practice is as regular as somebody else's practice would be. You know, it gives you a little bit of that flexibility if you can find passive things. So if maybe these wards are not for you and you want something that's way simpler, protection sigils. You can create a protection wash, you can use protection oil, you can just use some spring water and draw protective sigils on door frames, on window sills, on window frames, above fireplaces. You can redo that maybe every month if you wanted to line it up with a full moon or a new moon. For cleansings, you could do that every new moon. You could then put your protections back in again. Finding little things. Pentacle, where is it? It's here somewhere. I've put my pentacle down somewhere and now I can't find it. The little metal pentacles, if you can find some of those and charge them and place them around, it can offer that little bit of extra support where maybe you can then feel as though you can take a step back. Howard here said approach-opaque magic. Yeah, anything like that, like the burn marks, the witch's webs, the concentric circles, anything like that you can have, that you can just keep around your home and even back up. So you can have these things pre-drawn, pre-done, and then you just have to charge them and put them out. Blue tack them to your front door, you know, to allow you to have that freedom and that flexibility to say, okay, you know what, I'm really busy right now. That's okay. I have this as a backup. And then you can pull, in my book of shadows, I have like envelopes. I have loads of envelopes with petitions in, with sigils in, with things in that I can just pull out and use as and when I need to. So I know that I've got them and I can apply them as and when. And then it gives you that backup, that comfort of knowing you have something to fall back on. Oh, so approach-opaque magic is protection magic that is primarily found to protect home spaces. So you'll often hear approach-opaque magic being referred to when we're talking about historical properties. It will be burn marks, concentric circles, witches' webs. They were usually carved into the stonework or the woodwork of properties, usually early modern, Tudor to Tudor sort of time, sometimes later, in order to offer protection from unwanted spirits, sometimes from fires, from illnesses and the like. You'll often find them, they're found in things like tithe barns. You'll often find them as well as in bedrooms. And they're often put above fireplaces, doors, windows. And it was the common belief of the time that spirits and energies could cause harm, could cause sickness, could cause death in children and animals. And so you'll often see it being applied to these properties. It can also include mummified cats. It can also include concealed shoes, as well as foot outlines. We see a lot of them. If you have the time, I think I have a video. Let me just double check. I'm sure I did a full video on approach-opaque marks. Let me just double check. Because I forget, and it's been a while. Witch marks. They're also known as witch marks, which helps. Maybe I just did it on TikTok. Did I not do a full video on it? That would be bad. I'm sure I did a full video on it. Maybe I did. Did I imagine that? Maybe I imagined it. I think I must have imagined it. Oh, I'll have to do that if I haven't. But I would recommend, there's a couple of books. There's one that just came out, which I'm going to be getting, which is in the most recent book releases. But Brian Hoggard's Magical House Protection is phenomenal for this topic, covering everything from mummified cats to concealed shoes to the shoe prints to burn marks to witches' webs, concentric circles, daisy wheels, hexafoils. Technically the same thing, sort of. I'm sure that I did a video on approach-opaque magic. Have I just been bamboozled by the mandala effect? Have I wandered into an alternative universe? This is like the ending of Friends. I got bamboozled by that too. I feel like I've just walked into an alternative universe. Have we all just wandered into one where I didn't do a video on that? Because I've tried searching for witch marks and it's not coming up with anything. And I've tried searching for approach-opaque marks and it's not coming up with anything. I know I did a video on TikTok about it like 4 years ago, so maybe that's what we're all thinking of. I don't know. I'm gonna have to keep looking for this because it's gonna bother me. I'll find that at some point. I'm sure that maybe it was part of a vlog or something. Yeah, you're right. Oh, no. Ha. I did 3 years ago and I called it something stupid that doesn't make any sense and doesn't help anybody to find it. It's called How People Protected Against Witchcraft, Approach-opaque, in brackets, witch, close brackets, marks. Why did I choose that name? That doesn't make any sense. I could have gone for anything. That's what I went with. Okay, so I have done a video, How People Protected Against Witchcraft. If you want to find it, it's on the channel, and that went full in depth into early modern and Tudor witch marks in the British Isles. It's 23 minutes, so honestly, what was I thinking? That name... Oh, and that wasn't even the full name. It was How People Protected Against Witchcraft, Approach-opaque Witch Marks in Britain - Witch History. Don't even ask me what I was thinking that day. I was trying something, and I'm not sure if it worked or not because I don't remember trying it, but it's there anyway, so we all didn't collectively imagine it. Right, let's have a look-see. Where am I? Ooh, I recently read Queen of the Hearth by Chelsea Llewellyn Bolton. As a fellow Hearth witch, you should give it a glance. It's an anthology for Frigga, the Nordic goddess of the hearth. Ooh, I might have to check that out. I've not heard of it, so I'm gonna have to check that out. Do you have any recommendations on where to buy a silver pentacle, charm, or necklace, specifically something that isn't mass-produced, witchy jewelry in general, perhaps? Ooh, okay. So, sadly, in terms of the pentacle that I have, like the actual like solid pentacle, that was from a shop that closed down years ago, which I'm so sad about. They were phenomenal. In terms of jewelry, it's where it gets a little bit tricky because a lot of them come from the same places. So I have a stockist for silver jewelry that I go through to get the silver jewelry. And I know that most other people go through them as well. They are mass produced, but they are very, very, very good quality, and they are practitioners and pagan themselves, which makes it a lot better. So a lot of the time, if you see the same pentacle with a gemstone in the middle, and you see it over and over and over again, it's typically come from the same place. They don't do retail though, they only do wholesale. So that makes it a little bit tricky because then it ultimately depends on where you want to get it from. Silver is a little bit harder, like solid silver. Let me just check something. There is one gentleman that I have got a piece from and I love what he does. Absolutely love it. But I just need to make sure that that they're silver. Let me just double check because I think they might be bronze, but they're beautiful. What is this? Bronze. Not ideal, but they are gorgeous. He's called the Green Man on Etsy. I've purchased from him myself, Green Man Jewelry. I've purchased several pieces from him myself, and lovely man. Lovely, and he makes gorgeous jewelry, really rustic, really handmade. But I think for the most part they are bronze instead of being silver. Oh, some of his pieces are silver. Some of them are, but not many. I'll have to have a think-see and see if I can find some, because I got my one from a little place in Glastonbury. I think it's still there. Hang on. Google Maps to the rescue. Let me have a look, see if the shop's still there, because if it is, they might still sell these, like this size, if you're after something like small, like this one. I mean, we did get it a long time ago. Glastonbury. It's right at the bottom of the high street. Okay, I'm just going to find Sons of Asgard. And then I'll be able to find the street. Okay, street view. Yes, please. Boop. Okay. Burns the bread. Down a bit, down a bit, down a bit. Boop. All this, I think it's called the Imaginarium. But let's just see if it is called the Imaginarium. Is it called the Imaginarium? It is called the Imaginarium. So I got this necklace from the Imaginarium in Glastonbury. And if they still do them, and they sell online, you might be able to find them there. But obviously it depends on shipping and everything else. But I know that there's lots of shops in Glastonbury that do silver jewellery and that they do sell online. So it could be worth checking out if you want to support somewhere like a little artisan, like a cult shop. I know that I got this one from the Imaginarium. I'm hoping that they still do them. Oh, this is just making me want to go back to Glastonbury so bad. So bad. It's just seeing everybody in all the street view and everybody's having a great time. Let me have pentagram. Let's have a look, see if we can find anything. Yeah, they do some jewellery, but again, I think a lot of it comes from the same wholesaler, which I know if it does come from the same wholesaler, is a pagan wholesaler. Yes, they do. They do the silver necklaces. So the website is called imaginariumglastonbury.co.uk. I know that they do the same ones that I have because that's where I got it from. Specifically, the pentagram silver necklace. Yes, that is the same. So that might be useful. They do loads of other ones though. So they do bigger ones. They do rings. I have one of the silver rings as well. They're lovely. They do the earrings. They do necklaces that have the gemstones set into them as well. So it could be worth checking out if you want something that's solid silver, but the Green Man on Etsy is his jewelry is just phenomenal. It's just beautiful, and it's so, I don't know how to describe it. It is so pagan. Like when you see it, you look at it and you go, yeah, that's pagan. And you can just recognize it from a mile off. So his jewelry is always really good as well. Okay, let's have a look-see. Where was I? Visit Glastonbury soon. They have bathrooms. I know, I really need to go down again. I've not been to Sons of Asgard in so long. And I miss it so bad. But also, money. Books. I know what I'm like, and I know that I have to ration myself or I am going to go bonkers. I will just buy so many books, and I don't have enough bookshelf space. Not yet. Not till I finish The Office. In your view, what actually is a demon, and where do they come from? So, to me anyway, having not worked massively with demons, so I am not fully in the know, I suppose. Demons are a classification of spirits. And I feel as though they have a very, very bad reputation when they really shouldn't. Because just like all classifications of spirits, they aren't all the same. And I always, when I classify spirits, I like to describe it like fish. I say the same with the fair folk, I'll say the same with demons. A goldfish is a fish. A great white shark is a fish. They don't have the same diet. They don't have the same behavior. They don't live in the same place. They don't eat the same thing. I already said that. That's diets. And they don't necessarily pose the same risk to you in a situation with them. And I say that as somebody who loves sharks and has studied them for many years. I think that there's a lot of stigma around demons. To be honest, it fits in with the analogy, a lot like there is with sharks. Some bad situations don't necessarily mean that they're all bad. Different species are going to pose different risks. Different individuals are going to pose different risks. Circumstances are going to pose different risks. And I like to apply the same when it comes to spirits. Now, where demons actually come from, that's going to vary depending on your tradition. There are many people who firmly believe that demons come from hell, but that hell is not the Christian hell that is discussed. So when we're talking about, say, like the princes of hell, and we're talking about the circles of hell, that is almost perceived differently to the hell that you would see in, say, very traditional Christian viewpoints. So I think it's one of those where everybody's going to have a different answer depending on the tradition that you're a part of. Because if you were to ask a Christian what a demon is, they will tell you something like they are spirits of evil that come from hell to corrupt your soul and, make you commit sin. Whereas if you were to talk to somebody who specifically works with demons on a regular basis, like if you were somebody that worked with, for instance here, the Goetia, you're going to have a very different stance on what a demon is than if you were a Wiccan that has perhaps never worked with a demon. They are probably the most polarizing of all groups of spirits out there. Even more so than the fair folk, definitely more so than angels, and they're polarizing in and of themselves. They are probably the group of spirits that has the biggest confusion surrounding them, just because there's so many people with differing opinions on it, and everybody likes fighting about it. I do think they have a bad reputation though, because even when you're looking, one of the most interesting aspects of witchcraft to me is looking through grimoires, specifically what are commonly known as black magic grimoires. Now, obviously, that term is rather outdated now, but they're often described as being black grimoires of purely malefic magic. When we're looking at things like the Red Dragon, books like that, you start seeing that demons are not necessarily what you would immediately expect them to be. Because despite a lot of these books being considered malefic, being very evil in nature, you can find demons that will help you find lost objects, or demons that can help you with finances. And it's not so much a single thing that demons are worked with for, like a lot of people believe. Demons are just a classification of spirits like anything else. You can perform malefic magic with the assistance of the fair folk, just as you can perform healing magic. Whereas when it comes to demons, people have a tendency to assume that if you work with demons, you're just automatically by default a bad person. And I don't think that's fair. And that happens so much. So much. And you also find that people who work with demons are immediately classified as being bad people that you shouldn't engage with, which I find really, really weird. Just really strange that you would just write somebody off for something that you don't fully understand yourself. But let's have a look-see. I shattered my protection obsidian stone by dropping it. Do you think I should still use the pieces, or could it be that it's done its job, so it wanted to be destroyed, if that makes sense? I personally wouldn't use it in its original sense. I would say that you could probably use it in a slightly adapted sense, but I would, if it's the only form of protection you have, I would definitely find something separate. What I would instead use it for is linking your home environment to yourself. And that might not make any sense at face value, I suppose, but this is an item that has been used for protection for probably an extended period of time. And it is very closely linked to your energy, and likely the energy of your home, and utilizing the whole contagion magic. They have been attached to each other for so long. These two stones have been linked together throughout millennia. And these two, well, I'm saying two stones as in like the segments of the stone have been linked together for what could be millennia, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of years. And they have been working together magically for the entire time that you have had them. Now that they are apart, they are still linked to one another. And so you can leave one in a protected area, like your home, in and amongst other protection. And then you can take the other half with you out and about. And you are linking these two protections together. So you are essentially able to take the larger protection that you have at home, and you are able to take it with you through the link that you have with these segments. So you would need to have further protections in place, but it's not something that like it's a complete write-off and you could never use it ever again. You just have to use it for something different. So if, say, every night you were to put those pieces of stone together in a protective place, and then you were to carry them around with you the next day, you are drawing that energy with you. You are linking it to it. So it can still be practical in that sense, just not necessarily in the same way. Let's have a look-see. Ooh, okay. Let's start with this one, because this one I have an answer for straight away. What version of the Picatrix are you reading? I am reading that one. Are you reading the Michael Greer and Christopher Warnock one? I am, yeah. So, can I turn the brightness up on this? Come on, go back to the page you were on a minute ago. If I can, I'm on this one. So it has that particular cover. So far, really enjoying it. I enjoyed it the first time as well, but now I feel like I actually have to finish it. I'll get there eventually, one day. And then here's this one. How do we notice differences in energies? For example, I easily sense energies of things at this point in my practice, but I can't differentiate energies of different crystals or plants. Any tips? Generally with this, it's just a case of practicing, and it's not always the easiest thing because it's quite tedious to keep doing it over and over, but it's the small, subtle differences that over time will become a lot more noticeable and a lot more apparent. So it's very much a case of start with the big stones with the big differences. So I wouldn't go for multiple quartzes. I would go maybe for one quartz and one agate, see how they are different, and then do an obsidian and see how that's different. And then once you start getting the knack of individual crystals, you can then start getting into the closer knit ones. I think some of the biggest problems is that a lot of the time, crystals are very, very similar to one another. So especially if people are using the crystals that they would typically have in like a starting collection, which is like clear quartz, rose quartz, amethyst, citrine. All of those are quartzes and they're very, very similar to one another. So starting with like the bigger differences is a lot easier, and then work towards the smaller little nuances. But it takes time, and it's definitely not going to be an easy thing. It's something that builds slowly. And some people find it really, really easy. And for other people, it is the very, very small differences. It is the differences in weight, the energetic weight, or it is the slight difference in temperature, and it's just about being able to recognize when something has changed. So to start with, it's not about saying, okay, this one is definitely rose quartz and this one is definitely obsidian. It's instead a case of saying, hang on a minute, whichever one is which doesn't matter. But I am noticing that this one feels a little bit colder, like energetically colder. And it really doesn't matter which one is which at that point. It's just about being able to recognize that there is a difference. And once we start noticing that there is a difference, then we can start building on that to further develop it. Right. And for animal remains, do I have to call on the spirit of that animal and do spirit work in order to use them in my craft? At what point do we consider the spirit separated from the remains, if ever? Personally, it's an if ever situation. You can release a spirit, but it's always going to be tied in some way to the animal. You don't necessarily need to be working with them as long as there is a level of respect there. I think that's the main thing, is you can release the spirit if they have made it clear that they don't want to be present there anymore. But for the most part, if you're not going to work with the spirit of the bones, then it's a case of just being respectful of them, like working alongside them rather than against them. Right. Ooh. I've read Pins and Needles, which is so good. What is your recommendation for books on puppet magic? At the minute, I only have 2 in my collection. Do I even have the other one in my collection, or did I just read it? The one that I have that I know that I like is The Folklore and Magic of Puppets by Moira Hodgkinson. That one's a really interesting read. It's small, but it's got some really useful information in it. It's the only one that I've really resonated with. I've read a few others, like I'm sure that Pagan Portals did a book on doll magic. I will just double check. I'm sure they did. Yes, Puppets and Magical Dolls by Pagan Portals. I have in my collection. I definitely have it. I recognize the cover. It's fine. It's great. It's okay. But it's not very big. And so if I was going to go for any of them, I'd go for the book by Moira Hodgkinson over this one, just because there's a lot more to it. But yeah, not read masses of books on the topic. I mostly just went rogue and just found some things that worked and just stuck with them. I have a crystal tower where the top of the point is chipped off. Do you think its ability to attract and send off energy is now compromised? Should I split it up and use it in pieces instead? I don't think it's going to be massively compromised. I would say that if it had actually broken, then it would be compromised. But for the most part, the tower is just a way of directing energy up and out. And as long as it has a fairly narrow point to be able to leave things from, even if it is chipped, it's still going to be useful as a tower. I mean, if you would prefer it to be in smaller pieces, then that's fine. But it's not going to be effective just because it's missing just the very end of it. Do you think we can become Landwhite's ancestors' elves in the afterlife if we put enough devotion into this life? No. Personally, obviously everything in the live streams is my own experience, but it very much reads I don't know how I would best describe this. So obviously ancestors, yes, because an ancestor is just somebody who has gone before. But in my experience, anyway, and from what I can tell, experiences of the people I know personally, Landwights have never been human, and the Fae folk have never been human. And it's one of those where they're very separate from. So a land wight are often, especially land wights, are ancient, thousands of years old, sometimes older, ancient beings that are not human and never have been. Now, you can get spirits of the land, which are different than land spirits. It sounds kind of confusing because they have very similar names. But the spirit of the land is the living essence of the land itself, rather than, say, a being. Like a ghost is a being. So I think ancestors, yes. But I think a lot of the time when you see language like this, it can be a little... I've seen it a lot in cults. And I mean like bad cults. I mean like, if you work really, really hard and devote yourself to me in this life, I will help you to become a god in the afterlife. That kind of a thing. So I think if you see like it being pushed in that way, big red flag. But an interesting topic nonetheless for just general chit chat. I don't know where I am. Okay, I actually don't know where I am. I'm somewhere. Okay, I've done that one definitely. Do you have any plans for the summer solstice? I do, and actually, if I can get all of my editing done tonight, even though it's 20 to 12, and I probably won't, I have a Litha video coming out tomorrow. If it doesn't come out tomorrow, it will come out the day after. What day is it? Wednesday. If it doesn't come out on Thursday, it will come out on Friday. I'm hoping. I'm really, really hoping, because we do not have long before Litha, and I accidentally left it too long to do the video, and so now we're here because I have poor time management skills. So I have an entire video in that coming out soon. Right. Where am I? I'm somewhere over here. I know I haven't done this one. Thoughts on selenite. I read that it doesn't need to be cleansed, and also that it's good to put selenite around your spellwork to amplify the energies. Oh, I've not heard that one. What are some ways that you work with selenite? I've not heard putting it around spellwork to amplify energies, simply because it is a natural... How would I describe it? It's not necessarily a natural cleanser, but it is sort of a mover of energy. So if it were for amplification, I would be using quartz 100%. I wouldn't be touching selenite when it comes to amplification personally, simply because it adds too much of the lunar energy in there. If that's not what I'm looking for, it's just going to throw it all off. And they have a tendency to disrupt the energy. So it's not necessarily that selenite like clears away all energy, because it has its own associations of being connected with the moon, but it has a way of not allowing energy to settle. And so it has this amazing ability of, you keep selenite with other crystals, and they seem to have a lot less stagnant energy sitting in them when it then comes time to using them. And so personally, I wouldn't use it as an energy amplifier, but they are useful for lunar workings. They are useful for kind of shifting and disrupting energy. But that's obviously just personal experience. Everybody's experiences with things are going to be totally different. For me, I've just found that selenite has a tendency to mess with me. And I'm not sure if maybe that's just me and selenite. So let me know. Let me know how you guys use selenite in the chat and in the comments. I would love to know. Do you use it for amplification? Do you use it for cleansing? I really like selenite, but selenite has a very, very strange energy for me that is very disruptive, which is great for keeping crystals clear. And it's great for adding into like cleansing workings, and also anything that is designed to shake up energy. So things like black tourmaline mixed with selenite is a really interesting dynamic to stop negative energy from settling, because that black tourmaline sort of draws it in, and then the selenite is like, we're not gonna sit on anything. We're just gonna like hover here. And I think that anything more than that, for me, I don't like the energy, but it has its uses and it has its purposes. But yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, it does react with water as well, but what I will say is it doesn't react as strongly as people often think it does. There's a lot of information about how don't even let water touch selenite, which, yeah, it will break down over time, but if it like accidentally touches water, it will be totally fine and you probably won't notice any difference. It's only like if it's sitting, if the water is hot, that makes it worse, or if it's for like long periods of time. But yeah, it's an interesting one. And to be honest, mostly I see it being used in wands because it has this almost fiber optic behavior to it. It has a way of directing energy along the length of it. And so it's really, really good for wands if you are struggling with your energy manipulation. A selenite wand, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Right. What would be your advice for a new witch doing her first healing potion? Oh, I have so many questions. So many questions. What kind of healing potion? Is it something that you're going to drink? Something that you're going to use externally? Because that's going to change things. Biggest piece of advice, whether you are heating something, whether you are putting something on your skin, whether you are consuming something, always make sure that you know what it is that you are working with. Because sometimes they can interact with medications, sometimes they can interact with other plants, sometimes things are toxic in one way but not in another. I think it's probably the biggest piece of advice, especially when it comes to potions, because they're so versatile and so adaptable. Some can be consumed, some are used externally, some are used on items and objects. There's so much room with them that it's just useful to know exactly what you're dealing with and why. Right. Already done that one, I know that one. Any books on covens and magical communities? We actually had one in the last book releases. Now, obviously, I've not read it because it was in the book releases video and it hadn't come out yet. It was called... What was it called? It was called something and herding spiders. Is it drinking tea and herding spiders? It had such a wacky name. Yeah, it's called Drinking Tea and Herding Spiders by Sean Sibley. That one is all about running a coven. And so that one could be useful if anybody's looking for something. That one's specifically on covens. There is another book as well called Coven. And I believe it was by Fiona Horn. We did have it in the shop, actually. Let me check if it's still there. My memory is not very good with these things. It might, because that might be the easiest way for me to find it if it is still there. I think that one is a gorgeous book. It's a massive hardback and it is just beautiful. So The Coven by Fiona Horn is the ultimate guide to coven crafting and embracing your magic. Renowned witch and best-selling author Fiona Horn shares her secrets on the wonders of making magic and finding your coven in the sumptuous and enlightening guide to deepening your craft and working with others. Whether you are witch curious, a solitary practitioner ready to connect with like-minded souls, or seeking to establish your own coven, Fiona will guide you on your personal path, illuminating a thrilling space in which to create magic collectively. It is your portal to the world of witchcraft past, present, and future, from sacred gatherings and coven creation to modern magic living every day. So yeah, that one, also, it's gorgeous inside. It has green gilded edges. It's gorgeous. It is hardback. It is massive by comparison. So just bear that in mind. It is really, really huge, but it is really, really interesting. So that one is always good. And there's a deck as well. There is a matching deck to go along with it. And the deck is beautiful. It is so good. It is like black and white, like very sketchbook style. It's lovely. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I'm going to try really hard and not to butcher this. Von Mullerhoff. Is that right? Thank you so, so much. Happy summer solstice and happy birthday in advance. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. I hope your bathroom gets fixed soon. Me too. We just found loads of damp and it's coming from a leak we can't find, which isn't ideal. Like, really not ideal. So yeah, I'm really hoping that we can get it fixed soon and then we can do another book club and that's going to be really good. And hopefully this time I don't have a panic attack and cry off camera. That was my worst case scenario. And my worst case scenario is now done with. So therefore it has to be better. So that's the plan. And so thank you so, so much for all of your support. And yeah, we'll see. Oh, it jumped again. Oh no. Okay. And scroll. And scroll. Right. Where am I? I'm somewhere. I'm somewhere around here. Oh no. Okay. Oh, wait. I don't recognize any of these. Oh, I recognize that one. Okay. So I've already done that one. So there's a question on any good ways of confirming that a spirit is who they say they are. We've sort of touched on that one earlier, but I will go into it a little bit more. So there's a real thing online about spirits not being who they say they are. And I think it's very much a thing that happens. And I think it depends on where you are in the world. Some places have more trickster spirits than others. I've not experienced it massively. The biggest thing that I've experienced is child spirits that aren't child spirits. That's the one I see quite a lot. And there's a good couple of ways that we can... are there that many good ways? Okay, I'm not really going to say good ways, but there are ways that we can sort of figure it out. And the problem is that most of the time it comes with time. And that can be really horrible if you don't know if what you're dealing with or who you're dealing with is who you're expecting it to be. But most of the time it comes with time. So generally, if you have an idea of what a type of spirit is going to behave like, obviously individuals are going to be slightly different. That's really the first clue. If you're dealing with a human spirit, but they are behaving in ways that you just would not expect a human spirit to behave, that's a bit of a problem. And you might be finding that it is a non-human spirit that is trying to act human. If you are working with a deity, a saint, a known spirit, then you can often look up the folklore, the legends, the stories, and then you can sort of piece together their actual information versus the way they're behaving, because often there's going to be some mismatch there. Generally, the mask is going to slip if they are a spirit that is trying to be like something else. And so patience works wonders for this. A mixture of patience and not reacting. Because if it is a true trickster spirit, you are looking at a spirit that would like attention. They want fear. They want energy. They want excitement. They want chaos. And so what will probably happen is they'll start behaving in ways that are a little bit odd. As time goes on and they're thinking, okay, we have gained their trust. Now we can start doing things. As soon as things start happening, just don't react. Just don't do anything. And it's the biggest piece of advice that I can give as well. If you are in a home with a spirit that you think is maybe not that nice, try not to react. Try to not flinch. Try to not look towards it. Try to not react in any way, shape or form. Because usually the reaction is what they're after. And when they can't get the reaction, they will usually get so frustrated, they will just leave because it's not worth their energy. And so usually as time goes on, you'll notice that their behavior is just a bit weird and it's just a bit strange and things just aren't adding up. And if you aren't reacting to it in a way that is like creating heightened energy, so fear, anger, frustration, they will usually just go away and leave you alone because it's just not worth the energy for them to continue the charade when they're not getting anything out of it. Right. When when reading tarot at an event, how would you separate previous client's energy from the deck when wanting to read for the next client, since during those events you rarely have the time to smoke cleanse? So typically what people will do is they will have crystals, and those crystals are usually placed on top of the deck between readings. Some people do smoke cleanse, and you will see people doing that, but people will also just remove the energy manually. And you will often see people like disrupting. So you'll see people like shaking the cards. You'll see people pulling the energy out of the cards. A lot of the time though, you will see people putting crystals on top that are protective, that are cleansing, to cleanse away any unnecessary energy from that deck before the next reading starts. So it's one of those where it's a little bit of an individual thing. There's no perfect solution. Like in an ideal world, you would want to be cleansing a deck between every single reading, but realistically, you're not going to be able to do an in-depth cleanse. So then it's very much about trying to do what you can between clients, but also learning as a reader to read through the energy. So if you are able to recognize energy that is older from energy that is newer, it is then far easier to do a reading straight after somebody else, because if they've then touched the cards, you're able to almost see and feel the fingerprints of that person, and that is going to be stronger than the person beforehand. So you're almost just doing like damage control in between, in a way, where you're attempting to dislodge as much of the previous energy as possible. You're still going to have echoes of it, but then you are reading the darker, the stronger, more pigmented energy that is being overlaid over the top of it. So it's just sort of a trial and error kind of a thing. Also, Hawthorne has said, I often blow on my cards to blow away the energy of the past person's energy, as well as to recharge it with my energy. So like it's finding sort of what works for you. And when you go to an event, you'll see that there's like a dozen readers and all of them will be implementing different things. Some people will have different card decks that they alternate between. So a card deck has more time to be released of that excess energy by sitting under crystals while you use another deck. So you can kind of have things in rotation as well. Right. During spellwork, meditation, and divination, would you suggest putting my phone on airplane mode and turning off Wi-Fi so the energies don't mix with the working? I wouldn't necessarily say that it would have anything to do with the energies personally. I would just do it to stop distractions. Because as we saw earlier today, if you're super duper focused and your phone makes a really loud noise, it's going to scare the living daylights out of you. And so generally, especially if we're wanting to do meditation, divination, trance work, no matter how light, astral work, having your phone at least on silent, maybe just on vibrate, or having it off entirely if you're doing a ritual or a spell is probably a good idea, just so that you're not distracted by your phone notifications, your screen lighting up, because I know that now, like, you just have to lift your phone up and it immediately lifts and lightens the screen. So it's just better just to not have the distractions, if anything else. What are your thoughts on the idea that sensing energies is easier when we aren't directly touching an object we are trying to sense energy from? I think there's definitely something to that. So, do I have anything here? This lush sample shall work. So say, for instance, especially when we're doing energy sensing trials, like we're practicing our energy sensing, we're often going to be sensing the energy of two different objects. So I will use lipstick and sample thing, like lush tester thing. We are trying to sense the difference in energy between these two crystals. Okay, definitely not random objects on my desk. The problem that we have is as soon as you hold these objects, your physical brain is going to start overriding your subconscious mind. So subconsciously, if I were to have this object on a table and I were to have my hand over it like this and I was sensing that energy, I don't know anything about this crystal. that's underneath my hand. I have no idea. I don't know how cold it is. I don't know how big it is. I don't know the shape of it. I don't know anything about it. Is it rough? Is it smooth? I don't know anything. And because of that, we are forced to rely on our subconscious mind to give us the information that we don't have, to fill in the blanks. But as soon as I'm holding that object, I'm like, oh, okay, it feels cold and it's this shape and it's this size, therefore it must be this one. And your conscious mind starts taking over because we're constantly seeking information in the natural world around us. And so if I were holding both of these and I was trying to sense the differences in the energy and figure out which one is which, my conscious mind is going to immediately override my subconscious mind. And because of that, not touching the objects is actually better, especially when we're just getting started. Now, obviously, once you're a little bit further into it, it's a bit different because you become used to sensing the energy, and it's not something that you necessarily have to be super focusing on. Your subconscious mind can more easily come forwards, but it's useful at the very least, at least to start off with. Right. How would you meditate in nature? I'm always so scared of bugs or snakes and sometimes people, which is stopping me from being able to relax and connect with nature and the spirit of place. I would say then, don't. Not fully anyway. You can be present in that environment and connect with the natural world without being in a full meditative state. And I feel especially if there is a level of fear, if you feel uncomfortable because of people, because of the environment, it's going to be inhibiting your ability to meditate anyway. You're already going to be quite limited because your conscious mind is constantly telling you, you need to be paying attention, you need to be aware, what if, that you're not going to be able to comfortably and easily get into a meditative state anyway. So I'd say maybe instead you could just be present by just being aware of the energy, aware of the natural world, so that way you're not getting yourself out of the meditative state by being nervous. Instead, you're able to more effectively engage, which is really the important thing. Is if you're wanting to connect with nature, the most important bit is the connection and not necessarily how you do it. Do you have any books on osteomancy or bone scrying? I have a few pieces, but I want to know what I'm doing before I do it. I have one in my collection, but I'm going to be honest, it's not really what you're looking for. It's a historical book on ancient Greek bone throwing. It doesn't have that much good information in it. But let me just have a look, see. I know that there's a book. I can see the picture inside of my head. Is it this? It is. It's this. So Mystic Dylan, a few years ago, published the book Throwing Bones, Crystals, Stones and Curios. Includes 20 unique casting boards for divination and insight. Fortune casting, or throwing bones and other objects for divination, is an age-old magical practice. Bones are the totems and can be any item, something from nature like shells, roots or crystals, or trinkets and found objects like dice, coins or keys. Whatever you use, casting will help you create a definitive divination system based on your personal practice. It is through casting that you can truly enhance your intuition and connect to the spiritual, earthly and supernatural realms. Through collecting your objects, you are building a unique alphabet and language that will help you answer important questions. This beautifully illustrated practical how-to book contains everything you need to know to get started with this fortune casting. So I know that Mystic Dylan has done one, obviously, but I've never read it myself. So I can't say that it is 100% like a fantastic book on this, but I can say that it has 4.2 stars. And people seem to like it, but one person has said that only 1/3 of the book relates directly to bone throwing, so just take that into consideration. So that is an option. I know that Mystic Dylan's books are always really, really well researched. He's a magical practitioner that I do really, really respect, and so that is an option to consider, though do make sure you check out reviews and all of that stuff. As we all know, you are the book queen. Oh, I would not say that, but I very much appreciate it. But what other forms do you get information from, if any? I get them a lot from people. a lot of the events, you'll have people that just give random pieces of information. Like, they just want to share, and I like taking it on, and I have a notes thing on my phone where I just write this information down. A lot of the time, though, I get information from I'm not sure where, and that's just the way it's been for a long while. It's the same as with the divination. Sometimes I will just be given information, which I think is kind of useful, especially if I'm stuck in a situation. I'll just like go for a meditative walk and I will just get given information, which is quite useful. And then that leads me through a deep dive, and then I end up going through books and through podcasts and through blogs, and I'll get information from practically anywhere as long as I can fact check it. But I tend to find that the initial sources of information tends to be just random things that pop into my head and I'm never quite sure on the source, and then I will just deep dive into it, or books and people. And then I will use blogs and forums and Tumblr and places like that as almost secondary sources of information that is more the nuance of how individual people are applying it, because I think that's really useful as well. But for the most part, it's those three, because I just find them to be the most reliable. As much as I would love to use, I mean, even blogs now, it's just getting bad. Like, the amount of AI generated blogs is just crazy. And so I find that just the slower forms, like just the coven members who come up and give me random bits of information, or like people who'll just be looking at stuff and they'll be like, oh, I use something like this, but I use it for this. And I'm like, okay, mentally noted. I'm going to put that in my notes app so I can look it up later. People are so willing to share. And that's why I think the MBS shows, the events and stuff are such wonderful places to be at. Because even just talking to random people or listening to a talk, you'll just get so much information from them that you would never have even considered before. And I think there's something just so wonderful about learning from other people. But yeah, all of that and then stuff. And I will just go on deep dives, and that's why I never get anything done. Because I find it very difficult to finish a topic, because then I'll like deep dive into something else. And like, I've been researching the museum, the Boscastle Witchcraft Museum, and I found a segment of an audio recording, and I then spent the next 2 days attempting to find the rest of these audio recordings. I probably could have finished scripting the entire video in those 2 days. Did I do that? No, I went on a hunt for the audio recordings instead. Still haven't found them. I'm working on it. I know where they are, I just can't get them. Not right now, anyway. Am I creating a scheme in order to get them? That's not a scheme, it's actually just a plan, but scheme sounds more interesting. Yes. Whereas I should just be doing the research instead of going down rabbit holes. Okay, let's have a look. See, I know I answered that one earlier. So that was on long-lasting home wards. I gave some ideas for that, so I'm not going to go too much into that again. Can I work with a specific Irish she/goddess that has historically been connected to my family, even if I live on the other side of the world? If they have been historically connected with your family, I think it would be really the perfect opportunity to at least attempt to, because there is a direct link there that's going to make it so much easier than for other people. And the spirits related to Irish families specifically tend to be very, very dedicated. And so they will follow people across oceans. And so very well worth giving it a go. And that's true. Life is like a rabbit hole. I agree. That's the fun bit, is when you go down a rabbit hole. The problem is when you actually needed to get something done. And I am like 5 days deep in a research rabbit hole, and I haven't achieved anything. Let's have a look-see. When working with candles in the long glass containers, I find that the wick is difficult to keep long enough to burn properly, which makes the flame too small. Tips for working with these candles. Okay, so novena candles, 7-day candles, these big glass candles that are quite tall and thin. You're sort of consistently dealing with a problem. And I mean that in the most loving way possible. We sell them through the website. I use them all of the time. I really enjoy working with them, but they are fundamentally a bit of a physics nightmare. At least I'm gonna refer to it as physics, just to make it sound fancier. It's probably just a candle maker's nightmare, but still. Because the problem you have is that candles need a large enough wick to melt widthways. So like when we make all of the candles, we have to take into consideration the width of the candle at different points and choose a wick accordingly. So for a candle that wide, they're usually what, like that wide, you would need a bigger wick than what you would typically find in a novena candle. And it's because there is not really an easy way to mass produce the candles, which is what most of them are, with a perfectly straight wick. And so they almost have to take into consideration the fact that the wick is going to bend in funny ways. It's usually not perfectly straight. And if it gets too close to the side of the glass, it will break the glass. And so what you will often find is the wick is consistently too small. And so it will, as it gets down and the oxygen becomes less and less and less and less and less, get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and dimmer, and then eventually it will put itself out, which is incredibly inconvenient when you're doing a working. There's a couple of ways that you can do it though. So you can use it almost as a reading in and of itself. So if the candle is almost done and then it snuffs itself out, and no matter what you do, you cannot get it to relight, it's often a sign that the candle has simply done its job and it's just finished its business and the working is complete. It won't do any more. But obviously inconvenient if it started doing that halfway down. So one thing that I do find to be quite useful, it will mess up some of your smoke reading though if you do plan on reading the smoke from these candles, is if you can, you might need to be using gloves, like heat protectant, like kitchen gloves to do this. If you're finding that the wick is becoming submerged in the wax, you can, whilst it's still quite hot, though please be very, very careful. This is not something that I would say is the safest thing to do, so please be very, very careful. You might want to tip out some of the wax. I've done this on many an occasion. Please take personal safety seriously. Because usually it's because the wick is being flooded by the wax. So if you tip out some of that wax, it has the potential to give the wick a fighting chance when you then relight it again. Generally, I find burning it in smaller increments is easier. So doing 4 to 8 hours in one go is easier than doing it all in one go. I know a lot of people will burn these novena candles for 7 solid days, but obviously fire safety, it becomes a bit of an issue. Because when the wax keeps solidifying again, you have the chance for it to burn consistently. If you burn it all in one go, especially in a hotter environment, so a lot of people find more issues in the summer than in the winter. If your home is quite hot, you're melting way too much of the wax and then the wick just dips into it. So maybe burning them in a colder environment for less time and snuffing them out in between. That way you can get more of a consistent burn. I find that my novenas, when I do it like this, burn all the way to the bottom. I very rarely have one that doesn't. But I also live in a very cold house. I live in England and I don't burn them for extensive periods of time. So typically then it gives it a fighting chance. So maybe it's worth considering some of those, trial and error a little bit to see if anything would work. Right. Just curious. Oh, this is going to be so hard. I've seen the full question. Do you prefer Traditional Witchcraft by Gemma Gary or The Crooked Path by Keldon? That is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Do I have The Crooked Path somewhere I can easily grab? No. Is it over here? Yes, it's there. Hang on. I actually know where this book is. Miracle. This is... Okay, this is The Crooked Path. Okay, so what I will say about the difference between these two is that one of them, in my opinion, is a little bit more beginner focused than the other. So I'll grab the Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways. So Inside Keldon's The Crooked Path, you have a range. So I'll go through some of the contents. What is traditional witchcraft? Defining traditional witchcraft, the historical development of traditional witchcraft. Part 2 is working with magic, magical basics, the traditional witches' tools, the rituals of traditional witchcraft and spellcraft. Part 3 is working with the other world, the witch father and the witch mother, ancestors, familiars and fetches, and the other world. Part 4 is working with the natural landscape, engaging with the land, plants, stones, animals, seasons, weather and planets. And then you have reflecting on the crooked path. And it covers loads of things. It reminds me a lot of the traditional witchcraft version of Psychic Witch by Matt Oren. Phenomenal for beginners. I think it could be really useful as one of, if not the first book that you get as a beginner. I think this alongside Psychic Witch would be absolutely phenomenal. Covers a good rounded basis for traditional witchcraft. But, as somebody who had already learned all of the basics and was still, going over them, but mostly has them down, I find that the traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways by Gemma Gowrie is just more detailed. It has more in it for me than The Crooked Path. But I would always recommend The Crooked Path over traditional witchcraft for a beginner witch. So the traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways, if you haven't already read it, if I can find the contents, goes over Cornwall's Museum of Witchcraft and Magic, an introduction, the cunning path, the dead and the other world, the buka, places of power, the tools of cunning, the witch's compass, including the hearthside rite, the compass rite, the troyal hood, and a ritual for closing. The trade, including the hand of the wise, planetary virtues, magical substances, charm bags, working with protection, healing, love, good fortune, spirit magic, the weather, and versatile ways. Rites of the moon, the fury nights, including Candlemas, Maze Eve, Golowen, Guldize, I can never pronounce these, and Allantide, and Montol. Initiations of the cunning way, including a rite of dedication. Now, whilst it's still fairly basic in the grand scheme of the complexity that some of Gemma Gowrie's books can go into, I think that this one is more a book that I would say, if you already have your beginner practices down, if you have a decent understanding of things, this one to me has the potential to go a little bit deeper, and it's a little bit less practices focused. So whilst there are things in there, I also love all of the illustrations. They're beautiful. They're gorgeous. I like the fact that this one is a little bit more wordy. It's a little bit more, I'm going to give you all of the information and then do what you will with it. Whereas Keldon's Crooked Path is a little bit, here is an exercise for meeting a familiar spirit. Here is another exercise. Here is a simple ritual. Here is the follow-up to it. It's incredible. I do, in some cases, think that if you were very experienced, you might not like this one as much. That was a very long-winded way of saying, I think for beginners, the traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways might be a bit overwhelming. I think that Crooked Path could be better, but if you're more experienced, this one. Or any of her others, because they're phenomenal. But they're both, I really want to emphasize the fact that they are both fantastic books. Like, they are actually incredible. It's just that they are for slightly different audiences, I think. And that's fine. I think, though, that if you were to get both of them, you would get great information out of both of them. Like, obviously there's overlap, but traditional witchcraft has so many different versions and adaptations, and every individual group has different ways of doing things, that I feel as though you could get a lot out of having both of them. They're just different. And so, that is a brutal question. If you do a successful love spell, will it wear off in time? Yes. When the energy fades away again, it will start to dissipate over time. Same as all workings. I want to connect to a deity, but sometimes it feels disingenuine. Instead, I pray to a mother-father archetype. How do you work with an archetype when there is no correspondence and folklore? You create it, I think. Trial and error. See what works. See what doesn't. See what correspondences get you a reaction and a response and something back, and see which ones don't. It's a little bit like pop culture magic in a way. You are trial and erroring your way through something that maybe hasn't been done yet. And so it's just about figuring out what works for you and the sort of correspondences that you feel make the most sense. But you can also correspond it to similar archetypes that are out there to get an idea, such as like the moon goddess and the horned god from Wiccan tradition, the witch father and witch mother from traditional witchcraft, to get an idea of what you can be basing it on. Right. Any advice on how to incorporate animals into magic? Also, I constantly see in dreams and meditations a yellow garden spider and a black wolf with red eyes. Any advice on this as well? So, animals into magic, a couple of ways you can do it. Ultimately, it's going to depend on how comfortable you feel. You don't have to do either or both of these, you know, it's whatever. Some people will use physical animals. And I mean, like, they will use bones, they will use curios, they will use teeth and fur and things that they find in their craft. Other people would rather use the representation of them. Photographs, oracle cards, images, paintings, little statues and symbols, and working with the collective energy of a particular animal in spells and rituals. In terms of what you're seeing in dreams and meditations, it may well be particular animals that are reaching out where you need to be working with their energy. They might also be signs of something that might be happening, especially if they consistently keep showing up. I would look up what some of the symbolism means, if you could, to get an idea of whether these are archetypes that are maybe saying that you need to be working with them in your practice, or whether perhaps they are omens of a sort where they're showing you or telling you something that you need to listen to. Any thoughts on shape-shifting and thoughts on things like werewolves, especially through a practitioner's lens? Also, do you know magically what wolfsbane is used for? So when it comes to shape-shifting, it's typically astral. So in the astral, you can be whatever you want to be. And your energy can present in whatever form you want it to, which is quite useful. A lot of people will perform this astral shifting. And it can be a very cathartic thing for a lot of people, and actually kind of bringing it back almost full circle. One of my biggest experiences in my craft that I'd sort of pushed to the wayside and thought nothing much of it was actually brought up again in this book, A Deed Without a Name. And there is a section here on werebeasts and werewolves. It is page 45 in the bestiary chapter. And it really opened up my eyes a little bit for it, because there is a level of separation where we have to separate ourselves from the fantasy worlds. But there is not really any other way of describing it other than some people do in the astral accidentally work in a wolf form. And they may well describe themselves as werewolves, but realistically, most practitioners would probably want to separate themselves from the term simply because of its association with the very stereotypical Hollywood, turning into a wolf at the full moon kind of a thing. Like, most people don't want to be Tyler Lockwood. If you haven't seen The Vampire Diaries, that's not going to mean anything. But most people, when they're practicing, that's not what they're doing. They are astrally shifting. And so I think that it's one of those where there's a lot of separation, and I think there needs to be a lot of separation because we're still trying to fight the stereotypes that we see in media of witches. Wolfsbane, aconite, largely in cursing. I don't use it personally, so let's have a look-see. Properties. I immediately started typing protection, which is strange. I had to just retype that. So let's have a look, see what we're looking at. Monkswood, wolfsbane, poisonous, which is why I don't use it, because I'm paranoid and my OCD would make me think that I was eating it. So that's going to be so niche that some people are not going to understand what I'm talking about there. Let's have a look, see. Any information that I can get. Nope. Okay, let's try a different source because that one wasn't useful. This is something where I really need to be getting some more books on poisonous plants. Wait, what am I doing? I literally, no joke, okay? I grabbed this book earlier because I thought I would need it. And now I need it. I thought I'd pulled it out for no reason. Where's... Let me see if it's in here. Because I need to know. Because I... Oh no, I don't know if they're talking about it in here. That's a shame if they're not. Let's double check. Double check. So I can make sure it is. It would be a shame if they hadn't written anything in it about this. Wolfsbane. 87 and 210. 87. Let's have a look-see. 83, 86, 87. The language of flowers. What are we looking at here? Wolfsbane is linked to misanthropy, but that's not what I'm after. I'm after more. Give me more. Right, 207. Monkswood. Latin name, okay? Means little turnip. Common name, aconite, monkswood, wolfsbane. Associated with Saturn. It is an astral projection herb. Folklore. Queen of poisons. I want to see magical uses though. Give me some magical uses. There's not really that much in here, which is an absolute shame. But largely when we're talking about poisonous plants, we're looking at things like curses, hexes. We're also looking for things that separate the consciousness from the physical body, because a lot of poison plants, whether it's mandrake, whether it's wolfsbane, whether it's deadly nightshade, things like that, they are separating the living from the dead. You are separating the living soul from a human body because you're killing somebody. The plant, obviously, not like a person. I said you, but I didn't really mean you. And that often means they're often associated with astral travel. They're often associated with spirit work, with the spirit world. They're often associated with omens and foretelling and portents of evil and things like that. And they are deeply associated with the things that are considered taboo. And so you'll often find them being included in traditional recipes for flying ointment, but these recipes should not be used. Please do not use them. There are more modern recipes that are much safer, that don't include such poisonous things. But you're looking at the astral travel, the spirit communication, the trance work, curses, hexes, the things that are less pleasant. Yeah, there's an entire book on werewolf magic, though. You're right. Werewolf magic. We saw it in one of the previous book releases. It is literally called Werewolf Magic. Let's have a look-see. Werewolf magic, authentic practical lycanthropy. Unleash the wolf within, raise your confidence, connect to your primal self, and deepen your spirituality with this empowering book of lycanthropy. I can't say that quickly. Lycanthropic magic. Featuring authentic shape-shifting rituals, spells, meditations, and folklore, werewolf magic shows you how to awaken your inner wolf and transform into a happier, braver, and freer person. Dozens of hands-on exercise and ancient techniques shed the restriction of modern society, answer the call of a feral being, shape-shifting, and meet wolf deities. Tools, invocations. Interesting. Instead of evocations. Symbols. Ecstatic Guide helps bring forth the powerful werewolf self and reach your full natural potential. I was doing so well. Potential. Yeah. There's entire books on it. Super cool. I haven't read one, but I probably should. Right. Let's have a look-see. I'm somewhere. Here I was. I've been dying for some advice on note-taking from witchy books. I keep overwhelming myself for the amount of material at my disposal. How do you write your notes in your books of shadows? I don't. It's bad, but I don't. It's if I were to write down, and this is just the mentality I've had for a few years now, because you get to a point where you just can't write all the information down. I think it's different if you're going to library books and you're not going to have that book in your collection. But if it is a book in your collection, I wouldn't bother wasting the time and the paper to write it down in a book of shadows. I think you're probably much better off bookmarking the book. So as an example, obviously this was done for the book club, so it's a little bit different. But you can get these markers, these things, and you'll see them in loads of the books that I have. If I can move some stuff out of the way. So in like this encyclopedia of 5,000 spells, they have like all these in the top, and on them I'll like write down what it is that I was interested in. And that way I'm not wasting expensive leather books of shadows when I already am going to keep a book in my collection. If I say picked up a library book, then I will take notes usually in like a notebook. And then I'll decide from the notes I've got in a notebook what I think is actually going to be applicable to me and what I should probably just keep to one side, just so that I don't overwhelm myself, because otherwise you'd end up with just so much. I mean, these are just all of the notes. Now, granted, not all of these were good. All of the red and orange were bad, but like there's a lot in here. But now I can open this and I can be like, okay, there was something on page 45 called the 4 arts that I really liked, and I really appreciated that. And then meeting the 4 arts at the crossroads, and it makes it so that I don't get overwhelmed by the sheer volume in a book. Alternatively, what I will do is I will have notes inside of notes. So if I am going to write something in a book of shadows, for instance, I will write the information down, or I will write a little bit of the information down, and then so as to not fill up the book of shadows page after page after page, I will then write on a separate piece of paper notes. I will tear them out, fold them over, and put them in an envelope that is glued to the page. And then that way, all of my notes are like concise. And then if I want to add further notes onto that topic, I can add more notes into the envelope instead of having to write a section like 20 pages later. I can just go to the section, I can just add another sheet into the envelope that I've glued in, and then I never am tripping over the amount of notes that I have. I'm not sure if that's going to be helpful, because I'm not like a massive, like, super duper heavy note taker when it comes to the books, mostly because I know I'm going to be keeping them. So I will just reread the sections again if I need to. Right. The FOMO I feel from not being able to read that book and take part in the first book club. It's a pretty decent book, to be honest. Don't let the orange and the red fool you. There were some things where I was like the consistent confusion of astral travel. It's not astral travel. You're doing inner work. It's not the same thing. But for the most part, it was pretty good. But there's always the next time where I will probably have just as many notes, and oh, it took me so long to go through it. Too many notes, too many stickers. I ended up just covered in stickers. Right. Oh, yes. Sorry, I didn't actually I love a good section to hate on. I do too, but I felt so bad in the live stream, like in the book club live stream, because I was like, I don't want to be shitting on some of these sections because some people might really, really like it. And I know that I can be very, my tone and my words can be a lot harsher than I intend them to be. So I try to not be overly harsh with it. But the one annoying thing about this entire book, and if you ever read it, I'm wondering if you will feel the same way, the consistent use of the term astral travel was so annoying. Because I'm like, what do you mean astral travel? You're not even talking about astral travel. You're talking about inner work. Inner work and astral travel are not the same thing. And in my notes, it's just me slowly descending into chaos. As I got frustrated. The book as a whole, though, is fantastic. Just read past that section. It has some blips in it, but it was, to be honest, I think a lot of it was coming from the fact that I was reading it at like 4 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like reading it, and I'm like, I'm so tired, and I'm so oh, this bit's good. No, they're mentioning astral travel again. Oh, but this bit's good. I think I slowly lost my mind in that book, but it was worth it. Right. Let's do this one before I forget where I am. Starting to wonder if some spirits are servitors whose creators have passed on and didn't program with an ending, especially those that were assigned to people or places. Yes. It doesn't happen super often just because the number of practitioners, and then the number of people who work with servitors, and then obviously the number of people who work with servitors long term. It's something that can happen though. And often you'll find, I say often, it's obviously quite a rare occurrence, but when you have a practitioner's home and they've died, and you'll often find that the home is haunted. It's not that the home is haunted, not in the traditional sense of a haunting. You have a servitor that is still trying to do its job, that has not been deprogrammed. And it is just there, and it's existing. And they often are very strong because they're very old. And it can, in some cases, turn into a little bit of chaos. So you'll often find that happening, which I always think is super duper interesting, because what do you do with them then? I mean, you can try and find the spirit vessel, but what if they have more than one? And if you find the spirit vessel, if you find a spirit vessel, that doesn't mean it is the correct one. And if there is a name or a plate that is attached to that spirit, you got to find it somewhere in that house, and you have no idea where it is, and you have no idea what other things could be there that you might be destroying in an attempt to fix this servitor issue. So, yeah, it's one of those tricky ones, especially when people leave a lot of stuff behind. It's difficult without any explanations. Right. I want to get into spirit work, but I don't know if there are any spirits around. Maybe they're not here. Maybe I just can't sense them. Usually it's because you can't sense them, or you aren't sensing them at the moment. Usually there's a lot more spirits around than you would expect. And even if you can sense spirits, you're often not sensing all of the spirits that are around all of the time. You're usually going to be sensing the larger ones, or the ones that are more active than the smaller ones. So it's very much a case of asking. Verbally ask if there's any spirits around and if they would like to communicate with you, and then see what happens from there. Right. Is it normal for someone to never be able to sense energy? I've never been able to and can't seem to develop any sense. It often makes me feel like a fraud in the magical community. Some people do have a much harder time with it than others, and sometimes the sense comes through in a different way. It could be worth looking into any sort of psychic senses that you may have, because it may be that rather than feeling energy, you might see energy. You might be able to experience it in a different way. But it's more than just about implementing your work in a slightly different way. Instead of working with energy directly, maybe you have to work indirectly through spirits and through deities. It's an option. It's something that you can do. It's not something that everybody maybe wants to do all of the time, but it is an option if you do struggle with sensing energy, that you can utilize the energy of other things. Do you have protections? I've got a hair that I can feel it. I can feel it. It's driving me insane. Okay. Peace has returned to Earth. Do you have any... do you have to have protections always active, or just when preparing to do a spell? And what protection would you recommend for a closet witch with not many materials? I would have them up all of the time. So protections around a spell are designed to limit the number of interactions that you can have during that spell. So the number of things that can interfere with the energy that you're working with. But that doesn't necessarily stop anything from interfering with you the rest of the time. Because what happens is, when you are opening yourself up to the spiritual world, you're able to sense spirits more easily, you're able to see spirits more easily, you can engage with energy more. you are also becoming more identifiable to spirits. So it's not a one-way street. It's not that you can see them and they can't see you. When you start to be able to see them, they become more aware of you. And so you are now somebody that stands out in relation to other people that aren't acknowledging them, that don't recognize that they're there, that aren't utilizing their energy in the same way. And so a lot of people describe it as you are a flame in the dark. You are like a candle in the middle of a darkened room. And things are going to start to gather out of curiosity. They just want to know what's going on. They're curious about the energy. They can sense the energy and they like the idea of it. And so they're going to start approaching. And so it's very useful to have protections in place just to make sure that you're engaging with the spirit world in a way that is accessible to you, that's healthy to you, that is calm and relaxed and not overwhelming. And so if you don't have that many things that you can use, salt. Salt in little tiny vials, if you can get hold of them, or in little pouches, like little organza bags. Keep them around liminal spaces like windowsills or on door handles. That's probably the simplest, easiest way of offering even a small amount of spiritual protection if you're really, really new and you don't really have much that you can work with at the moment. That's really simple. And if anybody asks, you can say that it is to help reduce moisture in your room, because salt will absorb moisture. So it works. You can also add some kitchen herbs in there as well, some rosemary, some garden sage, to add a little bit of extra protection in there. And it will also smell nice. So you have like a little room fragrance at the same time. Right. Are there any practices that we should avoid if we don't want to encounter strange shadow entities, or is that just witch talk superstition? Sorry. I have beef with this, with TikTok and their obsession with shades being evil. Anybody who's been here for several years worth of live streams will know that this is a massive pet peeve of mine. Shadow people have the worst reputation on TikTok because people are saying that they are evil, that they are malicious beings, that you need to be careful of them. Shades, shadow people, are the sweetest little guys. They are so adorable. They just want to watch and they just want to observe, and they're so nice. I really like shades. They have such a bad reputation because of their appearance, I think, more than anything else. The reality is that any time we're opening ourselves up to any kind of spiritual or spell work, you are opening yourself up to the potential that spirits are going to be able to recognize you a little bit more. And because of that, you're always going to have the potential for spirits, any spirits, including shades, to check you out, to have a look at what you're doing, to investigate, to see what's going on. And that isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's why having protections on is really useful, because even if you aren't experiencing anything really negative with spirits, it gives you that sense of confidence, that sense of comfort, that you have that security blanket there. Most of the time, though, you're unlikely to experience anything super duper malicious. Like most of the time, everything's going to be just pretty not caring. They're either going to be curious that you're there and just want to check you out. They might be interested in the energy that you're working, or you might just encounter them and they're pretty neutral in whatever it is that you're doing, and they'll just leave you alone eventually. Right, where am I? Is there a way to protect yourself in a negative house? Honestly, the best piece of advice I can give is to try to improve the situation as best as you can. And in some cases, that is getting out of the situation if it is safe for you to do so. If not, it depends on how negative. If it's super duper negative, like in a dangerous way, then obviously reaching out to the correct authorities is really, really important in this. Creating a sense of safety and isolation for yourself, like not isolation as in like shutting yourself away, but having a space, if possible, where it is calm and you can create Comfortable energy is really useful as a way of helping to reset yourself if it is quite a negative environment. Regular cleanses can be really useful to stop it from bogging you down and really affecting you in the long term. And then maybe workings to try to improve the energy of a situation or the communication in a situation to really lighten it. But really, however is best to get you through the situation to a point where you can either improve it or to leave that space is really a good idea if it is starting to really, really wear you down. I don't know where that came from. I've just got random songs in my head tonight. What are some better ways to shuffle as a neurodivergent person with bad motor skills? I find I drop the deck when I try to do card flicking thing that I've seen people do. Oh, okay. So, do I have a deck on me? Well, I don't have a deck on me, but do I have a deck nearby? I suppose the question is how you're doing it, I suppose. I've already said I suppose. I say that too often. So, deck of cards. Let's have a look-see. So I do the card flicky thing, but it took me a really long time to be able to do it. And mostly I find it's based on the placement of your hands. So if you're wanting to do reversals, say, which is one of the main reasons why people do the card flicky thingy, is the placement. These are kind of hard to do it with, but I can show you as an example. Just in case, because I was doing this wrong when I was trying to do it and I couldn't figure out how to do it. So what I would do is, if it's a smaller deck, I hold it by the corners. Obviously, this is pretty big. So I would hold it widthways, like this, with my finger free. Push your finger into the deck. Can you see it bending? I'm pushing my knuckle into the deck. And then you're just lifting, and it does take a lot of practice. It does. You're just lifting your thumb to get the flickiness. And it really takes a while to get used to it. Even just practicing it on a deck of just playing cards, like this deck is really hard because it's so big. As the cards become bendier and bendier, I've not done it with this deck, so they're not that bendy yet. As the cards become softer and softer, bendier and bendier, it becomes so much easier to be able to do it. But it's basically just getting that. If you can get that tension to create the bend like that, it's then just practice at getting the flick the way you want it to be. If you want to practice doing the flick and continue doing that. But there is absolutely no shame in doing the shuffle it all over the floor nonsense. Because if you want to read reversals and you can't do the flicky method, it is by far the second best option to be able to read reversals. There's no shame in doing it at all. So many people do it. Like, sure, you're not going to see professional readers doing it, but mostly because they don't have the table space for it. General readers in their own homes, they're doing that all the time. And it's a great way of doing the reversals because you're really shuffling the deck up. Like, you know that there's definitely going to be reversals in there. There's going to be uprights in there. And then you just gather it all together and you just work with it. The finger shuffle thing is by far the best though. So if you can sort of fandangle a way that works for you, it is a lot easier than having to try and pick up all of the cards all of the time. Right, let's have a look. See? Oh, it jumped again. Oh, you want to, okay. Tarot? I don't know if I have any tarot in here. I can do Oracle, because this is Oracle. Do I have any tarot in here? I should do. Where's my tarot deck gone? I don't know what I've done with it. I've put my, there it is. Hang on. Let me get it down. Don't mind me, just shuffling some books over here. Right. Let's go with this. So, I'll do that at the very end. I'll do a little tarot draw at the very end because it's like 1:45 in the morning. This might be the longest stream I've done in a long time, but I want to make sure I get as many questions as I can. So what I'll do is at the very end, I'll do a tarot card. And then that will be like the end. But for now, I'm going to try and power through the last ones, the last few that we've got here. So, in your experience, Tips / your experience on travel altars and practicing while not at home when you feel like you need to. I never thought I'd need to practice while away from home, but that's changed recently for me. I obviously always try to not have to practice, but my best advice is to really not need one. Not to not need to do the work, but to not necessarily need a travel altar. Try and get it so that you have like a couple of techniques under your belt that you can use on the fly, super quick. Sigils. Fantastic one. Plant spirits that you can be connecting with out in nature so that you can just work really quickly. Servitor that you can be working with. Just because travel altars, while fantastic, can be kind of clunky and they can be really awkward to deal with. And if you're in a hotel, you're not going to be able to light candles. At least here, you're not allowed to light candles. You can't light incense. It's tricky to know what to put in. So a couple of techniques that don't involve any items, really good. But I don't know what they're called. But for Christmas, my boyfriend got me this little box of beeswax candles that are tiny. They're like gratitude candles, I think. These little, tiny little candles that are super useful for like, I need something really, really quickly. Do light it, focus on the intention. Within a couple of seconds, it's burned down. And it's that really quick, the quick process. If you really need something, those are useful to put in. But a lot of the time, it's just worth having something that doesn't require you to need a lot of items. Right, let's have a look-see. Any movie or show that impressed you with its surprising, accurate representation of witchcraft? Yeah, there was a couple. So the main one for me is The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. Because it's a TV series instead of a movie, they were able to go so in depth. And I mean, I've done full videos on the first episode. I've done a full video on the Yuletide episode. The sheer volume of content and of accuracy that they managed to get in that show, especially in the first season, is just incredible. And it will always be, I think, my favourite show or movie for witchcraft representation because it was fantastic. Another one that was pretty good was Agatha All Along. Not as accurate. They took a bit more of a liberty with some things, but it does have really good roots, and so I can appreciate that. The Love Witch. The Love Witch is a phenomenal representation of Wiccan style, obviously sort of vaguely adapted, but Wiccan style 1960s-ish Wicca, which I thought was very, very interesting. It's got a few more things kind of drawn into it. It's not just that, but that is the best representation of that I've ever seen. And obviously, like, the movie is like designed to make it out to be like a really bad thing, and like these people are not very nice, but as a whole, I think that one is phenomenal. And I spent months, and I genuinely mean months. I was scripting that video for well over a year, maybe more, and I still missed stuff. There were sections where I was like, I have to film this because if I don't, I'm never going to get it done. And there were sections that I still missed, that I didn't have time to research fully, and I should have before I filmed the video, because I'd already spent like a year and a half, 2 years scripting it and had so much in it. So there's definitely stuff there that is that's really good. You just have to look for it, and it's often hidden beneath like other like stereotypical stuff. They were the tiniest of candles. I agree, Jamie. They were. I still use them. They're still really nice. They came with this little tiny jar of matches, like minuscule, and so they're like a little tin, and so I can just carry them around, and they're great. So thank you, and also thank you for the donation. But yeah, it's they're really, really good. So if you can find something like that for a travel altar, phenomenal, because they are really, really nice, and they're kind of ideal as like the super quick on the go, and they're beeswax, so you can bury the remains. Not that there would be much left because they're like teeny. Okay, let's have a look. I'm losing where I am. I might be losing my mind, to be honest. It's getting a bit late. Are there any not specific, are there any psychic or psychism related deities? As an aspiring psychic witch, I always wonder this. I know Apollo has a prophecy epithet, I think, but I don't know. This could also be divination related to deities. Ooh. I don't know personally. So if anybody knows any divination related deities, let me know. But I know that there are some out there that have prophecy and divination and knowledge in their sort of overall repertoire that could be useful, but because I only work with a few, I don't know that much about them. So I'll leave that one to chat. If anybody has any recommendations for that, do let us know. And then, do you know of any books that teach queer-oriented witchcraft or queer love spells? There is one book that I saw. I think I missed it. Yeah, it's called Queer Magic. I've not read it personally. I've had it though on the list of books that I think could be really interesting. Queer Magic, LGBTQ plus spirituality and culture from around the world. Is this the one that I was looking at? Fascinating insights, spiritual practices from different historical eras and religions, pagans, Catholic, Buddhists, Muslims, queer experiences, focusing prayers, spells, meditations, deities, heroes, historical figures who embody the power of the queer spirit. So that is Queer Magic by Thomas Prower, if anybody's interested. I saw that one pop up a good couple months ago now. And there's also this one. Oh, there's two more have just been recommended to me. Okay, let's have a look at these two. So we have Queering the Craft by Cassandra Snow. They came up as like related to the other one. Doesn't have any information on it. I'm on the World of Books website, so I don't think it's very good for information. And then there's also Queer Rights by Enfys J. Book. Enhance your rituals with a variety of partners, including deities and community ancestors. Queer-specific rituals not offered elsewhere. Helps connect your lived experiences to your magical practice, regardless of your skill level or spiritual tradition. Queer Rights makes it simple to commemorate occasions in a way that resonates with your unique and wonderful self. Includes guest writers Storm Ferrywolf, Misha Magdalene, Brandon Weston, and Reverend Ron Padron. So that is Queer Rights by Enfys J. Book. Actually, that one sounds really good. Right, where am I? I'm here. Have you read anything on witchcraft and magic in the African diaspora? And if so, any recommendations? I'm having a hard time finding much. Ooh, I am sure that there are going to be some people watching this that will have the perfect book for this. So if you could leave it down in the chat or in the comment section afterwards, please do so. Let us all know. And here we go. Hive? Oh, you know it's getting late when I'm starting to merge words together. I have been told to always ask the flora and fauna when harvesting materials. How do I know when I've been given permission? And more importantly, how do I know when I haven't? So usually this comes with a connection with plants and some idea of energy sensing. And so what it will be is sometimes it will be a knowing, a yes or no. Sometimes guides will tell you, and sometimes the energy of the plant will change. You will know if it is a no, and you will also know if it's a yes. A lot of the time it's a and you might need to give a bit more information on the how it's going to be used, like what is their requirement with this, so that they then know what they're getting involved in, and then you'll probably get a stronger yes or no. Right. Are spells more successful and or more likely to work / bring in spirits if performed during Samhain because the veil thins? It depends, obviously. If you're working with spirits, then Samhain and Beltane are the two times when you're going to have quite a lot of success, but you're going to have different kinds of success. So Beltane is largely land spirits, nature spirits, fair folk. Samhain is largely ancestors, the dead, things like that. It's not necessarily that they're going to be more successful, because it's going to depend on what the spell is for. If it relates to something regarding the Samhain season, then you're more likely to have success during the Samhain season. But if it's something totally different, that's just a complete tangent, then it probably wouldn't have the same benefits as if you were to do it at another time that's perhaps a little bit more focused on what you want to achieve. I constantly see corner of the eye lights. They are never shadows, always lights. I always get the intense feeling that it's the Fae. How do I confirm this or communicate with whatever I'm seeing? So with this, it could be a case of asking, seeing if they are willing to make themselves known. Maybe leave an offering and see if you get something reciprocal in return, maybe a better look, something like that. And generally the fair folk come with other things, items going missing, especially shiny things, strange sweet smell that doesn't seem to disappear by itself. These things are typically signs of the Fae in the area. Have you researched vampiric magic? You know, I haven't. Besides the psi vampire, like energy vampire aspect of it, where people are drawing energy from other individuals and then utilizing it in spellwork and ritual or for their own gain. But I'm pretty certain that there is a book on this. Is it this? I don't think this is the one I was thinking of. But maybe this is what I'm thinking of? So this is that I know that there was a book on vampire magic that came out. It might be this one, or I might have just found a random book on vampire magic. 2012. It sounds about the right time frame. Since the dawn of civilization, the vampire has danced through the dreams and nightmares of every culture, expressed in folklore, literature, and art. Today, this fascinating resonance in pop culture through hit television shows, movies, and best-selling books. In Vampire Magic, Father Sebastian reveals the hidden rituals and spells of the living vampires. This companion volume to Sebastian's vampire... I think that says Sanguinomicon. And if it does, that is an incredible merge of words. Is intended for initiates of the Stigoi V, who will appeal to any scholar of the magical arts, the Golden Dawn, or other Western traditions. So that's Vampire Magic, the Grimoire of the Living Vampire by Father Sebastian. I'm sorry, I just need to take a moment to appreciate the merging of the word sangui and nomicon. That is a word I didn't think I was going to say today. Sanguinomicon. Sanguinomicon. That's a great word. But yeah, I think that might be the one that I'm thinking of. But yeah, I mostly know it from utilizing the energy of others in your own spells and rituals, which is in some cases really bad, but in other cases a great way of forming deeper connections with other people, especially the people that you are working with in a coven environment. Where is I need to fix this. I think it might be beyond saving. So just ignore this. It's fine. Let's have a look, see. I saw your subscribers are at 222. I'm curious if you're into numerology at all. I am, in a way, yeah. I see double numbers all of the time, and I really enjoy them. Like, I'm always like, oh, look, it's 222. Look, it's 1111. And I really enjoy just seeing it. I don't go fully in depth into it. Like, I'll use numerology and spells and rituals and stuff, but usually the lower numbers, like anything below 13, anything more than that, lost on me completely. Is going to a graveyard, as long as it's respectful, a good way to learn how to work with spirits? You'd actually be surprised how quiet graveyards are. A lot of the time, you don't get that many graves with active spirits, mostly because either the spirits have moved on, or if they haven't moved on, they are where their family is. And so you don't really see them that much. So I would say actually you're probably better... Well... Hospitals have the most spirits, really, which is hospitals and mental hospitals have the most spirits. Like old-fashioned, like what were they called? They often build on them now, they demolish them. Mental institutions, is that the word I'm after? Like the really old places, like Victorian places where they would send people where they had hysteria and things like that. Well, hysteria and things like that. They often are very, very, very spiritually active, and I would not like to live on a property that was built there. They're doing it all over now. They're taking the land and they're building houses on it, and it just seems like a really bad idea. They have probably the most spirits, a lot more so than graveyards. Graveyards are a great place to experience that energy, that transformative energy, and you may well find some spirits there, but they're just not as active as maybe you'd be expecting. Right, any ideas or advice for working with the outer planets for magic? For example, Neptune, how you might do it, especially since the outer planets are not in the traditional system of planet magic. Utilize the astrology. So Neptune is a planet of dreams, of goals, of future plans, and all this like floaty Pisces energy, to be honest. Floaty Pisces energy. Pluto's all about death and transformation and rebirth and all of that. Go off the astrology and adapt it into your magical practice, because they're not really utilised so much in the traditional systems. Today my child saw a shadow figure in our home. It was grey with a pink aura and blue eyes. I spoke to the house afterwards and everything seemed and felt fine. What might that entity have been? I've got to say, I've never seen a shade with eyes before. Personally, obviously, I'm not saying that there's none out there. It may well be a shadow figure that is simply attempting to make itself look more appealing, because they are able to adapt and change depending on their environment. It may well genuinely be just a shade that is trying to look less intimidating. Maybe in the past, they've experienced humans being very scared of them, and so they're attempting to make themselves look more appealing in the strangest way possible. But because they're so gentle and calm usually, and if the house is saying that it's absolutely fine, then I'd say more than anything, it's just an appearance change rather than anything more unusual. Right. What is Elfame? So Elfame is considered to be the realm of the fair folk. So while there are many fae that reside here, and they can come and go as they please, when we're talking about the courted fae, so the higher fae, the seelie and unseelie courts, you're talking about Elfame. Spirits that will only traverse the human plane every so often at the trooping of the fae and things like that. And so Elfame is the word that is used to describe the location for the fae. So, all of that being said, I did say that I would do a tarot poll before we finished. So, I'm going to move some of these big books. Oh, God, so heavy. Let me put this somewhere. And let's do a reading. I don't use this deck very often, so this will be very interesting. This is the Tarot of the Sorceress. I barely use this one. I mostly use my Rider-Waite, so this one will be interesting. Look at the gilded edges, though. These are going to be very hard for me to reverse shuffle, so let's give it a go. Let us see if we can do this. They're almost like too long. That's the problem with this deck. I'm like Goldilocks. I need the perfect size deck, and this is just like... Well, that went flying. This is just a little bit too big. Oh. Of course, they dropped on the floor right there. Right, let's see if I can give this a proper shuffle. Hit. Okay. Squish them together again. Right. It is such a nice deck. Like, it's beautiful, and the imagery is gorgeous, and the whole black and gold thing is really pretty. But, like, in relation to my hand, they're just like a smidgen. They're just a smidgen too big for them to be really comfortable, which is a shame, because I think I would use them more. So maybe I need to cut them down. Maybe that's what I should do to see if I can get a little bit more use out of them, because it seems like such a waste otherwise to like not be working with them. Right. let's see what comes out, shall we? But yeah, they're called the Tower of the Sorcerers. I got them when I was in the Speaking Tree, while it was still the Speaking Tree. Now it's changed hands and it's called the something in the Hill. I'm not sure. But yeah, I got them from there, and as soon as I saw them, I was like, oh, they're so pretty. But very, very clunky to read from. And then I gotta go to bed because it's like 1:05. Crazy. Why am I awake so late? But I really like it because like it's a busy live stream and I really like getting to answer the questions. Like it's just a nice time. And so I like it when it gets to be really busy, but it also means I have to sit here for a lot longer. Right. They're so difficult to shuffle. What are we working with? Ooh, interesting. Okay. Ooh. Okay. We've got the 9 of Water reversed. We have the 9 of Earth reversed. And we have the 7 of Fire reversed. And I'm going to be honest and say, I genuinely don't think you can take these as a legitimate reading. Solely because I've shuffled so badly on this table to get them inside out. Inside out to get them upside down. So I personally wouldn't take this as a legitimate reading. I would need to pull out my proper deck for it. But I do find it interesting that we're looking at so many reversals and no air. So if nothing else, everything is going to be creatively fairly free-flowing. Because the fact that I pulled no air, even if I don't trust the reversal aspect, because the reversals are the bit that I have the problem with this deck, the fact that there's no air means that there's a lot more going to be free-flowing in regards to that. We're going to have quite a few limitations, though. Finances. Creative expression will be okay. Some arguments, perhaps. But I'm not trusting the reading, to be honest. Next time, what I'll do is, when I'm actually compos mentis, because I'm going to be honest, I'm flagging a little bit. I'm flagging a little bit now. But when I'm more compos mentis, I can always do a live stream where we're just doing some readings. I think that would be pretty cool. Like, I never realized this deck is full colour. Like, this book is full colour in relation to this. That is actually... how did I never notice that? That is actually incredible. Okay. Any last remaining questions just before we go? And I'm going to be double checking all of these now. It's a deck I'm not used to working with, and that throws me every single time. But what I'll do is I can always do a proper reading, and I'll do a proper reading and then I'll put it in the comments for anybody who wants a proper reading with a proper deck that I work with on a regular basis, because I am too tired for this tonight. Right. Yeah, I think just have like a proper chill live stream, like just do some tarot reading, have some chats, learn different decks. This is a deck that I need to fully learn, which throws me, and just have a nice chill time. So, with that being said, thank you so much, everybody, for coming here. I know it's been a very, very long one. I actually have no idea how long the live stream has been because my timer reset like halfway through. So I need to go and get some food. I need to go and get a drink. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. These live streams are always posted afterwards. So if you want to, you can check back in. And I'm going to go and get some sleep because I really need to. If you do enjoy these streams, feel free to like the stream. Have a marvelous magical day. And my next video should be the Litha video, which should be coming out tomorrow. When I'm compos mentis, we'll finish the reading. And my brain is not functioning. My brain is not functioning. I will see you in the next video. And thank you so much to anybody who has donated. It means truly so much to me. It helps me keep doing this, which is something I love, and so I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Thank you so much to Iz and to Stony and to everybody who's been keeping the chat safe and secure. Like, that means a lot because it means I don't have to think about it as much, which I really appreciate. And I will see you in the next video. Okay, bye!